Great content, but now we're doing a thing we do every single Sunday now. We're going into the world qualifiers of the biggest Hoi 4 event of all times. One sec, I gotta set some shit up, man. They want me always to name the stream in a certain way, but I always forget what it is. One sec. I always forget. One sec. I can't find it. Mitchman, are you watching? What is the exact title? Hoi 4 Worlds or some shit? Hoi 4 Worlds in Stockholm live. Qualifier weekend 2. And who's fighting? The players fighting right now are Marcel versus Wolfram. Marcel versus Wolfram. Marcel was in last week's qualifier but lost. Okay. Gentlemen, we're doing one-on-one Hoi 4. I'm joining Discord. We're playing 2 best of 3s. Whoever wins is in the qualifiers to maybe make it to the top players that will go to Sweden. Get your tickets down below. First real life event. And
qualifiers, if I make it in, it's like not against the rules and stuff.
If you make it in, you just don't need to play. You can play casuals, but
nobody's playing casuals.
Hello, Tommy's joined us. Hello.
Hi. I mean,
I just suddenly heard myself on stream. Oh,
you're absolutely right, Tommy. Absolutely right.
Maybe today, man. Maybe today. Who's Wolfram? I never met him before. He's like good. Wolfram, where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh, Slava! There we go. I like this guy already. So we have Ukraine versus Viktor Orban here today. Oh shit. Wolfram, why were you not? Why I've never seen you before in events?
I just didn't play before.
This is the first time you're playing competitive Hoi 4?
Oh, I mean the first esports competitive Hoi 4.
Oh, so you're like a brand new guy, we can kind of say, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Tommy,
I bet you had hosting issues last time. Do you think you're good today?
Yeah, we did a test already.
Okay.
Well, we're way ahead of you, so
I'm
sure
sure.
fine for this matchup.
Tommy, I would just like to say I denounce Viktor Orban and his actions against the Hungarian people.
Very nice. Very good. We have a Ukrainian and an anti-Orban guy. And this is the most woke stream and I love it. And gentlemen, best of 3. One sec, I need to do that text where everybody sees your names. There it is. You guys didn't choose any maps or anything yet, right? You guys doing that
Wolfram,
right
would
now?
you like to say, Wolfram, would you like to say what you picked?
Yes.
Okay then, what is the first map we're seeing today?
Sunbloom.
Sunbloom. What? Africa? Fuck, I like that. That means he has a plan. Who's Axis, who's Allies?
Me allies. Marcel is Axis.
Oh, so it shall be. And faction bans.
Yeah, I would like to ban the great nation of France.
Banning
France.
IGN.
Oh, Imperial
Wow.
Japanese Army banned.
Navy.
No, Navy.
Navy. Sorry. IGN, I heard IGN. Okay. No Japanese Navy, no France. I am ready. Good luck, Blats. And
It's over. It's completely and utterly over.
It's planned to destroy it. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
I'll see you later, Nave.
Yeah.
let's go. Gentlemen, first game today, Marcel, an old school player who has been in most esports events, just got short last week of getting his place in the qualifiers. He lost to, I forgot who. Was it the Chinese guy? I think so. Will you be in Stockholm, my man? Obviously. You want to fucking meet Tommy and sniff him? This is your chance. Get your tickets down below. Yeah, get in here, Mitch, man. Come on. What a question is that? Get the hell in here, Mitch. Let's go, brother. How you doing, Mitch? You feeling good?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm just currently making sure that all the social media posts go out everywhere and that we're on the launcher and everything.
I bought Pokemon cards today and Chet told me they're fake.
Oh.
I bought fake Pokemon cards.
Oh no.
I'm hurt.
So while I was at university, not realizing the impending boom of Pokemon cards resurgence, I gave my mother the okay to get rid of my Pokemon cards. And then they made the comeback, and I forgot about it. And then when they made that comeback, I went searching for them because I was like, holy shit, I know I've got some cards that would be worth money right now. And it turned out, yep, nope, they're gone.
Number one thing I tell parents when I go to kindergarten, when your kids start collecting cards, never throw them away.
Yeah.
I swear this is a true story. I swear on everything, I'm not lying. When I was a kid, I had holographic Charizard, I swear. But I was a kid, I would scratch it and play with it and destroy it and stuff.
I had Ancient Mew, and that would have been like good, you know.
In good quality, and especially English, because you're from UK, that is a shit ton of money. That's like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're in game number 1, and Mitch, I want to ask you, why do you think our newcomer Wolfram from Ukraine chose a non-micro map that has a big front line, but actually chose the narrow map of Africa?
Well, I've got to look. They've picked Sun and Blue, but they've also banned the Navy pick. So I think they must have really good macro in terms of what they produce in terms of Navy, and maybe their air control is good, because they've essentially blocked off the strongest ability for the Axis to be able to take those 2 island VPs. So I reckon that they've got a naval plus defensive strategy. I think we're going to see a really strong hold around Benghazi, and I think we're going to see a real big focus on the islands this time around.
I'm looking at Marcel, and I don't understand. He has 2 on guns. He's not using all his mills. Am I blind? He's not using 5 mills, yeah. If the game will start right now, 5 mills are not. Now he's doing it. He's a bit behind, it seems. Now he's starting to use his mills. Still, yeah, now he's doing his mills. This is warm up here. Maybe he was just peeing or something.
Yeah, Wolfram's ready. Marcel hasn't said ready yet, so we're not going to unpause until they both say it. But yeah, I really, France has been banned. France is really getting banned a lot at the moment. I think that's because of the established meta. But I'm so surprised by an IJN ban, because the bans in this carry over for the entire matchup, right? So to dedicate a multiple map ban to just the IJN is so surprising. And even if you're going for a naval tactic and a naval dominance on this first map, the fact that you're hard focusing a faction ban for essentially 1 map is wild to me.
I mean, I think he also understands this is best of 3. If you win game number 1, you're already a mad favorite to get it done. And we also have Marcel naming one division I hate Africa, and that's something I talked about last time, that if you feel like you're the weaker player, you need to poke the big bear with maps that are not that strong in the hands of a meta player, maps that are not I'm playing my basic build and then I'm overrunning you with better micro. On this map everything is different. On this map the rules are changing, and maybe this is Wolfram saying I'm gonna snatch a quick game 1 from you with a tactic I prepared. It's like in StarCraft.
Yeah, there we go.
Right now,
everybody sign off your bingo cards. There is the StarCraft reference of the day.
Right now,
it's going to be the first of many.
The biggest tournament in StarCraft is happening right now, Katowice, and there's a player called Cyril who's unbeatable. No one can beat him. And just yesterday I was watching, and the caster said, right, you can't beat this guy if you play standard against him. You have to do meme tactics, cheese, weird harassment, stuff like that. And that's what I see sometimes with these Africa picks and the Nordwind Scandinavia picks. It's maps where you can take a win over someone that you might think is better than you. Anyway, Marcel is ready? Yep.
Okay, then let's get this game undergo.
Margaret and Cyril, Terrans are never good at anything. Terrans are all little sissies. And here we go, I'm excited. Let's go. IEM Katowice, Heufor will be there one day too, don't worry.
Oh, so we've been having some more production meetings now about the actual event, when we actually get there in May, and certain things, and like the things that are coming together for it. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for when we get there in May.
The closer it gets, the cooler it feels, I feel like. My flight is booked.
Yep.
It's gonna happen. Gentlemen, get your tickets down below. Come to the first ever big Heufor Life event. Meet your heroes and watch 2 days of hardcore esports live on stage. And see Stockholm as a nice vacation. Stockholm is beautiful, man. And it's not even winter, it's May. And guys, Stockholm has a casino. And sorry?
I was going to say, the first time I ever went to Stockholm was in May. It was for like PDXCon 2018. And I was just it was such a beautiful time of year because the sun stays out until about 11 p.m.
Oh, wow.
on those days, and it's just it's good time of year. Good time of year.
And we already see the meta is still a thing. Both players show behavior of going into tanks. Chat, why is he doing anti-tank? He's not trying to build anti-tank. He's trying to unlock a weapon called Improved Medium Cannon 2 for his tanks. And he's also researching the Flame Tank. He doesn't want to entrench better. No, he wants to unlock the Flame Tank company here. Same for Marcel. We already see a bit of a difference. Also going dockyards here. Interesting. Whereas he is not going for the better cannon, but he's trying to unlock the... if you go maintenance 2 in this game, chat, you unlock a 5% production bonus on all tanks. So already see different paths here. One guy, 5% better production of tanks. The other guy has a better cannon on the tank. Let's see who wins it in the end. I often feel players have so many medium tanks in stockpile that it doesn't matter so much to have 5% production bonus. It's better to have the better cannon. Oh, I'm bugging out. You can fix that. How did you... There was a way to fix that.
Open the intelligence agency upgrade panel and close it again.
There you go. Got you. Thank you. And that's going to be very interesting. But it looks like a meta is established. The medium tanks are beloved, beloved, beloved. And carriers. Yeah, we saw that last time too. They make empty carriers with nothing on it, chat, just to get Green Navy. Which wasn't so strong last time. I will still believe a good Navy can still crush this kind of cheese, I would say. Also, Nave, why are you non-sub? I'm very offended. How you doing? I sent you thousands of dollars of money for all these events and you can't even sub? Jesus, Nave.
That's how he keeps his profits high. Remember, he is the highest earning... Actually, I don't even know if that's true anymore.
It could be... I don't know.
I think Nave might have been...
Could be Mohammed now.
It might be Mohammed now for the top spot of highest earning Hoi esports player ever. But that's how he keeps his profits high. You know, he waits for someone to gift him a sub. Clearly.
This guy. And yeah, they got cardboard carriers, true. Let's see if Wolfram has good micro. He is floating. No! Perfect! He didn't float a single second there. That was a very good micro. Oh, come on, Q6. He doesn't deserve that. Can't believe it.
Happy 63 months.
Thank you for 63 months, Big Daddy. Jesus. And both players very equal. Did both players do the Navy? The dockyards? Let me check. No, Wolfram did not do the quick 15-day focus of dockyards. He's straight up going to mills. It seems good though. It's 15 days for 4 dockyards, naval XP, etc. It's pretty good. 15 days, not much.
Yeah, we made it a 15-day focus rather than the I think it's 35 that we run for most of our focuses, just to give that bit more incentive of why to take it, because we've seen Navy is kind of one of the most neglected areas of this. But now it's coming a little bit meta to take that first focus if we want to get these carriers, especially out on this map. And other maps like Nordwind, where naval supremacy is a lot more needed than, say, you know, Jewel or across the Rhine.
And already we're halfway through the first war. Both players very metaistic, believing in their tanks. Both players on flame tanks. The allies have to always prepare some railways in order to connect. There we go. He puts them off the coast so he can't get elevated. He really defends them in the desert. Very clever decision. Preparing that. I think the Axis don't have to do that in this. Yeah, the Axis don't have to build any railway in the beginning. Is that an advantage or disadvantage? We will see later. But so far, both players very equal. Both players taking probably industrial concern for 10% factory output. Exactly. This is the highest level so far. They're playing very equal. Thank you, Area.
You are my favorite Hoi for YouTuber/streamer.
Thank you, sir. No artillery, though, is being built here for Wolfram. I hope he understands he shouldn't put artillery anywhere. But are that very equal? Very, very equal.
Interesting. So we've just seen that that expanded dockyards pick now from the Allies, but they've now turned around and they're going Commonwealth. We've got our first faction pick coming in, so it's either going to be Commonwealth 8th Army or the Canadian 1st Army. I'm going to hazard a guess that it's going to be Commonwealth 8th Army with that Mediterranean fleet, with those, you know, free fighters to try and contest the air. I think it's going to be a really strong pick for this map.
Yeah, we see Commonwealth picked a lot, which I would have never expected. People also love the 150 fighters to spawn in. A lot of meta picks for the Axis don't involve any fighters from the focus tree, meaning the Commonwealth will always have green air for a long time with these only 150 fighters, a nice little buff to have. And we're going to see in a second the Axis pick. Thinking we're going down the Hungary-Romania route. Actually, the you know what people always ban first? It's the German Panzer Group West, which has not been banned right now. Maybe we're gonna see our first Panzer Group West, one of the strongest picks.
Well, considering that we've got a Wehrmacht pick coming in, I think we might see Panzer Group West.
Chat, this is our first Panzer Group West here in the Hoi4 Worlds qualifiers, man. We're gonna see some German action. The algorithm of Hoi4 on Twitch loves that. And yeah, he's actually gonna spawn in air. I was just, thank you, John, thank you so much. We were very wrong. He now actually is getting his fighters, and he's doing this because obviously the Nibelungenwerk minus 25% production cost on medium tanks. And I always like to imagine I'm in this right now. I'm in the situation. What will I do? And I wonder later in the game if I'm right or wrong, but is it on this narrow map where the front line is so narrow? Is it so important to have a lot of production on medium tanks? If you have 6,000 tanks or 8,000 tanks, I don't know if that makes a big difference on this narrow map. I wonder. Sometimes I feel like, I always argue about this. The best player in the world has one skill above all, and that is management of mills. You make sure you always build just the right equipment. You don't float 2,000 tanks and stuff. That's, I think, the highest level of Hoi4. And that's something I see it with all these guys spamming a lot of mediums, that sometimes they have 2k mediums in the bank. They're not being used. I think that's where they need to tweak this meta of medium tanks a bit. Let's see how they will do it here.
Well, one of the good things about Panzer Group West as well in this, just tanks aside, is it has supply reduction benefits. So that outer supply bonus, which is heavy in the desert here, is going to be slightly reduced on this faction. You also get enough fighters to contest the air. It is slightly less fighters than the allies get, but it is enough to get, you know, some planes in the air. And also just the benefits of what you get from the final focus, the ultimate focus, Gott mit uns,
yes,
is really decent on the Wehrmacht factions.
Jesus, I only see attack bonus, 10% division, 15 armor, and 10 attacking. Your army gets a lot of attack with this one. There's free speed.
Oh, yes, because we're down.
And yeah,
December.
you were talking about the Wehrmacht Einheitskanister, minus 15 supply consumption and more fuel capacity. The supply consumption being strong here. The heavy tank's not so interesting for him. Desert Fox obviously great in this map. And thank you, Klagish. And Panzer Group West looks very good here. Even going construction, something we also don't see so often. I think it's because you want also giving excavation. Sorry, why are you going excavation? Is he missing anything? Is he missing steel, huh? But you get the steel from taking Gabes. I don't understand the decision on excavation yet.
I think it's because Marcel here knows that he's going to lose the island VP, something that's normally secured, that has a lot of resources. He's got a theory that he's going to lose those there. Therefore, he's trying to make it more available on having less VPs, having, you know, a good amount of material. Trying to make up for the shortfall of losing the islands early to give him enough resources to build up enough time to push into Benghazi. That thing that Dankus failed to do last week.
Yeah. I was thinking, though, that having Gabe steal will be enough for him. Also, Mohammed, are you playing in this? Are you in... Is he in the
Works
qualifiers?
kept me from the stream, but it doesn't stop
Mohammed
me
hasn't
from
begun
using my
grinding
Prime
yet,
on the ginger.
but I do expect we will see him.
Mohammed is living on an island after winning the international. He's just chilling with a pina colada.
In 2 weeks, he's going to start. Ooh.
2 weeks?
He's going to start in 2 weeks. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Because obviously the ladder resets every week. So at the end of today, if you want your chance of getting into this yourself, the ladder is resetting. The grind begins again. You can come over to the Hoi Commanders Discord. We have like bots that you essentially sign up to our matchmaking queue in, and it's a really straightforward way to get yourself into games, get yourself some score, and maybe end up on these streams.
Everyone can be part of this. Everyone in this chat, you can join this tournament right now on the Commanders Discord. It's Commanders Discord.
Yes, so it's Hoi4 Commanders. Discord.gg/Hoi4
Just click the picture down below, chat, and you will be right in it. And the war's about to start. I don't understand the decision of excavation. Let's see if you know something we don't know. If his steel actually will be... I think he's going to have more than enough steel in a second with Gabes. Both players setting up naval invasions. The war is just about to start. Welcome to game number 1 here. Wolfram representing Ukraine versus Marcel representing Hungary.
Here it goes.
Now, are they macroing their fleets well? There's a lot of Marines coming out. We have naval invasion support on this great fleet. The Axis also out. Who's going to take Malta first? I think the Allies might be on a little mistake here. He needs to block the invading German forces of Malta to make sure he owns Malta. He didn't really take his submarines out, I think.
No, I'm
8 submarines not being used.
I don't think this is going to be contested enough. I think there are going to be troops that land on Malta. There's also a huge force trying to land on Crete.
Oh, he might be first.
I think this is a slight misplay. I'm not sure who's going to land there first. Oh, just one division got in there early enough. One division got in there early enough.
Oh, that was close. And he got it. Big gamble. He gambled there, but and already we have a dead carrier for the Axis. The naval battle already pretty much over. The Navy will belong to the Commonwealth, which spawned in the Mediterranean Navy. In the Mediterranean, kind of good. And Malta goes to the Allies. This is kind of standard. Malta and Crete often go to the Allied player. The Axis player has to be far more active here on the ground. And that is already 2 victory points going to Wolfram on the Allies.
Just a fun bit of fact here right now is the fact that we've got Commonwealth 8th and Panzer Group West. These are the 2 first ever factions we designed for this mod, and it's the first map we designed for this mod. So this is like as the game was intended to be played way back in the day. Well, with some adjustments, but yeah, it's like reliving history. I suppose that's what Hoi 4 is.
Marcel about to get improved medium tanks and 250 medium tanks. Let's take a look at his supply. Let's take a look at what this division is using. The Hate Africa division, this is kind of the meta division chat. Normally we see more tanks, 3 medium tanks here. And it's a Space Marine, which is the current meta. It has hardness, that's why they do it, 70%. Flame tanks for bonuses in the desert. I have a question. Isn't this a mistake that these guys believe in flame tanks, even though flame tanks do nothing in desert?
I think it's for the urban type. I think it's for the mountain and hills and for the urban tiles.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's for which a lot of urban tiles for like the VPs.
That shows
so that does make some sense.
That shows you though it's very important to keep your enemy in a desert tile, so that bonus doesn't apply to him. If you can make sure he stays in a desert, the flame tanks are utterly useless. Deep stuff, and the Germans pushing forward. It's a supply map, chat. Supply will be needed. There is already the SFAX Triple E line coming for our allied player. Also, Cyrenaica Matru line about to be done. The guys will meet in the middle. Sometimes I would like to see a bit more activity from the Axis players in taking Malta. I have to give a little shout out to Dankus here, who tried often paratrooper jumping. He was jumping his paratroopers quickly into Malta, making sure he has that victory point. I don't know how clever it is for the Axis players to always abandon Malta instantly and just hope for victory on the land, which is very scary and can go wrong many, many times.
Yeah, we've seen a big fall off of the paratrooper meta, which was very prevalent throughout season 2 and late season 3 of the mod, until we basically got to the international, where we developed a new system that essentially makes paratrooper drop time exceedingly impossible to do on day 1. So basically you can't day 1 paratrooper drop. You can day 2 paratrooper drop, but sometimes that's just enough to give Navy or Air the edge and the ability to get into the air to contest a paradrop. So that's why we see far less of it this time. And I think that's also one of the reasons we've seen a big shift towards this Space Marine tank meta, because the tool of being able to use paratroopers to get the job done isn't as reliable anymore.
Marcel losing 8 destroyers, losing 2 carriers, now retreating from the front line. What is he doing? He even is giving away Tripoli. He is looking like he wants to just stay AFK in games until he's ready for an attack. He just utterly abandoned Tripoli, giving it away for free. But he's also building a railer for his opponent. What is he doing?
Yeah, this is looking really rough here.
Now he's going back in. Look at him. What is he doing?
No. Yeah, so Marcel obviously opened this up saying that he hates this map. And I think sometimes the psyche is enough to shake you to make mistakes. If you go into a map thinking, I'm not going to do well here, this person has a plan, you're already setting yourself at a disadvantage. Marcel is automatically going, and you can see there's a stumble, there's a mistake coming out here. He's accepting defeat from the start, as chat is quite rightly saying. It's far from over. This map is far from over in Marcel. He's got one of the strongest factions out right now. He's playing to strengths. Yes, he's on the back foot now, and he is going to have to push. But little mistakes like that that might ruin him. It might be Jova.
It looks pretty good here now for Wolfram, who just used his head. I just talked about this the whole time, right? He picks the Africa map, and he gets Marcel off balance. And oftentimes you have players, I don't want to say Marcel, but there's players out there that only know one trick, right? They know their one trick, and then you put them off balance with this Africa pick. And Marcel looking mad off balance here. There's 100 ways to still win this. You just gotta be active. This is not an imbalance map or something. And he needs to come up with, he looks very defeatist already. And let's see what else he has to offer. But Wolfram, very far ahead here with his allies pick, with his Africa pick. No, wait, he picks Africa and then Marcel picked Axis? Nah. How did that work?
No. So the lowest elo player picks their faction and map for the matchup.
And Wolfram
Marcel did the first bet. And Wolfram, yes, is the lowest elo out of the two. Ranking third, but like the elo as well with this, just as a note with how the elo has been grinding out, all of the elo is pretty tight at the end of each week. Last week it was a little different, but Marcel has an elo rating right now of 1301 and Wolfram has 1294.8. It is like a game at hand between some of these people, or a loss at hand between some of these people, and down to the people they've fought. So the elo gap isn't as hard. So genuinely, if you're in the top spot, it is a harder fight. But if you win that, it sets you in so much more of a better tone for the future battles to come, especially when we get to the playoffs.
And here we see, chat, little mistakes, in my opinion, from Marcel. Why do fuel refining? Why excavation 1? The moment you take Gapes, you have enough steel, like I said. And yeah, we also have a non-sub in chat who shows non-sub behavior. If Axis has a 50% win rate on this map, why even play it? That's how non-subs talk. That's how people talk that never achieve anything in esports. There's always a path to victory. You just have to come up with new things. People can win as the Axis here. That's just a way wrong way to look at things. But if this is what you're showing, right, it's gonna be hard to get above that 15%, and there's a lot of ways. I think last week just we saw a guy almost win, taking Benghazi almost in the last second. You gotta try and work for it, which is something you need to do. And yeah, really didn't understand that excavation. He's doing excavation too. You know, oftentimes in Hoi 4, when you're overwhelmed and you want to microfast, you just research excavation. I do that often in multiplayer games, but it does nothing for you. Why excavation? There's nothing you need from this. This is a lot of waste of research time, and Wolfram can just sit back in a great position, build up his defense, has beautiful supply. Is he building more units? No. He could build more. And he's just getting stats, entrenches more, getting his Indian Gurkhas. Looking great. He really can just relax and wait for Marcel to do something. Messi once had a 0% win rate at World Cup finals until he won it. There you go. And there we see the first battles. Sorry, you wanted to say?
No, I was just going to say, this is looking a really strong start from Wolfram. I think they came in 5th in last week, so we didn't see them they just got knocked for the post, I think by Dankus last week in terms of the scores. There's quite a few like repeat names we're seeing near the top, and Wolfram's one of them. This new kid on the block, this Ukrainian individual just coming out. We've never seen them play before, but they've been tearing up a storm in the Discord. And this is looking like a really strong competitor.
Yeah, Wolfram coming up. Medium tanks, negative now. Careful with that. He lost the battle of Vadan, but he doesn't care about Vadan. His supply up is right here. That's what matters. I was a bit confused that we saw 25% experience buff there, even though both are in the level 2 brackets. It was a bit weird to me. Let's take another look, chat. Okay, we can see the battle. Wolfram losing tanks quite fast. And let's take a look. And also both players negative on medium tanks. Now I know why the medium tank bonuses are a thing. But Wolfram standing his ground. Vadan not meaning much other than less bleeding. Already almost 300 health left for Marcel. Oh yeah, the medium tank production of Wolfram is lacking a bit. He's working on it. Gets his production bonuses. Oh, he's planning some nice stuff. That is a so-called active player. It might not work, but I love seeing activity like that. Not giving up and saying 15% win rate, I shouldn't even try, like a non-sub. He actually is setting up interesting stuff. And I always love to see that when a player stays active, looks for certain things. And excavation free. What is Marcel doing wasting 300 days of research here on excavation, man? I think he wants to play a trade build. He wants to just trade with the rest of the world, have nice free trade, build up his capitalism, and just look for peace. The research really not making a lot of sense to me here. No, France was banned.
So those Indian Gurkhas are now making it to the line for the allied player. Those are going to be really nice to back up these tank divisions, I think, in certain ways. If you look, because they are veterans.
Oh, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, this is actually gonna be quiet for a moment here while we see this battle play out. This is Wolfram is being pushed back. Well, one of the things I think it is because of the desert tile, they can't entrench properly, so it is harder to hold. Therefore, the attacker's always going to have a slight advantage. But this is breathing room. This is good for Marcel.
If I was Marcel, I will really wait, like Chad is saying, for the final focus. He's doing submarines. Dude, get Gottmidon's massive attack buff and then get Benghazi. That could be the big win here. He's doing very well in the field now. We saw how Wolfram's divisions retreated from Adan and had no orc. And he really used that still. Agent got killed, unlucky. But Wolfram still stands in his supply. As long as he has this line, everything's fine. But it can break very, very quickly. Wolfram now sending the Gurkhas. Actually, no, it's just basic infantry. It's very basic infantry. There's nothing in them. But green on medium tanks. Again, let's take a look at the supply of Marcel, who also is green. The tank productions are hitting very, very hard now. I feel like Marcel needs to unlock his attack bonus. Yeah, the mountain tile not going to work well for him. And this is what it comes down to. Will Benghazi fall or not? We saw this last week, where Benghazi did not fall. It was very close. How much time we have left? 1st of January, right? Yeah, no, we have to look at the health. I forgot.
Yeah, it's the health. Yeah, it's the health now.
300 health left already. And Montgomery getting a lock. 10% defense. Thank you, Tomato. 10% defense coming here for our allied player. 150 PP. He has very good stats. He's defending. War economy missing a bit, but on that is 10% defense unlocked, which he will need badly in a sec. I think the most important question is, we're clicking on Marcel and press F4, and that's what we need to think about. The supply, is he working on it? Yeah, he's building the port of Algea. He's trying to get supply here. Because as always, chat, supply is everything. Needs to wait for supply.
We're seeing Wolfram actually build some forts in Elagalia here, just to try and create another hurdle for Marcel to push through. Trying to buy time for Benghazi, which is going to be a key factor. Actually, there was a good breakdown from one of our qualified players last week. Oh gosh, I've forgotten the name already. Our China player who qualified last week. Yes, Dark, who pointed out essentially where Dankus went wrong with his assault on Benghazi. So there has been theory crafting, there has been matchup crafting from a lot of people on the Discord server on how to attack Benghazi. So I like this activity here from Wolfram, trying to buy himself that extra time because he knows that people have been essentially training to beat Benghazi.
I always am a big fan of fantasizing about a perfect player. I always like to think, what would be perfection here? And one thing I think that makes a player reach the next level, which I think we've seen the national ones, is, do you see it, chat? What will be perfection right now? It's obviously understanding, as Wolfram, that obviously Marcel must be building a supply up right now, right? And what would be really good right now is you go in with a probing attack, you attack Marcel. Look, he's unorked, right? You can literally right-click that. You right-click him, and what you do is you stop his entire progress of the port in El Agaila, which utterly pushes him behind while he's bleeding out. That, I think, is a whole next level move. You understand? If I take this real quick and run back, I wasted 5 minutes of Marcel's time. Maybe even like a behind naval invasion or a paratrooper. Like, that's a big thing people never think of. You use paratroopers only to delay stuff. Paratroopers are not really supposed to kill anything or something, but you delay this port right here. And how long has he been building this? 5 minutes? And yeah, it's just a right click.
I'm just trying to keep a look at, keep an eye on the Navy now. We are actually seeing some contested sea zones, which we are seeing some movement. I am worried for the Allied Navy in the fact that if for some reason Wolfram doesn't keep an eye on it, there could be a moment in which these submarines do enough damage to those garrisons on the islands. We could see some shifting there as well. But then again, Marcel is really running out of time now with 240 VPs left.
Going all in, waiting for the port. Is he getting good mid-ons? Yes, he probably should timing-wise wait for... No, he's not. No, he is. He's slowly going there now. He rather went for 20 submarines other than taking the massive attack buff and the 50% supply consumption. I don't know if these 20 submarines were worth it, but he's just waiting for an all-in now. He's waiting for the right moment. Very unorked. I feel like Wolfram could kill him right now if he wanted to. But this is what often this map comes down to. We're waiting for a big attack from the Germans here. Already forts being built by Wolfram. He's getting ready for this attack. The air war is in Wolfram's side, but it's only as a priority, no CAS. And he's getting Rule Britannia, which doesn't mean much really other than 10 war support, core defense. That doesn't really help him much.
No, Rule Britannia is one of the less powerful ultimates at the moment in the current meta of the mod, because it is very navy focused. The command power increase is nice, having a bigger command power cap, and war support and stability does turn into production, like that's factory output in terms of stability. And the war support is also just really nice because it's core territory defense. But right now, compared to some of the other end cap focuses, our ultimate focuses, it's not the strongest.
The submarines are killing convoys, but that's not going to mean much because Marcel is not even setting up any naval invasions for Malta or Crete. But what I see here tonight with Marcel a bit is a waste of resources. You make 20 submarines, but for what? You're not going to take Malta. You're not even setting anything up. You do excavation for what? You have all the resources you need. He's wasting a lot of time doing stuff that doesn't help him. Now actually crushing through the desert here. Has a supply. He waited for the port and he's crushing this. But still, he needs the supply up. And the supply looking really bad all of a sudden. I think there's a massive mistake. There's a huge mistake by Wolfram. He didn't turn off the sea zone of the Mediterranean. His supply is going through that sea zone. He needs to turn... Oh, that is a huge mistake that a lot of new players do. What he needs to do is, chat, he needs to click this button, which he might do in a second for some reason. He needs to click this button and all the supply is green again. It's a bit of a buggy thing in Hoi 4.
The problem with it is he can't, because if he turns that off, he turns off the supply to Malta.
Yeah, I get that, but if the enemy has almost nothing left... Oh, now more Navy dying for the Germans. You have time, right? Look, he's even sending stuff to Malta right now. You see that? Wait, is that a naval invasion? Wait, where's he going? Wait, he landed! He's taking him!
Wait, oh my gosh!
He took his home!
Back cap! He's back capping!
Oh, he's capping him! Marcel getting outplayed on the highest order. I talked about this. We have an active player here. We see Wolfram doing an unbelievable move. Marcel not defending his ports and now getting capped instantly. Getting treated like he doesn't belong. You're getting treated like an amateur. Thank you, Viking, my brother. And your viewers can see destruction right now. Mamma mia, there's a Viking raid right here, bro. Casablanca going down and Wolfram easily taking game number 1. Marcel just lethargic, doesn't react. Why submarines? Why excavation? Just too... I want to ask you in a sec about this too, Mitch, but what do you think went wrong? But this was just... Marcel felt like I play my meta like I always do. That's it. I have no innovation. I have no good designs. I just play what I learned from the others. And that's it. And he just got his ass handed to him. Thank you, Panda.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but it's one of those things of we were so focused on this front line ourselves that we were like, oh yeah, he's cutting off Malta, and it was only when we zoomed out for that theory crafting did we see this absolute chaos in the back lines.
Beautiful.
Marcel's been cut in half, and we've seen Marcel now in the last showdown. He got knocked out. This showdown, he's now 1 game down. He's really going to have to do some theory crafting of his own. I think you hit the nail on the head saying he does a lot of the metas that other people do. He's a good learner, but the student needs to become the master if they want to get to the playoffs.
100%. Great performance of Wolfram. He outpicked him with the Africa pick and then just played it clean, and he stayed... Many players, chat, right? Like a certain nonce we talked to a second ago, they will just stand there and wait. I'm just defending. Let's see what he has to offer. But he stays active. That's what I love about the best players in the world. They stay active. He looks for weakness. He found it and gets an easy win, man. And people that stay active and look for openings will often be rewarded for that. Beautiful. Well done by Wolfram. But now it's Marcel's turn to choose a map and get his equalizer here. Great performance by Wolfram, making a statement here for being a newcomer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this. It's also a good testament to the fact that we haven't seen all that the Hoi community has to offer. We don't have to always fall back on the names that we're so getting used to seeing. Like even Segel, even people that are like young and upcoming. We've seen them in a lot of tournaments now. But we've got Wolfram, we've got Dark Callus, people that I don't think I've ever seen in any, or at least not in any Commanders games before. But we've got this new blood, this. It's great that we're still seeing a development in the player base, let alone just the meta and the games themselves.
Yeah,
it's great.
That's what I always thought about when I was playing the international and stuff. You need a prize pool. Once there's money involved, you will see people crawl out of the shadows and show their skill. That's how you trigger people to start playing good, right? And you have a young Ukrainian, a young Chinese guy, right, coming from countries where money is a bit more important than in other countries, and you see how they fight for it. They're ready for it, and they're ready to compete for $20,000 prize pool in Stockholm, where you can get your tickets down below by clicking the picture and meet your heroes and watch high-level for esports while being in Stockholm. How nice is that? Huh? How nice is that? You bring your girl. Ha, good joke. And yeah, you have an ID, Midgeman?
Yeah. Sorry, it's in the showdown.
I think I have to pee real quick anyway.
I
want to join the game first.
Same password.
Tommy, you look old as fuck. Look at this, man. Look at this. That looks old, man. Come on, bro. Stop coping. And we got an ID. Question now of this best of 3. Will Marcel find his path into the game? Will he just choose Rhineland or Stalingrad, play his meta and try to out micro? Why not? If he's good at it, why not?
I'm looking forward to
password? No.
Same password as last time. I'm looking forward to when we start getting more maps, because for example, there's a new map dropping this week for the 1v1C.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to see how that will shake up the next qualifier.
Which day? What day is it coming?
Oh, it's coming out on Valentine's Day. It's our gift to. I don't know. It's the 14th of February.
Okay.
So 3 days.
Damn,
3 days.
New map.
And there'll be, and like we said, I think in the before, by the time we get to the worlds, we want 10 maps. The whole map ban pick phase of this tournament is just going to really, I think it's a whole level that the players are still getting to grips with. So many people are comfortable with, say, Rhine, and so many people now are getting almost comfortable with Sonnenblume. And at the gates, when we get a full roster of maps where people will have their favorites, where people will have their strengths and weaknesses, it's going to be a whole other level to the meta.
I can't wait, because I know Speed 5 has crazy production value, that when you're live in Stockholm and you have this big screen like a cinema to look at, how we have these really well-designed pick and ban face animations, You see the maps getting banned and stuff, and 10 maps is a beautiful way to balance stuff. And as I predicted, Marcel is going for his meta standard micro map. Spam your Space Marines and out micro Wolfram here. He's going for the old school. He's just been destroyed by the new school here, and let's see how he does. You can start. I'm just gonna pee real quick.
Oh, has he picked this map? Has he picked? I've seen that he's banned Panzer Group West and they've banned Fifth Guards. I didn't know that they've picked the map, because this is the map that they just load onto. I'm just gonna go double check that, and I'll. Okay, yeah, we're gonna start on in. So chat. Are you guys hyped for the event? Because it's going to be great. And just to do my sales pitch a bit more and continue it, it's not just going to be. I mean, these games are going to be going on all the time. There's going to be so much Hoi content for you to watch in a tournament. On stage, it's going to be on stage. It's going to be, it's going to do fun things on stage. It's not going to just be these games, but also it's going to be taking place at a place called Space Arena in Stockholm, which is in the heart of Stockholm. It's in one of the central islands of the Stockholm archipelago. It is in an amazing area. It is the whole place is a gaming bar, and there's thousands of high-end gaming computers that you can play whatever you want on. There's going to be it is also going to be on Twitch. It is going to be streamed on Twitch, on YouTube. It's going to be streamed in loads of places, but there will be no hype like being there. But also we're going to grab some Hoi devs. We're going to try and grab them down there. There's a whole host of content creators that are coming. Like we've got a full list. Like people like Bittersteel is going to be coming, I believe. I believe I convinced him. Yeah, it's Bittersteel. So we've got K Flores. Even if Dankus doesn't make it there as a player, we're going to drag him along. He lives like 5 minutes from the venue, so I will personally go and kick down his door and bring him on over. There's also going to be Bo, Lath, CMOPS, Swinsport. It's going to that list is ever growing. That was originally 4 people on that list. That list is already 9 people. This is an event that you're not gonna want to miss. There is going to be so much going on there. You want to turn up, right? Anyway, let's Tommy's back. We're gonna get them doing up their setup. My sales pitch is done. We're gonna go back to memes about StarCraft and not having girlfriends. I've done it. Can we have our boy Alex the Rambler? I don't know about Alex the Rambler's availability. I like Alex. I mean, he's a good egg. Old Alex the Rambler. Me and Alex the Rambler come from about like 20 minutes. Like he originates from like 20 minutes down the road from me. And we're both called Alex.
That's sometimes, man, life. I just recently found a German streamer who focuses on German rap. He gets like 2K views and stuff. And he lives right around the corner in my ghetto, in my unknown city. Sometimes, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's really weird when things like that happen. It's also like, do you know Lionheart, the Total War streamer, Lionheart X10?
Yes.
Yeah. He lives like 5 minutes from where I went to university, and we essentially it was PDXCon like 2018. We met, and it was just like, oh, I'm from here. I was like, oh, I live there at the moment as well. That's so weird.
The world is sometimes smaller than you think. There's a great question in chat for you, Mitch. Can we get a Hoi4-themed bus driving us from the airport to the event?
Ooh,
it will be a tank, actually. It will actually be a tank.
No, it will be like what's the little like truck you can get for playing Sweden in Hoi now?
Oh yeah, that Gustav truck from the guy.
Yeah, get a lot of Gustav trucks.
It will be that historical truck, yeah. And yeah, if you think Bo is Q, you can meet him in Stockholm. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So people are beginning their setup. Wolfram's already ready. And we're just waiting on Marcel to prep things. I think Marcel's going to be nervous now. I think Marcel is nervous.
He looked nervous last time. He's building guns only. He did excavation. Why the 20 submarines? He looks a bit shaken in his resolve. He doesn't look set in stone yet. He still needs to find his willpower. Wolfram looking very, very good here. I like how he quickly says ready to show his opponent, hey man, come on. I'm faster than you.
Oh, the mind games element of actually using the text chat and being ready, like before you're actually ready. That's a new level. Yeah. Also, were you looking for the trailer earlier for the event?
Yeah, I didn't see it on Speed 5.
It's on the Speed 5 Hawaii channel. It's on the smaller channel. There's a
we can show it after this game chat.
It's also on the website, so I'm sure many people have seen it if they've gone and clicked and bought their tickets.
I don't actually see it.
It's one of those things of because we were doing so much EU4 content on the main channel, we'd split off some specific stuff for Hoi.
Well, chat, since our players are right now prepping, let's take a little break for a 1 minute commercial break. I see you soon.
A massive event. Today, that massive event is about to become reality. The greatest Hoi 4 event ever made. Only the best players will get a shot at the title of World Champion and the $20,000 on the line. Anyone can join. Anyone can compete. Sign up on Discord. Qualifier showdowns will take place every week over at tommykaylive. You can join us for the first ever Hoi 4 live event in May. There's going to be content creators, there's going to be developers, it's going to be a real who's who of Hearts of Iron.
Production value. Get your tickets, lads. Get your tickets. Is Marcel ready or what? Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Okay, he's ready. I'm going to unpause.
Let's do it.
So, across the Rhine, the old... Well, this is everybody's favorite map, really, like the players, because it's the map where they have to think the least. I think that's what it comes down to. It's a map where the battle line is already drawn, like, geographically. It's the river. It's the key point. The objectives are all around it. If you only have to focus on Navy, if you want to do something, like, crazy out there, the rest of the time you can just focus on the land battle. It's got a simple air zone. There's not much air flicking that you have to do, so it's all about that tank and that infantry micro and building the stats to do so. So I think it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to say no brain, because it does require a lot of brain, but it's, you can focus yourself a bit better. What do you think, Tommy?
Just as you say, talk about air. I feel like we're missing air a lot. Yeah, I often wonder if... I know that all these players, they chill Discord, their friends, they always talk about the meta. I remember when I was in Stockholm, they were all in the same room all day talking about tactics and stuff. And I'm always looking for one guy who breaks through it, who sees something new. And there has to be. This is a very, very fresh mod, a very, very fresh concept of 101 Hoi 4, and there's no way we already have a set meta. And I always like to see and hope that someone breaks through it. I think Wolfram did that a bit, because Mitch just said, this is the map where they have to think the least. What did Wolfram say though last game? He took a map where he knows he has an advantage. He took a map where he knows, I will take you off your balance. And with that, with taking meta players that only know these one-trick ponies, taking them off balance will lead to wins. And now we see if Wolfram can just 2-0 Marcel real quick and go to the qualifiers. Can you tell me more about the qualifiers exactly? What exactly? How many players are you looking for? And how does that go?
Oh, you mean work? The playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, the playoffs. The playoffs. Yeah. So the playoffs is going to be 16 players. So we get 2 each week from this, and it tells you how many weeks we're going to be doing this live here on the TommyKay show. And then, then we've got essentially they will play. They'll then go through a heated battle best of one phase where everyone will play everyone to get a direct seeding.
And if you don't, sorry.
So that's going to be on twitch.tv/speed5, but it's also going to be available on the Steam store for Hoi. It's going to be on the Hoi YouTube channel as well. So it's going to be on all of the official Paradox channels, because they are coming on fully as a partner of this event now. As one thing, and so it's going to be available in loads of places, and it's going to be hosted by me and CMOX, and I'm sure Tommy might make an appearance every now and then. I think you're doing some watch parties of it, actually, aren't you? So if people want to join you for your cozy vibes, super interested on your streams. But
because the 16 are the best of the best. I love that when it's seeded out and you watch the best of the best. I like that.
And we're going to be essentially cherry picking some games from there. We're going to, because each player is playing 4 a day for that period. We're going to stream 4 of those games, and they're going to be best of ones. They're just going to be pew pew pew, because they've got to try and play all 16 players over 6 sessions. So it's going to be Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday for the first 3 weeks of April, and it's going to be intense. And then basically the top 8, they're going to get invited to Stockholm, and the bottom 8, they go home. Would stay at home, should I say. However, it's going to be one of those cases of we then have the even if you don't make the top 8 seeding, if something happens where one of our top 8 can't come, any other reason like that, any sort of disqualifications or anything like that, I'm not saying there will be, I'm just all eventualities, we then go down that list of 8 positions 9 through 16 to pick the next player. So it is still worth fighting for, even if they feel like they're not at the very top.
And there it is. I love it. Marcel actually listening to Daddy Tommy and changing it up. No tank build the first time in these qualifiers. He is doing infantry. He's doing some kind of weird light tank, but his research shows us no medium tanks. He's going against the meta. He's trying something different. I respect that. Still, I think psychologically, a young player like Marcel is a bit under attack here. He calls his division Africa bad, which she might think is funny, but to us, the intelligent Sigmund Freund studying psychologists that we are on Twitch chat, we know that this shows he's still a bit cope mad about the last map. Let's hope his emotions will not get the better of him here. We have a meta strat from Wolfram against an off-meta strat, air infantry from Marcel. Love to see it. The question is, how will he pierce enemy tank divisions? And I don't know what this light tank is supposed to be.
Have you opened the fighter design? It's covertly CAS. It can ground attack. It's got bomb lock. It's got bomb locks on it.
This could be genius if you know your enemy is doing the medium tank strat, and he is not gonna have any air up. That this is a lazy airplane, but if your enemy has no air, you're gonna win it. By the way, what did they ban? I didn't know.
Oh, they've banned 5th Guards Tank Army for the Allies and Panzer Group West for the Axis.
What 5th? Ah, okay, the Russian tank, yeah.
Yes, Russian tanks.
And
We're seeing
Romania
a hungry Romania coming in, yeah. So we are probably going to see Romania, I think, coming in here for because if we open up the .op template from Wolfram here, it already has tank destroyers in. And we spoke about this heavily last week with the tank destroyer meta. You can get more production out of the tank destroyers for a hit to your breakthrough. So they're hoping to go for the tank destroyer build here, the medium TD build, and then we're seeing a Commonwealth 8th Army pick here from Marcel. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. We've got a grand battle plan versus superior fire.
Commonwealth is kind of the most picked we have seen so far, yeah. Anti-tank build. I like to see that from Marcel, showing he's not a one-trick pony. Love to see that so this is Marcel against the meta for his tournament, for his qualifier live here on this weekend. And yeah, Wolfram just playing it super. This is, you could kind of say this is the standard of 101s right now. And he is trying to get this unbelievably strong buff of 35% bonus on medium tank destroyers. Now, once again, if you haven't seen it last week, our Chinese player showed us that. He's making a tank destroyer, yes, but it's not really a tank destroyer. It's a fake tank destroyer. It's kind of a normal tank, but it gets the debuff of tank destroyers, which is a negative breakthrough. But it's a tank destroyer, but it's actually a normal tank. He's just selling it as a tank destroyer to tell his focus tree, hey, I have tank destroyers, give me the 35% production bonus. It's a little trick they found, but there's a breakthrough debuff to it.
It's like one of those like sales at companies. Have you seen those where they slide off like the Black Friday sales and underneath it's the same price?
Yeah. The difference
like,
is
really...
here you lose 40% breakthrough, but you get piercing and heart attack. Yeah, which is not helping so much against an infantry only build here. And this could hurt him, the 40% breakthrough. Yeah. He seems he's gonna be unpierceable though. Is Marcel doing anything against tank? Absolutely nothing. Nothing against tanks. And what the hell? Mitch, do you know what that light tank is supposed to be he's building?
So he's got light tank recon in his division. So I think it's to add armor to his, at least a little bit of armor to his existing division.
2.5 armor though. I might as well just put a blanket above my head and have more defense than that.
Yeah, so one thing that I've seen recently that I don't think it's made its way into the multiplayer scene as much, but have you seen the para-dropped light tank that you can get?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So people they put light tank recon in, power drop light tank, and then light tank flamethrowers in infantry divisions. And like if you've got an abundance of light tanks because they're easier to push out, that you can build up like 18 armor by doing both of those, which is, you know, not huge amounts when we're seeing these space marines, but also it can be enough to for an infantry division instead of, you know, focusing down the artillery route. I'm excited to see if this works, but I am worried for Marcel because he's already doing some naval planning, which is fantastic as well. Like he's going to have the Mediterranean fleet, which means he's probably going to go dominated on that coast and be able to do some stuff. But this tactic from Wolfram is coming out tried and true. Like a lot of people are playing this right now. Yeah, it could be really good, but we've got to see how it pans out.
They've just told me I need to turn all the other light tanks off to see the real stats. Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what you're talking about, Nave. And I'm ignoring you, and I'm just gonna say real quick, there's 3 things certain in life. Taxes, death, and people trying to find exploity stuff in Paradox games. It is what it is, and once again, I feel like this... I hope I'm wrong, but the story of Game 1 continues. Marcel putting his resources where they not belong. Do you need a Mediterranean fleet on the Rhineland? A good player will never let you naval invade them. He's looking for a cheap win here, maybe, with this right here in front of us, chat. I don't want to say out openly, but this looks... when I watched StarCraft, just yesterday, I was watching StarCraft, and again, there's this best player in the world, Cyril, who beats everyone. So there's this guy who just... they're playing best of 5, and it's already 2-0 for Cyril. So the opponent knows, I'm not going to win here. I'm not going to win. So what they do is they just cheese. They get a bit mad. They feel emotional. Speed free. They are feeling, I cannot beat this guy in a standard, so I'm just going to try a cheap, cheesy tactic. Also, I'm exhausted. I'm a bit pissed. I'm just going to try to get out of this quick. And to be honest, this right here, chat, shows to me You're a bit pissed. It shows to me he's scouting. Okay. Let's hope... I don't want to say too much. But even if it works, chat, it's so easy to counter, right? You just do this. Let's see. It looks like the standard of Wolfram could take care of this easily. We'll see.
The thing is, if it draws enough attention, right?
Yeah.
It might allow Marcel to gain gains elsewhere. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's Marcel's looking shaken, and he didn't look this shaken last week, even when he was beaten. I will say, I feel like he's the pressure's up now that he's been into these showdowns twice, these qualifier showdowns to try and get himself to the playoffs. He's got a lot to try and prove, and if we see him in the third week, that's going to start to build on him. If he's like the energy required to actually get to these showdowns each week, time after time, it's going to take a lot of energy out
People
of him. So
have to go through a lot to have a chance to $20,000, but for that money, that's how it works, and it shows we have a nice community. I've seen lately in the last year, especially in international, that young players have a disadvantage in all of esports, right? They're a bit more emotional, quicker to give up, quicker to make mistakes, be shaky. Whereas older people maybe have a bit more experience, they feel a bit more in their saddle, you know? Mm-hmm. We had a young player in the international who just... I think if that guy would have been less emotional, had bit more years on his age, he would have been more confident and would have maybe gotten into the final 8. But it's always nice when young people start esports early, they build a good future for themselves. If they just keep coming, keep grinding, they will always have a chance to be part of something.
Hello, Ginger
Mental
boy.
is a big game in all walks of life. All walks of life, mental comes into it, and I think it's a lot more. I think you're correct. The older you are, the better grasp you have of how the mental effects will attack you and affect you, especially in games and competitions, etc. Because you have to kind of lose to learn that at the same time. But I will say, if a younger person can dedicate some time to making sure they keep calm in the mental, it might look better for them because they have that they have the energy and the speed that older people don't, such as myself and yourself. Actually, no, Tommy, you've still got the speed to do this. I think I don't.
Sorry, I'm looking at this naval battle. There was a naval battle, which shows the naval invasion is coming. Wolfram's not ready for it though. The naval invasion is coming from behind, but I think you can easily counter it by just sending units there. And he gets caught again. He's getting caught again. Wolfram needs to see this, that something is coming here. I think on his screen he has no naval invasion. Alert.
No, not yet. He's also just focused on the fact that he's just lost the battle for Amsterdam. His light tank destroyer division got pushed out there, meaning the victory points have already flipped in favor now of the allies. They were in Axis favor, so we've actually got a 496 going here.
Wolfram is currently not reacting to the naval invasion. He should be fine if he stays calm. If we look at the units, obviously Wolfram's units are much stronger. He has full mediums, missing 5k tanks only. He's getting his siege warfare bonus. Agents getting killed left and right and center. Marcel doing basic stuff. Is the green air on the side? Yes, has green air. No. Again, his air is CAS and green air. Very strong. And the naval invasion is... Where's the naval invasion? It's trying...
It's still being
It's only
held up.
one division left, though. It was intercepted so much. Only one division is attacking now. He was attacking with 7 before. And that's the thing. Naval invasions like that are very hard to turn. Thank you so much for the tier 3 rise. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. And now he gets the alert. Yeah.
How did the Navy get so so hit by this? Is the thing?
They were just engaged all the time. They were just harassed in a way. Yeah, and that's it. This invasion will not work at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be enough at all. I don't think it's even going to trigger anything from Wolfram. So we're back to the kind of static front line that we're used to seeing on this. It is currently Allied favored. Marcel is desperately trying to push the Axis out of Utrecht, give themselves a bit more of a buffer room around Amsterdam, and open up these plains in the north, which is we've seen it time and time again where the Axis fall is when we start seeing a breakthrough up here near Münster, all the way up to Wilhelmshaven. So I think he's trying to open that up, but yeah, green area. It's doing a fair amount right now. We are seeing some cast damage hitting this battle over Utrecht. So if he can build that up a bit more, this could look good.
Chad, yeah, this is not the best of moves because you go into red supply here. It's a cool little meme.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah! Hi, Tommy.
Thank you, Kane. I like these new alerts. It's a cool little move, but you're running without any. You're running without any supply, and now he's actually ready for these. Maybe a bit of overreaction here against naval invasions. The point is, yes, you have green airs, Marcel, but the divisions of Wolfram are so much better since he's playing the metaistic medium tank squads here. Running this design, which is just gonna crush everything Marcel does. I feel like in time, Marcel's gonna be in trouble. He's not doing research. He's a bit overwhelmed, and he never improved this technology. Never is building anything new. He's still building his old light tanks. I think the longer the game goes, the more he's gonna fall apart.
Yeah, I feel like he does need to keep this early pressure up just because he is on a much more of a ticking timer than Wolfram is. Wolfram can play for time, especially if Wolfram's playing the Hungary-Romania path. Their final for the homeland bonus is a supply drop of infantry equipment, towed artillery, anti-tank, anti-air, and support equipment. So their deficits will just be boosted every month coming on in. So they can take the losses early because they know that they'll be getting those later. Sure, it's not your tanks, but the infantry equipment and stuff, that's secure when you get to the end game.
I have a question. For the homeland focus, do I always get the best equipment I've researched?
Yes.
Oh,
I believe so.
That makes so much sense then that you actually get really like anti-tank tune stuff. Yeah, that's really strong. Very nice ultimate here. Very, very strong. But then again, is it really strong? Because if you're already green, chat, because if you get even greener, that's the point, right? He has the manpower though, 300k. But now the question is, where does Wolfram take his next point of Cologne or Amsterdam? He's currently bleeding health, not much though. Careful, the right flank a bit annoying to him. But I'm still waiting for Marcel to. Marcel is overwhelmed. This is the full story of tonight. He's not taking researches. And as Mitch just said minutes ago, Marcel seems off a bit today. He seems very nervous. He seems like he's not in it fully. And his micro is slacking massively behind at the moment. Let's take a look at our Ukraine player, Wolfram here. Which I already am on the axis. He just looks clean. He looks standard and clean. Nothing crazy. He's playing the Real Madrid of Hoi4 here. And just slowly... The question is, when does he attack, though, right? When does he attack? He has the red air debuff. Oh. And yeah, we see night vision goggles and construction from Marcel.
Yep.
Sometimes this is, again, chat, excavation. You know what this is, in my opinion? This is... what I call this is nervous research. When I'm sometimes playing multiplayer, right? Like on Friday. And I'm nervous. I'm like, oh, this is hot, this is hot. What you do is, you press W on your keyboard. You click on a research, and your brain doesn't have time to think, so you just click excavation real quick. You just click excavation, even though I guarantee you, you don't need it. You don't need it. And this is once again something I like. You guys know I like to be a philosopher about what the best Hoi4 player in the world looks like. It's muscle memory. Muscle memory is a big part of esports, and these Hoi4 players need to teach themselves to really quickly W, click, and click anything important. Mostly these things, right? But excavation is just a waste of time here, right? It's just a waste. He could get so much better stuff.
Night Vision 1 is also realistically never going to get researched in this game.
Yeah, this
like he has more of a chance of getting Weapon 3 than Night Vision. So I'm very, especially when he could be picking something like Marines or something to really offset some of the naval penalty. There is actual research here that could help him. That is just being neglected. Like we've discussed how strong special forces can be in this mod, especially with the right build, especially with something like the Commonwealth, where you already get Rangers for free. Rangers on this map are really, they're not called Rangers anymore. Light infantry, because Rangers now exist in the game. Light infantry is so strong on this map because of the forest tile bonuses. With certain special forces picks, we worked out that also like. The strength of Marines get river crossing like bonuses. He's got 130 Navy experience. Put that into the Special Forces Marine tree, get some stronger Marines, make a play for say you know,
Yep.
pushing into Frankfurt, because if Marcel starts to take 3 victory points, we're talking about this with Marcel like he's losing. Right now, he does have the ticking score, but we're looking at Marcel because we know he's going to run out of time soon. So he needs to make these early plays, and that research failure might be the thing that
Yep.
picks him off and stops him from winning this game. He needs to win this.
This is
So
the
that's why
small
we're being
things, yeah.
hypercritical.
This is the small things that make the best player. Here comes the first push. And I have just received news. We have a live feed, only audio, from Marcel's room. One sec.
Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor.
Oh no,
Conductor, we have a
the
problem.
conductor buff
Conductor, we
is
have a problem.
apparently
Conductor, we
coming
have a problem.
for Romania with a 10% attack bonus. Marcel is looking like a big debuff is coming towards him. The conductor is being researched, giving our friend here 10 orc, 50 recovery, and most importantly 10 attack. And I think Wolfram, who looks very standard and really like someone that doesn't make mistakes, he's gonna get the conductor, and Marcel has a problem. And this is gonna, he's probably waiting for this until he pushes.
Yeah, Marcel has had to pull themselves back across the Rhine. They're giving up the Stuttgart area, this little Württemberg pocket that is so often left blank, but also has been the site of many breakthroughs in past tournaments. Is because it's the area of the map that, like, every map I feel like has a jungle, in terms of if you think of like classic MOBAs, like an area in which is kind of, you need to keep vision on, but you don't necessarily need to put your troops because you can't fill the line, or you can't go to this. It's the same in like on Marco Polo. It's that mountainous left side of the map. People have to leave it blank because it's just too much of an area to cover, but you do have to keep an eye on it. Württemberg is the jungle in here, as well as the ocean tiles for this map. And he's had to pull away from the jungle. He's had to stop progressing that advantage, and now he's got to hope to God that his troops can hold across this river, and that we don't see a breakthrough from Wolfram. But I think we're going to start seeing Wolfram make a good push here.
Marcel just looking a bit off tonight here. They have to fight a lot of people to get to these qualifiers, don't forget that. Which shows you, though, that this whole event also is a lot about endurance and willpower. He has a chance to get into the playoffs right now, but he's so nervous. Excavation 2, 500 day night vision 1. It looks like Marcel needs to work a bit on muscle memory, on calmness. On the other hand, though, Wolfram looking super calm. It's like, don't make the joke, no. And For the Motherland is coming. He's gonna have infinite equipment. The question still, though, is he needs to take a city, Amsterdam or Cologne. Needs to take it, otherwise he's bleeding out slowly. Marcel can just hold his defense.
Yep. Marcel played 26 matches this week. Wolfram played 20. So Marcel is just so dedicated. This is another reason why I wanted to do so well, and why I feel like we're picking him up on some of these mistakes, is because he is so dedicated to the scene. He wants to be up there with the greats, and it's just, he needs that just a little bit more collection and improvement on himself to make that breakthrough himself, a breakthrough that his troops so sorely would need right now to win this match. I do like that pickup on what they've gone for, one of the side focuses here before they've picked up Royal Britannia, giving themselves a few more special forces to the scene.
Oh, there it is.
We are seeing the special air service appearing. Are they going to be frontline troops, or are they going to be absorbed into frontline troops, or are we going to see this actually used in some way?
And I think this is where Wolf gets, for the first time in this best of 3, a bit nervous. He was just probe-attacking Düsseldorf, understanding that the river crossing is not helping him very well. A paratrooper being shown. It's the SAS, it spawns in. And Wolfram, right about now, might get a bit nervous. He's looking good here. He has the much better divisions. He's looking not bad. Building anti-air. Yeah, he's getting cast a lot. Only 137 cast though, and Wolfram soon has to make his move. How is he gonna cross over this river? Is he actually in trouble? We're gonna figure that out in these next minutes. But Wolfram needs to move.
I would have loved to seen a more dedicated cast build from Marcel here, because he's got the 150 planes from being the Commonwealth. He's got the 150 fighters. He's got those Spitfires. Having a dedicated cast, especially if he knew that a tank build was coming out, would have been better. I know why he's gone for the Fighter 2 option with the bomb locks. It's so he could fill up those same fighter divisions, air wings, and so they can sort of be intermixed a little bit. But yeah, I would have liked to have seen more dedicated cast, because I think it would be doing a bit more damage. But that being said, it is probably the thing that's helping him hold on right now.
It's getting pretty nerve-wracking now. I was seeing Wolfram far ahead, but he still has to make that move into Amsterdam or Cologne still.
I think it's going to be a Cologne push, if anything. Because what we see happen a lot, we see tanks get pushed into the sort of the Dusseldorf Eindhoven pocket, and instead of cutting off Amsterdam because of these urban tiles being a lot stronger, you can normally push down easier into like Maastricht, and then if you're in Dusseldorf, you can push Cologne from more sides. Essentially, you can attack it from more angles, and there we go. We are actually seeing a push towards Dusseldorf right now.
You could have gone range though, Chad. Yeah. Nice counter push though. That's how you counter people. And like I said, this is probably where Wolfram gets nervous for the first time. I can't break the river. What do I do? And you could start considering that Marcel is outplaying the meta a bit. You're sure you have your fancy tanks, but over a river they ain't doing so well. He's going anti-air 2 though in order to counter some of the cast. 28 days till that's happening.
Well, that's going to be really good because if he gets the anti-air 2, that's going to keep getting dropped in for the homeland. He's not even going to have to dedicate factories to it because it's going to just start being pumped out by that bonus. So he's going to have to wait 2 months and he'll be full on anti-air.
And we see Chad has totally right. We talked about this earlier. You know what the big issue is here of Wolfram? He made the tank destroyer meme, and we just talked about this. Sure, you produce tank destroyers like a maniac, but your tank destroyers, which I can't see right now for some reason, they have a 40% breakthrough buff. And what he needs right now is breakthrough. He doesn't need piercing or anything. He needs to break through. And a 40% breakthrough buff is applying to all his built tanks. He could be running the problem because he chose Romania here maybe. Time, he has still a lot of time though. 300 health left. He's looking for solutions. He's not staying lazy. He's upgrading soft attack, his anti-air. He's getting better and better there. He's getting his school of attacks. He just unlocked... Oh, he clicked it instantly. That's micro. He just unlocked a buff on a general and instantly took it. That was nice. Adaptable, yeah. That's...
You love to
Wolfram
see this is like... Yeah, Wolfram is looking like a really strong player. Someone who, even if they don't make it through this week, I think we will see a few times. And I hope to goodness that we see them in our playoffs, and maybe even through to the grand final, because they are looking like a very strong player. We're seeing that a lot. We're seeing a lot of strong players here. Something that you could also be too. Okay, I'm going to keep on with the sales pitch every now and then. You give me a chance to do a sales pitch, I'll do it. But no, Wolfram is just looking really, 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 really confident as a player right now, and yeah, it's good. I'm glad that we're seeing this from them. This is their first showing, I think, on our live broadcast, and it hasn't thrown them. They're still solid. They're still pulling through on this game. Like, yeah, they're looking to be a decent addition to the scene.
And I just was about to say, we see the difference between Wolfram and Marcel. Now he clicked it. He instantly clicked the bonus on his generals, and Marcel took them very late. Looks like someone helped him a bit. But it's starting to look good for Marcel. His cast is amazing right now with the plane design. I didn't understand it first. Now I understand it. Calm down. But very actually genius. I always shit on Marcel a lot. But I want to be honest here. His plane design is genius. It's a very trash-looking plane in terms of multiplayer meta. But he knows I have green air anyway. So he makes the cheapest plane possible and now has so much cast on his enemy. That is a very genius play. Very perfectly done. And Wolfram is really struggling to break this river. Are we actually going to see game number 3 maybe? Is it actually happening?
If we see a game number 3, what map do you think we're going to go for? Because it will be Wolfram to pick again. And we've seen they picked Sonnenblume to start us off because they wanted that map victory.
It's a good question.
Are we going to get that? Are we going to get at the gates? Are we going to get something like Nordwind?
Wolfram picked Africa first, which shows me he's a guy that looks for technical wins. I win over you because I know more techniques than you. I'm not the better micro player. So it feels a little bit Scandinavia, Northwind-like to me. He doesn't seem like a player that wants these big front micro wars. Especially after this, he feels like I need to snatch another victory fast. Maybe with an allies on Nordwind, taking Narvik fast and just hold. The big story of this best of 3, so I always like to give a story to best of 3. The story is, can Marcel find the path? that is needed. And right now, he is fighting it here in game number 2. He is holding that river. The tank destroyers that have a 40% breakthrough debuff of Wolfram are not good enough to break through over this river. The debuff is 20%, exceeds this combat with enemy air support minus 40%. And Cass in the battle, and Cass, the stats are massively against him, and this could be the end of Wolfram here, leading us to game number 3. Very surprising. And it shows you what's so important in the beginning, in the first minutes of the game, to go behind that river. Get Cologne, entrench yourself, maybe get Amsterdam, right? You need that point. The first minutes matter a lot. The early game matters.
If this goes to a map 3, I can 100% see Wolfram banning 8th Army, because this is 2 maps now that Marcel has used this on. Right? Oh no, they used it in the first one. I can just definitely see this faction getting banned because of those fighters. And do you know what's wonderful here is, I think both of us were saying it last week, and I think we even said it a little. I think you said it in the invitation, the international as well, quite a bit. Is people are forgetting to do Cass these days, and Cass is king. Like that's a you phrase. And Marcel's come out and said, you know what? Let's go back to what we know, and it's unraveled the meta in one map.
Look at here. There's just no way he takes Düsseldorf. He should look at these stats and realize there's no way in hell you take that. Sure, you break some, but the counter pushes are beautiful. Great micro. And there's just no way this is going to work right now for Wolfram. The Cass is just too much. Yeah. I like to see this though. I talked about this some minutes ago, that we have this big meta of medium tank spam, and I was actually saying for the game, I wish I see some air. And now we have a game where Marcel has proven it to us that he is not a one-trick pony. He did something different. He didn't just do the medium tank spam like Leonard will do, and he might just get a victory out of this now. Looking beautiful for him right now. Really nice.
And Wolfram's got so much logistics. Like there's 12k guns. There's another like 1k medium TDs. Get some more. You've got 300,000 manpower as well. Train some more troops. Why is it they're not training enough troops? Like, considering like Marcel has used all of his manpower. He actually had to undo some of the troops he was training because he drained it to 0. It's now not 0, but Wolfram has 300,000 troops. He could make a stack, push through the south, trigger something elsewhere.
Good micro. This is I know a lot of viewers are bit newer and not very competitive from Hoi 4, and that is high level Hoi 4. He attacks, but you counter attack and give a 30% debuff to the enemy attacker, which being in multiple battles, 30% debuff, I think. We could see it in a second. You will get a debuff of, but the Cass, there's just no way. Now Wolfram, and you see that? Now we can see the debuff. Ah, shit, I can show you.
It's a 50% debuff.
50? It's 50? Wow! That's so big.
From being engaged in multiple combats.
Which almost feels like you want to attack this and this first and then engage. But I was calling Marcelo one-trick pony first, and now Wolfram looks like his standard build of medium tanks isn't strong. He's doing Marines. I like how he's staying active. He's not giving up. He's doing the Marines. Maybe a bit late, but now he is the one getting punished for a metaistic play.
Marcel's been in the scene a long time. He's seen a lot of the other metas. Wolfram's completely new. He's probably never even really fought the air metas of old. Like the old Cass builds, like, because Cass became so prevalent, I think, in like season 2, and Marcel was playing back then. I wonder if Wolfram is now like,
he got pushed.
He got, he
but
just
Marcel is staying ultra calm. He doesn't take it. He knows he's got it here.
He needs to not break his entrenchment as well, so he needs to make sure he just pushes them away.
This looks great for Marcel here. I'm excited. I'm a big fan of this, and seeing game number 3 when everybody's nervous and a lot of nations are slowly getting banned. Because when you ban a nation, it's banned for the whole best of 3 chat. And Wolfram looking ultra now. Like, this is the only path he knows. It is Düsseldorf or bust. There's no other idea. And now Wolfram, who took really easily game number 1, is against the ropes, and we might be seeing a game number 3. And like Mitchman said, it's going to be so interesting what map Wolfram is going to choose here. Will he just choose standard? Let's do a micro one Stalingrad. Or is he going to pick a map we haven't seen yet on my stream on the qualifiers, which is Nordwind. And don't forget, Mitch said today, next week we're getting a brand new map. Is there maybe one little piece of mini spoiler information you have for us? Like a little...
Sure. Marcel's very at home here.
What? The Balkan map? Or maybe Italy versus Balkan. Oh man, now you're interesting me. Dude. Something here, huh, I guess.
I can send you a screenshot of the map if you want to see it.
But just for me, or?
Maybe. We can keep with you. Maybe you show it at the end of the stream.
Okay, show me. I'm not going to show it. I just want to see. I'm like a big fan of
okay,
this.
hold on. I'll grab you a
Screenshot of the new map. Chat, what
hold
kind
on,
of
let me
maps
go to
would
the
you
bedroom.
like to see in these 101 mods? I'm a big fan. I know it's ultra cancer people. I would like a map here where Navy and island hopping is ultra important. Thank you, Lord. Thank you very, very much. Like a water map, yeah. A water map or something. Players are often complaining though that water maps are very broken stuff, which I disagree. You just have to show a lot of skill and be very active.
Basically, if there's a water map, you've just got to, you know, get good. That's how, yeah.
I'm waiting for the screen. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. At the end of the stream, guys, we're showing the screenshot. That's also like oh, I'm gonna say nothing. That is interesting as hell, yeah.
I think the VPs have moved since that screenshot, but that gives you a good scope of the key points of that map.
Very interesting. I will show at the end of the stream, guys, the brand new map coming out next week. As it seems like Wolfram has no answer to this. He's staying active with Marines and stuff. It just seems too late. Lisa texted me, your food is ready. I will get my food after this game. And then we probably have a game number 3. The health is dropping lower and lower. And Wolfram just has nothing to offer. It's just pure tanks into Düsseldorf. Anti-Soviet Corporation doesn't help at all. Marines level 2. Is he designing a Marine here? Let me see. Oh, interesting. He made the copy of OP, which is now... What is the bonus of these Marines now? River crossing. 21%. That could work. That could work. Yep. This is... I like how he's staying active. He's not giving up. I love it. But the division is not on the front line. He needs that division on the front line.
I think there is going to be a few in here. Maybe because there's a few that are green here. I think they might have just been flipped.
I'm checking all of them around Düsseldorf. They're all the old division. He needs to switch. There, he's just switched. And there we go. Viking Raiders have entered the fray. Wolfram, I have a lot of respect for that. Showing activity. He's losing the north, be careful. He sends the light tank. But this is his last all-in. Doesn't give up, though. I love to seeing that. He is not thanks Mimicus. And these Vikings are attacking with the green number here. A big buff since the Marines are here, but still the air superiority, the low supply, multiple combat debuff. I think there's a big mistake. He needs to attack here and here first. The 50% debuff is too heavy, but he's trying very, very, very hard. He's getting cast. The air is not with him. And Marcel just even broke Arnheim. This is not gonna work. After all, he needs to attack Eindhoven and Cologne to make sure there's no counter from the side. He is very all in here, but he's getting denied. He tried, though. I respect that. He didn't give up. Made the Marines. But his health is going to drop to 0 soon.
It also shows, I think, both the audience and the player base that the tank meta is not infallible. It is not the be-all and end-all. There is a... I don't know if you've been on the Discord at all much, Tommy, but we have a suggestions room, and so many people are suggesting the banning of Space Marines, right? And it's just like, there is an over 1,000 message forum thread on our Discord about banning Space Marines. It is the most active conversation, and I think this matchup has proved the thing that we of casters have been saying is like, we don't need to ban the Space Marines because they are not indestructible. They're not unbeatable. It's very, you know, with good terrain, good planning, and a well done division, you can just counter them like this. And we're down to 54 VPs now against the meta versus a more standard old battle template, and it's just worked out.
I also often think that people that they are too fast with this. Saying Space Marines are too broken in a very, very fresh mod and version is just not often the truth. There's always counts to this. I still believe, talking to Leonard, you guys could tweak a bit the production bonus some factions get. Like 35% medium tank production could be like 25 or something, but there's counters, and Marcel has just shown it. Beautifully seen. I love seeing this. We have a game number 3 here, lads. Wolfram not able with his meta Space Marines to break this river. His early game was not... He wasn't conquering enough in the beginning, and it looks like game number 3 is upon us. 35% medium TD. Yeah, that seems... You know... I mean, as a developer, you want to always look at what everyone is doing and then tweak that a small little tiny bit. Like, balancing is always like, you have to be very tiny little changes.
Yeah, and one of the things that we've also noticed as well, and it's not actually that prevalent right now, maybe a little bit with PGW, but in the past, for example, just the US 12th. US 12th Army was always the faction that everyone was like, oh, it's OP and he's changing it. We changed it so much, but people still kept going with it, thinking it was the OP faction, even when it wasn't. And now, I don't know when the last, like, we've done so many of these now. It's like, when was the last time that was played? When was the last time somebody played that faction these days? Because it took so long to get it out of the community mindset that it is the best faction.
Yeah. That's what I like. When I do one-on-ones with my community, I do random. Everybody has to random their faction pick. And it forces me to think about new stuff. For example, I get Italy with light tanks. I'm like, okay, let's try some kind of light tank division or something. Maybe oftentimes when people train, they're too stuck in, okay, this is the meta, I will only do this, this, and this. But
yep.
Looking at StarCraft, the best player in the world of all time, Cyril, he always, even though he's the best in the world, he has millions of dollars and doesn't have to play anymore. I watched his stream, he sits down and he theory crafts, he looks at new things. Like, he is strong enough to beat everyone, but still he sits down and he will probably go like, let me play Italy 10 games, see if something is viable. If not, it's not, but let me try, right? And GG, game number 3 is upon us, lads. I like it. I want to actually be here for the map pick, because that's mad interesting.
Yep.
Good job. Game number 3. Very exciting. I'm gonna get my food after they pick the map, because I'm quite excited on what they're picking. Oh.
What are you having for food?
I have no idea. I will see in a sec. There's sometimes a bug where I can't leave. Here we go. Let's go to their channel, because I want to hear what they're doing.
Go for it.
Okay, let's hear their picks, boys. And then I'm getting my free food. Tommy leak? Always, man. Always leaking. Okay. Wolfram needs to unmute. And then he has... Does he have map and faction pick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Server
there
is up.
He is.
So is the ID. I will send that to you now, Tommy.
Wolfram brother 1-1. You have a map and faction pick.
I'm picking China.
China, Marco Polo.
Okay. And Allies or Axis?
I'll do Axis. Okay.
Okay, Axis on China. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm ready and AFK for a second.
So, Marcel.
Game number 3, lads. Shit's
what
getting
faction
serious.
are you banning?
Last missing. What's banned already?
So, Panzer Group West, Imperial Japanese Navy. Are the current Axis bans.
Panzer Group West and Imperial Japanese Navy, so I'm probably just gonna ban Romania then.
Okay. And Wolfram, what's your ban?
I'm banning. How called? You know, like the game he did before. I don't remember his names.
What?
The thing you did before, like before in Under Islands.
The
Army.
Commonwealth 8th Army. Yep.
Yeah.
The thing that you've no worries. Okay, so that's Commonwealth 8th Army, 5th Guards Tank Army, and also French forces, Free French forces that are banned for the Allies. Good luck, everybody. I'm gonna do the. I'm gonna get us into the game, and you can do your pre-clicks whilst Tommy is getting his food. So, chat, I think you're left with me for a moment. We are on Marco Polo Bridge, which is our China map. This is a huge it's just a huge map. The biggest things about this map is a 3 VP map. You have Beijing, Taiwan, and Qingdao, and the battle lines get drawn essentially between Taiwan and Qingdao. There's all along this big old river. It has two main features in. It has the plains where a lot of the fighting take place between the 3 VPs, as well as the river the ocean that doesn't really get touched. But then there's this huge section of mountain and desert to the left side of the map, which people can't really focus and push down. But it sometimes we see advances through it. Oh, Tommy leaked the map because of the message from me earlier. Well, now you guys have seen it. He was going to show it at the end of the stream. It just means you get it early. You know, that's all.
Man's gotta eat. Game number 3. Woo!
What did you get? What food?
It's... Oh, Gammel. I need to ban Gammelteig. Anyone else? Anyway, oh, wait, I need to ban some people. Give me a sec. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, there you go. I can explain in English. You have pickled... oh, this is my English limit. Pickled cucumbers, and you cut them into little things. Then you stir them until they're really soft. Then you have some onions, rice, and salmon. And some dill. Dill? D-I-L-L?
Yeah, dill.
Dill. Yeah.
Interesting.
The Great Purge. Anyway, game number 3. I love game number 3s, because then everybody is... There's no stomping. It's ultra close. Advantage for Wolfram. He lost access on Asia. I want to hear your opinion, Mitch. Why access on Asia? What is the advantage of that?
Well, the thing is, with Access on Asia, they have the closest step to one of the VPs, it being on the border, and if you can get your supply under control, it is the stronger position. That being said, it's actually a pretty even map in terms of, I believe, in win rate and also push through, where it comes down to people's build. It is also one of those maps where a lot of players will completely negate the ocean. It's nothing that you really need to worry about. The real danger on this map is this mountainous region, which people sneak and snake through sometimes, the jungle area of this map. The supply is slightly Axis favored, but at the same time, with a good enough attack, it can be Allied favored just as easily. The Allies have a good defensive river that they can hold behind, build up, and then push over. It's going to be an interesting one. I haven't seen this map played in a long time, so it will be a very, very, good to see with the new balance. Plus, I think one of the reasons it's being picked is there's a lot of planes, which makes good for tanks. Romania got banned. I mean, it's probably, if Wolfram sticks to the tank builds, he's going to pick Hungary this game.
What was banned on the Allies?
Commonwealth 8th Army.
Yeah.
So it's Commonwealth 8th, France, and the 5th Guards that are gone. And so if we see tanks from the Allies, it will probably be Canadian this time around. If we don't, who knows what we'll see, actually, from Marcel. I'm looking forward to seeing what Marcel picks, if he goes back to the tank meta or if he tries something else different.
And yes, Wilma, my favorite Nurgle warrior. There will be more faction picks and much more maps in this mod. This mod is very active. You should all subscribe to it. This mod is the future of esports, especially because you don't have to host 20-man big games. And you can get tickets for the Hoi4 Worlds in Stockholm, meeting Tommy K, Mitch, Bokuin, and watching Hoi4 Esports on the biggest level in Stockholm. Get your tickets down below and make sure you get one. They might be gone soon. You gotta be fast. I think also we're giving away some on the stream soon.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
We'll be giving away some on the stream. I don't think today, but we'll sort that out for maybe for next week.
No stress.
Or maybe
the
final one. We'll do. Maybe we'll do.
How's it gonna work? We're making like
qualifier.
a game, or do I choose who, or how's that work?
I think it's up to you how you want to give them away.
Because I think you have to choose someone that can still like do the logistics of actually getting there and stuff. Yeah. But we might be giving away some tickets, chat. You know, only nice people though. Be nice. Don't leak anything. And Marcel always taking his time reading up. There we go. He's ready. Year number 3. Whoever wins does not have to play for weeks and go to the playoffs.
Okay. And they're ready. So we're going to get this on the go.
After this, don't tune off chat. Don't watch boring streamers like XQC. After this, Nave versus Dankus. Maybe the
that's
two
gonna be
most
such a good
well-known players in Hoi 4 one-on-ones. Nave and Dankus are kind of the most well-known. Dankus losing last week. He has to make up for it. And we see the openers, lads. I'm giving the stage a bit to Mitch here, as I'm just quickly making sure I have something in my stomach.
No worries. So yeah, like I was saying whilst Tommy was getting his food, this map is all about it's a 3VP map. We do often see quite a lot of paratrooper drops on this map, especially over the mountain VP over in Taiwan. I need an accurate pronunciation of this place. But if you can drop onto it, it's easy to hold because of the mountain tile. And then the other key areas to look for is Jinan and the tile one step north of Xiamen, as well as the below Zhengzhou, and then between Xiamen and Zhengzhou. That is the main supply for this entire main battle region. It is a ring of supply hubs that gets fought over brutally. The control of this supply and the contesting this supply is arguably more important than a lot of the VPs on this map. If you get the Jinan supply hub, you often win the Qingdao Peninsula War. If you get the control of Xiamen as the allies and get the push there, you control Taiwan and Qingdao, for certain. If as the Axis you can push through and get Jiangsu and the supply hub in the Henan province, you can start effectively attacking Wuhan and the actual Hangzhou and Nanjing of the Allies base. It is really, really important and imperative to keep an eye on these supply hubs. That's where the main battles are going to be over.
And we already have exciting news. The Axis player, our Ukrainian Wolfram, who chose this map and faction, the Axis, is not showing behavior of medium tanks. Artillery 2 it is. Still looks like a flame tank coming here with the engineers, but a very different approach now. Wolfram, not a one-trick pony that only knows one build. Both players going flaming tanks. But it doesn't look like we're gonna see the good old medium tank spam just yet. There's the light tank, once again, that Marcel likes so much. He uses this as a reconnaissance. He uses that as a reconnaissance unit in his army. And we have a very different approach here now from both players. I like to see that. Well, is it still tanks? He's running it down a different route, though, now. He can always get the gun here. Actually here. In the improved anti-tank upgrade. But if you try doing it via the artillery, you get it much later, you see? No, wait. Wait, where's the improved medium cannon? Where's the improved medium cannon? You don't even get it. So yeah, this is not a tank build at all. You get it very late. Advanced artillery unlocks a second gun, which you actually could get right here, much earlier. So this behavior cannot be tank behavior. I don't think so.
It could be a push to try and get some rocket artillery earlier, possibly, and try and go for a superior firepower build.
Now he's building a medium tank, though. What the hell is he doing?
Interesting.
He's building medium tank. All about breakfront defense, no reliability, 45 reliability, and a medium howitzer, soft attack tank. He is going for a howitzer tank, which is a so-called soft attack tank, chat. It's against infantry. And if he's actually predicting his opponent has only infantry, which is not the case right now, he's also doing a medium flame tank and light tanks. I like how in this mod you have to always kind of predict what the enemy is doing. Scouting is important, thinking is important. You need to spy on your enemy to know what they're doing.
Yeah, the intelligence game and utilizing the intel ledger correctly is really, really useful. That's the other thing, though, of going into the flame tank earlier rather than a standard tank. On the intel ledger, it's going to look like that the allies are building tanks, but they could just be supporting their infantry with tanks. It's actually a really good play to make sure you get that in your build early, because if the Axis will then dedicate time and effort to, say, countering those tanks, expecting tank divisions, expecting those Space Marine divisions, they invest their infrastructure, and it turns out, oh no, that was just flame tanks. you know, it's a big deficit that could have been used to, say, counter the infantry. Interesting pick coming here from Marcel, though. We're seeing the Norwegian campaign being picked, which means we're either going to get Norway or the Combined Operations Headquarters, the Special Forces, the UK, the British Special Forces.
I really wonder what he's going to take here. I don't know yet. He's doing his airplane again. Once again, showing great skill here. Yes, it's the same airplane, but this time 50% more range because Asia air zones have more range needed. And he's once again trying to get his green arrow of cast, which is really great from last game. His opponent, no anti-air, struggling a bit with the micro, not taking a research here, being off there some seconds. And it is a Hungary pick. It is Hungary, which is pretty much a tank build once again. It seems a bit like a repetition of the last game. Air Marcel against medium tank Wolfram. That weird as reconnaissance light tank being a big thing here still again.
This is going to be a really big test then. This is going to be a really big test for the meta, because if the medium tank Space Marine build loses again to air, I think everyone's going to watch these games and go, oh, the meta has just been shook up again. I think that's what we'll see. I think so many people have gotten comfortable that Space Marines are the meta. You know, they're like full on, you know, it's that whole thing of like, yeah, to put it into 40k terms, it's like, yeah, the Imperial Man really relying on its Space Marines when actually Imperial Guard doing a lot of work.
Oh, a connoisseur.
You know, there's like, oh yeah, you know, we send the Space Marines in, they'll fix the job. But you know, sometimes you got to go back to the air superiority actually winning the game here.
Makes me also wonder about Nathan Tanks who watches right now. What are they getting from this? Are they really set in stone? Like they sit there like, I will play what I'm preparing. I don't care what they do here. Or do they learn things here? Do they see things that work well? There we see a nice little trick coming out of Marcel.
Oh.
Nick just said, I'm getting worse by watching this.
That's really good. No, so we're okay. I really like this pick. I really like this pick from Marcel. I spoke about how important paratroopers can be, especially around that mountain province and that mountain VP. And even with that, you know, day one no drop. If the enemy's relying on tanks, they're not gonna be able to contest as easy. He knows that he's gonna have to do something special, get that early advantage, start that VP bleed, get in a strong position. And this is a good way of doing it. This is Marcel using his brain. This is what we called for in map 1, where we were saying, and also little bits of map 2, we were just like, Marcel, you've been playing so much, you're using everyone else's tactic. Come up with something yourself, and here we have it. And I think this is huge. This is huge.
Very interesting. Marcel, really becoming a fan of this. I love when players are different and come up with new stuff. And playing right side, I just deleted everything. Right side Norway. I have like a thing. Does anyone else in the world have that? Sometimes my mouse goes on the second screen and I have like a spasm in my finger and I turn off my browser. Happens like once a week.
Oh my god, you know, you're right. I've accidentally closed my browser because of misclicks like that before. Yeah, that's 100%.
Like there's a ghost inside my soul that was like, don't stream, it's bad for you, turn it off. It's weird.
It'd be worse if you accidentally closed OBS though.
Thank you, Dev. And very interesting game coming ahead of here. Howitzer tank, also something I've never seen in 101 before. A Howitzer tank. Once again, let's take a look at the MK41. He's looking for the Howitzer 2. This is a big soft attack tank. This is crushing infantry, and our allied player only has pretty much infantry with a little bit of armor that is not worth talking about in it. The armor is 5.5, means nothing. Could be strong. Once again, it's so important to debate, to talk about this in the philosophy of what a 101 truly is. The beginning matters so much. We saw it last game. If your enemy can actually entrench themselves behind the river and have 2 VPs, you're in trouble. You need to get in the big early game. Taiju run is so important here, and if what Marcel is planning is actually going to work, he already has 2 points. Can entrench in a hill here. Is it a mountain even? A mountain even. And already has a massive free speed. Yeah. Already has a big advantage here. The first seconds matter so much.
Yeah, one of the huge things as well about this faction pick for Marcel here is they actually get heavy fighters rather than standard fighters, so they're going to have a lot longer range. It's going to be better on this longer air zone. It's going to be able to protect those transport planes as well quite a bit. I really like this pick. This pick is super good for this map, honestly, especially on a no tank build, especially if you're going to rely on air a little bit more. This is going to set Marcel up for a strong position, but he could misplay it. It could always misplay it. It's always a possibility. Also, the infantry breakthrough
It's
and
hella
production that
laggy.
you get from
Is
brain
that
guns is
only
also
me?
just super good. Super good.
And our Axis player Wolfram here doing both weapons, unlocking the improved medium cannon 2 and the second howitzer. Hopefully that's not too much he wants to do, but look at the strong focus 3 of Hungary, spawning in 400 medium tanks. That is very strong. I was just looking at his deficit, but he's going to take care of that very, very fast. You know, we're reaching a level here where the build-up and the macro is interesting, but not everything. The micro will matter so much. Who's going to take VPs first? Who's going to entrench in the right positions? Who will have the supply hubs? And the paradrop from Marcel could be a huge tool in that, making sure his early game is as strong as possible. How far we... Oh, 8 days. We're about to have the war. Stuff is getting interesting. Still 1k tanks missing here. Oh, well, now it's 600 since the spawn-in. And let's take a look at the equipment of Marcel, who's missing 12k guns. 12k guns is a little bit... Is he spawning them somehow? No. He has a -5 production bonus, but the boy is missing 12k guns, and there's nothing to get them from right now.
Yeah, I feel like the deficit... It's deficit spending. It's going to be one of those things of if he can survive some initial engagements because of terrain, that deficit isn't going to matter as much because he will make that back, because I think that's one of the things about investing into the air and also these tanks a bit more is taking away from the guns. But hopefully he's making 124 guns a day. He'll be out of that soon. Well, it's because they have that one delay. Yep. There's the day one delay. Oh. No contested for the air, so they still go off. Qingdao, Taiwan's going to fall. Troops are going to be rushed towards Qingdao. No counter naval invasion coming in from the Axis. It's all about a land war for them. So they've lost a lot of ground. Now, Marcel needs to take Jinan and grab the supply there, and then Qingdao is going to be secured. It's about going to be connecting Taiwan. If he can grab that Xiamen, the Hebei province supply hub just to the north of Xiamen, that will be huge. It will mean the Axis have to work really hard to push in.
Yes, very, very good early game for Marcel. Don't forget, Wolfram picked the Axis here, looking for an advantage. Will he actually have it or not? Currently looking beautiful for Marcel. Might even get this one, chat, which is massive. Not going for this one. He doesn't think he needs it. Connecting supplies, very important. A lot of people, a lot of newer players know F4 don't understand. You need to press F4 and connect your railways. So the case of your supply hub, you need this tile to connect to the railways. Well done here by Marcel, who even gets another one.
He's grabbed the Xiamen one that I pointed out earlier. This is a huge get for Marcel. It's going to be really hard to push into this from those planes because it's planes into a hills supply hub there. It's the Axis favored supply hub. It should be the one that they utilize to push in. Now it's going to be a really strong defensive line here for Marcel. This is a really good opening line here.
The Hungary player doesn't even go further. He knows this is my line. I'm just going to be... defensive here, build up a nice army, and then maybe beat you later. But currently, Marcel leading, has a great position here. It's planes, and he's facing a medium tank enemy. And we all know medium tanks and planes are as good as friends as... oh, God, I'm about to... I have to be careful. I was about to make a bad joke. As Joe Biden and the hair of young girls. And we have to be careful that doesn't happen here. And now the first attack is happening, but this is the problem right here. This supply is a huge problem. You had a very weak early game here. You didn't take much, and this is why you're seeing red supply. You're gonna have a big issue. He needs this one badly. Is he building any supply? No. Wolfram, let's be very careful here what he's doing. His opponent, perfect supply. Don't know why no one is taking this right now. But Wolfram looks so defensive, so passive. Just feeling satisfied with his one victory point. He's probably hoping he runs away with tech. But this was the debate we had here for a long time here, chat. The early game matters. The position you find yourselves in matters. It's like Mikado, man. The first throw where the Mikados fall determines the whole gameplay.
Holy moly. I'm gonna look just right above your head on stream, Tommy. Look at what Marcel's doing. Like,
Oh.
Like,
It's not
that's
gonna
such.
work though.
Don't think it will work, but it's also one of
Yeah.
those things of just like he's being so proactive right now as a player, which is something which, like, you've talked about this. Let's just be keeping it going, keeping it up, even if you're in the strong position, keeping an attack going, trigger things, make things. I think Marcel is just like he's shaken off those jitters that we've seen in the first 2 games. He really has, and he's come out fighting this game. He really wants to be a qualifier. He wants to make it to the playoffs, and if he keeps up like this, I think he's going to.
I must be saying, I don't really understand the early game for Wolfram here. It looked very weak. There was no activity from him. And giving even these 2 supply ups away, I didn't really understand. It looks like he's looking for a late win, a late game victory. Does he have any issues of trade? No trade issues. Almost out of steel. Gotta be careful with that a bit. But he's just building very standard stuff. Marcel is doing too. I yet have to see the edge Wolf has over Marcel to take this game right now. Marcel almost having green guns. Marcel getting better and better equipment here. I still don't really understand the trees so much. He's now spawning in Mountaineers. The focus tree. Legacy of Attila coming for... Wolfram, but he doesn't use motorized. He doesn't use motorized, mechanized, cav. This is not going to help much. He's getting a big cavalry bonus, which he doesn't use at all. A useless focus from here. And he's losing all these battles.
I honestly think this was the wrong pick for Wolfram here. I think he's so used to the Space Marine meta that's evaluated that the natural pick for him for that, obviously, once the Panzer Group West is gone, once 4th Army Romania is gone, is to go hungry. That is kind of the line of operations for people. And it's one of the things of you've got to... Players in this wider league have to shake off that idea that it's one meta that'll fix all. Because if you end up in the live grand final in Stockholm, that's a best of 5. Which means after 3 games, there's going to be no more... Like, if people ban the same way, there's going to be no more factions for you to play if you're playing as Axis. Like, this, again, if it's... So, I actually think right now, right here, the factions to go for would have been probably... It's going to be one of the Finland factions, I think, would be a much stronger pick for this map as it is right now. Or even IJA, going down the Mass Assault Infantry route with that warrior spirit, with that breakthrough. I don't like the tank pick here right now, especially if you're not going to get aggressive early with it. Especially if those aren't dedicated tank divisions to utilize those planes. If you're using the Space Marines, it's just... I think it's the wrong call for this map.
I was a little bit sad about Marcel today, who just got a lot of divisions encircled. Careful of that, but he is planning something big. He is planning something huge. Don't even have the range for it. But actually losing 4 very, very good divisions here. This is a first little victory for Wolfram. Gotta be careful about that a bit. But he has a plan that could lead to a lot. This is getting pretty frisky. 4 divisions down here for Marcel. Taking his first major loss here in game number 3.
I think that's our first proper encirclement of the day. And I think that's probably Marcel getting a little overzealous with the ground he's taken. But again, with the positioning that he's got, it's no small loss to him. He can probably make that map back. There's a lot of manpower available on this map as well, being the China map. It has a lot more manpower to play with. But yeah, this plan that they have involved, I think even if it doesn't work, it's gonna shake Wolfram quite a bit.
Yeah. Wolfram, a new player though, brand new to the scene. Needs to still get his ground here in the esports. We see a nice little push on the west, which unfortunately gets his agent captured. No, that's Marcel's agent captured. And now we see a big push here from Wolfram. Again, though, he's going into a no supply zone. That's the big issue, man. Very important that Marcel keeps the supply up in check. Marcel has something interesting set up, maybe as a little counter move. Always beautiful when people do that. Even if it doesn't work, it puts the attention away of the enemy. And we all know in this TikTok generation, one paradrop can be the difference between a lot of things. The supply up is trying to hold the red number, looking pretty grim. The cast not doing that much damage, 4 orc damage so far. He might get pushed out with the supply up. This supply up loss could be devastating. Oh, and we see big breakthroughs now. That is a supply up taken here. There's the paradrop. The paradrop dropping. It's a nice little distraction, but it would be very easy for him to clean this up. The supply line is actually fully cut though. Full cut of supply hand. He's buying himself time. Look, chat, it's one paratrooper cutting everything. That's how you do it. And he's getting red bubbled. This is an unbelievably high-level skill move by Marcel, who buys himself time with this. Needs to last stand this, though, very importantly. And now taking maybe back his supply. Let's take a look.
The real good...
Took it back. Oh, that was sick.
I really hope Marcel can actually get some encirclement, some unit kills here. I think that will be really, really helpful. The last stand did go in on Beijing. Rihi has also been taken. There is a supply route through Tianjin. But yeah, this is really bought him some time. The gaps are open on the line.
This one paratrooper Beijing is doing 1 million damage. All these units are already...
The naval invasion as well.
They're running completely
naval invasion
out of
went
equipment.
off.
We could be witnessing a massive esports move here from Marcel that's showing a whole nother level. Dankers, put out your papers and write this down. He is crushing with one single paratrooper. I was wondering why he will choose the paratroopers, and he's getting away with it. Yes, Beijing
He's
is
getting
back.
encirclements now as well. This is exactly what Marcel needed. He's using the corners of the map as well to try and catch some more in the mountains there. The supply issue is fantastic. He might even take Beijing on land for this. This is huge.
And this is a message to 1,000 people talking about the meta in Discord. It is one paratrooper you need to take down the meta. Marcel showing unbelievable skill. One of the best moves I've ever seen in Hoi4 101, where one paratrooper Beijing utterly cuts the supply lines here of Wolfram, who needs to protect Beijing in the future, and got utterly annihilated. He lost so much thanks to one paratrooper, and this could be a game here for Marcel. The enemy is coming in. Wolfram looked like he is taking the planes. He's winning, and then the counter move, which is in my opinion the highest level of Hoi4. Even if the counter move doesn't work, all the paratroopers are dead, chat. He bought so much time. He made his opponent so nervous. He's encircling everything, and Marcel with a devastatingly amazing move goes probably into the playoffs here. I'm ultra impressed. That is high level Hoi4 right here.
Yeah, it's such a huge turnaround from that shaky individual that we saw that was like, no, I don't want to play Africa, man. I'm so scared of Africa, man. I don't want to play Africa, man. To come out and come up with one of the most, you know, I don't think we've seen a two-front strategy on this map, something that I've been calling for a long time. And it's been pulled off, not perfectly, but really, really well. He's used the entire arsenal of what his faction gave him. He's used the paratroopers. He's got the Marines on the line. He's used the infantry bonuses. He's used the naval bonus that he gets from like this is a masterpiece of a comeback. This is really solid stuff. He's put pressure on both the base of his enemy to almost capitulate him, and also to secure himself those 3 VPs. Even if he loses Beijing now. But even if he loses Beijing now, he's done so much damage that it's going to take Wolfram so much to come back from.
Wolfram's equipment is actually green, and he just took Beijing back. He has just encircled the Dailan encirclement. He's getting a lot of kills. He is not dead yet, and Wolfram showing great heart here. The heart of the Ukrainians. He is not giving up. He's still in this. Unfortunately, there is no railway connecting Beijing. Oh, it comes from the north, yeah. Beijing taken back. He looks still alive. It could be throwable. But that was an unbelievable move. I've rarely ever seen such a sick move.
If Wolfram can actually get the supply situation sorted and secure these supply hubs a bit more, the overextension is huge. The overextension is huge. There's no denying it. If he can turn that on, Marcel.
Look at Wolfram's construction. He's gonna repair railways for the rest of his life. Damn. Oh, well done. Wow.
Also, with the 3 VPs being in control of the Allies right now, the VPs are ticking and ticking fast. We're halfway through the VP points now of Wolfram. He does have a little bit of time to try and rebuild here, but the pressure will be on, because not only will he have to take Beijing, but he's got to push either the Mountain VP or Taiwan, or go all the way down to the Shandong Peninsula and grab Qingdao.
Might be taking Beijing. Nah, not really. Was close there for a second. The tank's going behind the back door.
Oh, he got an encirclement! Oh, there we go. This is good playing from Wolfram. He is showing that he is not out of the fight here. That is a huge amount of Marcel's forces just encircled there. There's nothing that's going to be able to free those. They're all going to die. Marcel has got to be running for the hills, surely. He's got to go back to his strong line and the good supply lines of Taiwan.
Actually lost 33% more manpower than Wolfram here. And Wolfram still has to clean encirclements. The death toll is going to be pretty heavy for Marcel soon.
Oh my god, if he looks at the casualties, the casualties is a 355k for allies and 220 for the Axis.
He's run out of guns. Oh, he's going red. Dude, Wolfram is fully green on equipment. 1k medium tanks, 9,000 guns. This game is not over. You gotta be kidding me.
This is not over. This is not over. This is huge.
And the merchant fleet is coming. That's gonna help a lot. But ain't nobody saving Private Ryan here in Andong. That's a bit too far for Tom Hanks. These guys are going down, and there's a push. Another supply uptake in these medium tanks of Hungary. Oh, devastating Marcel. Marcel is in huge trouble. Does he have to go behind the river? He can't lose Taiwan. Taiwan, one of the victory points. 2-1 now. The tanks are just rushing through. Let's take a look here from the Hungarian side. He doesn't have many divisions. He's very open to encirclements. This is what? What is that? That is 12 divisions trying to win a game here.
12 divisions, 12 divisions, and a dream. It's now all down to micro because both of these players are just at risk of encircling one another, and the supply situation is just so on the cusp of being dangerous for both players. Right now, Marcel has the slight favor, but we've shown that Wolfram is not going to give up.
Is this the moment where Marcel should just defend? But Marcel is in planes, and these tanks are devastating planes. Take a look at them once again, chat. That is a... And don't forget, this is, I think, a soft attack tank. Yes, it's a soft attack tank. This is crushing Marcel's infantry. He can play with Marcel however you want. These tanks are crushing. But it's only 12. It's only 12. Taijuan, a mountain. Or Qingdao. You just let them rot here. These guys are just starving to death. Unbelievable comeback. You tell me how 4 is esports ready, man. Or not. God damn it.
I think this has just shown that it's just like this is like what we wait for when we see these games. Sometimes the games can be really slow, but then you get games like this that really define the whole scene. Like this. This is, yeah. Shaiman has gone, so the supply is now going to be back in favor of Wolfram. This could be good. If he loses the Jinan push, or if he gets encircled in Taiwan, this is going to be so hard for Marcel to come back from. His divisions just do not have the strength to push in these planes, and Wolfram is using that so much.
The only weakness Wolfram has, he only has 12 divisions. If your enemy is stronger than you, but his numbers are low, you can maybe outdance him, go around him. But the supply situation of Marcel looks devastating. Let's take a look. No, actually, full supply everywhere. But the soft attack tank, the second howitzer, which is hopefully a part of his tank. Hopefully he did that. He's building the... what is he playing? Here, MK8. Hopefully howitzer 2. Howitzer 2, his micro fleet, unbelievable soft attack, 80 reliability. These tanks are devastating. Taijuan a mountain tile though. The tanks have a weakness and he breaks the river. Take a look at the supply of Marcel. Still good. But he's so on the back foot, man. 200 health left for Wolfram. 200 health seems great. We see some panic attacks over the river that are red. They're not doing much. He's getting pushed back. He needs Soul Taijuan. Yeah. But is Marcel building anything? Is he... Marcel is out of equipment. He's slowly coming back, but he can't build any units. Still building old guns here. Gets his Panzerfaust. Unlocking his ultimate. He's getting his... Oh, he's getting his ultimate
is going to help. His ultimate is going to be good because it's going to increase his factory output slightly. The thing is here for Wolfram is this front line is getting longer and longer. So he is running out of time to make moves here. Every moment it gets longer, he loses that little bit of strength because he can't group up his tanks. He's running out of plains tiles. He's running into the mountains now. As you see, it's stalled now towards Taiyan, and we're now seeing a push towards Zhengzhou, which I think is the correct move. Trying to just leave Taiyan to be encircled and making the main go for the almost the base, trying to make a base rush or go for the.
This is why you should always take this stuff, chat, man. He is getting encircled massively in his final. If Taiwan falls, this game might be over. Marcel is he needs to defend his tournament life here right now, or he has to play 30 more games next week. Have fun. But Taijuan is about to be encircled. That is a lot of divisions. Oh my god.
And there's another cutoff in the middle with an instant destruction of troops in the Henan supply hub. This is huge. This is really big. And also, Zhengzhou is open. The supply hub there is open. That will allow him to allow Wolfram to even sweep in and try and essentially split the entire allied front line in half, even more so than it has already. He just needs the troop to fill those gaps now. Wow. And he is building infantry to flood the lines in those gaps those tanks are making. This is such a good comeback. It looks so over not what 10 minutes ago, even that, but the VPs are still in Marcel's favor. This is the thing. Even when it starts ticking for Marcel, he has 500 life points to keep himself in this game. Wolfram is only at 170 now.
Time is ticking. Hydra holding. Ramsey Bolton once said in Game of Thrones, give me 20 good men, but Wolfram needed 12 good tank divisions to utterly come back from this. This is unbelievable. One of the best 101s I've ever seen. The green air is still massively in favor for our friend Marcel. Maybe you should try Logi Striking, maybe Logi Striking will make a lot of sense here. I don't know, actually, how good that would perform. But
Marcel just tried to break out those troops as well on the left, and it's just a case of 2 more troops have entered the encirclement, and the gap between Jeonju and that Taiyan province is just it's completely locked down now. Marcel is going to struggle to get any of those troops out. He just needs to leave them in there, stop attacking, keep as much logistics as he can in there, and hopefully break them out later. That's possibly the only thing that he can do. He needs to hold those VPs at this point, but it's looking so much in favor of Wolfram now. This is such a turnaround.
Oh, massive encirclements. Maybe Wolfram should just give up Taiwan and just go for the kill.
Oh! Huge encirclement as well on the front line there. That was loads of special forces instantly dead. I think that was about 10 divisions.
That is a howitzer killing biological matter instantly. That's the power of the howitzer 2. It just crushes this infantry. Taijuan still living off local supply. They still are kind of alive, but this is getting devastating. If the main front falls and Nanjing is open, 145 health left. I feel like Wolfram still has a lot of health left here, but his tanks suck in the mountains of Taijuan.
Yeah.
He's doing air supply, actually. He's doing air supply. He's doing air supply. He's sending air supply to Taiwan air bridge. Supply is there. And now we see a tank attack on Taijuan. Easily holdable mountains. Helping the defense of Marcel here. 137 health. And the red bubble is there for him. All these things are going to crush him.
But look towards Qingdao. Look towards Qingdao. The river has been crossed. There are no troops in that pocket. It's open plains as well. So if he gets that in favor, those tanks are going to do some real work. If Qingdao falls, the VP bleed is going to stop, and this is going to flip. Yeah, there we have it. The game has flipped to Axis favor for the first time all game. The bleed has begun on Marcel. The subscription to life that these troops have is now firmly running out. The payment plan is running out. Jinan is completely encircled. I'm sorry, your Netflix subscription to life has gone. You are out of this game, troops. And now the troop advantage, the huge advantage that Marcel had. And there he goes. He's thrown in the towel.
What a game. Are you kidding me? What just happened? I thought that paratroop in Beijing ended it. But look at the willpower of our Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are used to a lot nowadays, and he just showed he has unbelievable power. Coming back after this, not a lot of people can do that. What an unbelievable game, and nothing with respect to both players. That was ridiculous. Wow.
Honestly, one of the greatest games. Commiserations to Marcel, but
Jesus
congratulations to Wolfram.
I'm a bit shocked at what I just saw here. I don't even know why Marcel lost. What should he have done different? Maybe be more defensive? And maybe there was sometimes when you're winning, you're thinking, oh, I can just battle plan my enemy. And he thought it's over. Maybe he should have just entrenched behind the river. Damn. Unbelievable. Let's talk to them, lads.
And he just left. GG.
Oh,
he's gone.
Oh, he left. Oh. Marcel is a bit mad. He left. Wolfram, tell us what are your emotions right now?
Happy.
Anything else? Maybe 3 words?
I mean, I didn't expect that I'm gonna win this game, honestly.
What did you feel when the paratroopers landed in Beijing everywhere? What is your feeling?
It's over. It's over. I told it's over.
But where did you find the strength to keep going, to fix the supply, and to actually come back? Where did you find that? Where was that coming from?
I already had like the same game, and I also won because I'm just not giving up, you know.
Crazy game.
Crazy game.
Easy when you're stream sniping, right?
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's not true. Everything you did landed easily. That's not true. That's not true. Marcel, don't be emotional. We saw that he didn't protect any of your invasions. He just then went to them as they happened. Anyway, good game, Marcel. You played really good, Marcel. Don't be sad. You're gonna get that. You're gonna get these qualifiers. Wolfram, is there any last words? You made it to the qualifiers. You might be going to Stockholm if everything goes well.
No words, man. Only emotions right now, no?
And that is your happiness?
Yes, of course, man.
Very, very nice. Thank you so much. Do you have anything to add, Mitchman?
Honestly, just congratulations again. And Marcel, I know I'll see you in these showdown again, and I can't wait for the day that you make it through to those qualifiers because I think you can do it.
Oh, really? If I have the map pick and the faction pick, I win. Easy. Against Volcram, obviously. Like, he won only his nation picks. He got absolutely destroyed on Rhine. He couldn't push a single tile.
Well, if you rewatch the VOD, you will see certain mistakes you did. It's often easy to cope about picks, but there's much more to the game. Thank you, Marcel. And Wolfram, congratulations for your victory. But don't turn off yet, chat. We have the two most well-known players in the 101 community, thanks to Nave, fighting it here in a second. After a short commercial break.
Do you know what would be so good? A massive event. Today, that massive event is about to become reality. The greatest
Have you never, you sucker?
event ever made. Only the best players will get a shot at the title of world champion and the $20,000 on the line. Anyone can join. Anyone can compete. Sign up on Discord. Qualifier showdowns will take place every week over at tommykaylive. You can join us for the first ever Hoi4 live event in May. There's going to be content creators, there's going to be developers, it's going to be a real who's who of Hearts of Iron.
Can't hear shit? Well, if you subscribe, you get a 100% volume bonus. And that was game number 1. What a game. Marcel, very emotional here. It happens. It happens.
Cass is king. Yeah.
And now we have them right here. The legendary players that have been in the esports scene for years. Nave and Dankus. How you both feeling, man?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good as well. And I have to say, Denkus, I'm gonna give you a big favor tonight by sending you back to the ladder, because I think you need more practicing and training against good players.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. I actually, I did a strategy this week where I
Played against mediocre players.
No, I practiced only with Segel, because who beat me, I want to learn from, you know. So I taught him some stuff. He taught me a lot of stuff, and yeah, I think I have good builds prepared and
that's
good strategies.
Yeah. Well, you are gonna get to the.
Yeah, he thinks very differently than me. As you know, you have played versus him, you played versus me, and he plays very different from me. And I'm gonna use some of the stuff he uses. I think, like some aspects of it, what he does. Because yeah,
All right.
for example, I started keeping gun online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
that
it's good that you get the faction pick and the map pick twice tonight. So maybe you will do well.
Yeah. Do you want to hear my map pick inside, Tommy?
Of course.
Let's go, man. What's your map pick, Dankus?
Sonnenblume.
Ah.
And what's the faction? Is it allies?
It is allies.
No way. What?
Will Nave show us that the win rate of Axis on Sonnenblume can actually be above 0? That's the first question of today.
Yeah, bans. Nave has the first ban.
Yeah, that's the advantage of the.
Yeah, the advantage. It doesn't just let me counter ban perfectly.
Yeah, let me look at my spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet. Yeah, actually, I saw a picture of Nave, and he has like a spreadsheet thing on his PC where every situation he has an answer to. Where's
Yeah,
that
I mean,
picture?
in this situation, I really need to ban France, so not much.
Okay, I ban IGN. Good luck.
Wow, good luck.
I planned for this.
Also, quick bathroom break.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go,
Norris.
P-boys.
Oh yeah, didn't mid lag?
A lot of shit talking today, a lot of shit talking. I'm gonna pee real quick, and then the most known players in 101, Dankus versus Nave. Okay, I gotta pee real quick. And tonight we have a Homeworld free sponsorship. Yeah. This is a wolf play game or what? What's going on? Everybody? What happened?
Oh, we just did a ping test.
For internets, like if we were gonna lag or not on Mitch Mensos, because last week, remember you had the
Dankus
host
had
because-
issue.
Yeah, I had issue with Mitch connecting to Mitch.
And now it's good?
Yeah, we're all good. Just gave you the new ID.
Coming.
Don't leak it like you did the map.
Don't know what you're talking about. That never happened. All the perpetrators have been banned.
It's totally fine. We were gonna show at the end of the stream anyway.
Yeah, map reveal, end of the stream, chat. One more best of 3. Dankus
Alright, good luck.
versus Knave.
Good luck.
Ooh. Dankus last week losing. Oh wait, are we still in the Discord? They shouldn't hear our casting. There we go. Good luck, Knave. Dankus losing the qualifiers last week, just barely. Must have been pretty mad about that. Now his second chance to join the qualifier. Thank you, Bensot versus Knave, one of my favorite players. Knave, truly a guy that takes her for very serious. He has been in esports for a long time. And we see Dankus once again, his reputation, thank you, Aaron. Dankus being a big meta slave. He knows Sonnenbloom allies have apparently a 90% win rate at the moment. So going for that advantage, he takes the money, can see. But if one person can get away with a win, with only a 10% win rate access on Sonnenbloom, it is Knave, who has always shown great skill. I remember he once played Imperial Japanese Navy and crushed people. Unfortunately, it has been banned. Now let's see what Knave can come up with here in game number 1.
I think Knave is going to do something that really shakes things up here. I think it's going to be a build that people won't have seen. I don't think we're going to see a tank meta because, I think we're going to see something different. I think also Knave was also, I believe, the first person in our esports scene to build their own ships for use in a tournament scenario. So, I think we're going to see something pretty special.
Already we see something of the record, something that we don't often see. Something special. He's still playing a bit here with his production line. Basic opener, nothing crazy. Where now I'm Swedish crazy, and Dank is just on pure gun spam and some anti-air, which he just takes off quickly and changes it to a civilian train. He's not streaming at the moment. He's taking this pretty serious, I think.
Oh wow, he's not even streaming it, so we don't even get to know what one song he's listening to throughout the entire the best of 3.
Mitch, if you were in a best of 10 ultimate final, and you have only one song you're allowed to listen to the whole time, what will be your song?
Oh gosh, something fast and something hype. I'm gonna go with.
True, yeah.
I'm gonna go with. I just gotta have enough light and shade as well. Actually, something long. I'm gonna go with Through the Fire and Flames, Dragon Force. Like,
okay, it sounds like metal. I never heard of that. No?
You've not heard of how have you not heard of Through the Fire and Flames? It was like Guitar Hero 3's like fantastic ending song. It's like fast-paced power metal. Good feel, good vibe.
I will probably listen to a YouTube video of people applauding. Just to feel good about myself. Why don't people do this thing with the convoys like Dankus is doing? Yo, I met up people in chat. Why do they do this? Is it just preparation for chips later? They just do it to left click and then do something else, I think, right? It's a preparation for later.
I'm guessing so. I think so. The only thing I can think of as well is perhaps it's like storage for the line. So
it's carrier spam. It's people.
Yeah. So they can just click and change what the production is, but whilst having everything already assigned, it takes like the assigning the new dockyards off of the micro.
Dankus is truly my favorite son. The dot imp. We all know the secret bug in Hoi 4. If you put a dot in front, 5% more soft attack. Knave. I'm guessing Knave is not naming his divisions because he's super efficient, man. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's so efficient. He doesn't do any memes. He wants to win, and that is it.
Okay. Let's go.
I have the perfect song for this. Here we go. Game number 1. We gotta just be honest that Dankus is a massive favorite here. The allies on Sonnenblume are very, very strong, which is why I'm gonna be a bit I'm gonna favor Nave a bit here. I hope he has something to offer. I hope he shows something, interesting. Already spawning in his trains. Very excited to see Nave here, what he's coming up with.
I know Leonard's in chat, and I know that Leonard will be watching this in absolute hope that Dankus doesn't have to be sent back to the ladder again for another week. He really wants his CS:GO partner back, and you know, they're like a couple, and they're sat there, and it's like one of those old 50s, you know, sort of TV shows. Dankus is the hardworking man that comes home to Leonard, who's been cooking all day, and Leonard just wants to spend time with Dankus, you know.
That's how it is, yeah. No joke, chat. In Sweden, they were like Siamese twins. They couldn't have been separated. And already heavy MG. Already Nave so different than everyone else. Love it. Heavy MG already looking for an air war here. And Tommy taking care of his buck. Bam. Nave already doing something different. Love it. Nave, probably my personal favorite player in the 101 world right now.
Really?
Because he's entertaining, you know? Always different. Always does things nobody else does. I like that a lot.
I mean, honestly, he is an inventor. He's an inventive player. I will give him that. I think right now, personally, just because of the trials and tribulations that we've seen him go through, I have to say I've got a big love for Mohammed. I know he's not playing in this right now, but Mohammed being able to go from the first tournament we saw him, he went out in position 8 to come back and then land themselves, you know, so many top spots, but also still whilst looking shaky and then getting over those nerves, getting over being, you know, never really giving up, that never give up, never surrender sort of attitude that saw them become essentially the world's top Hoi player right now.
Yeah, I felt when I saw Mohammed International, he's I've been saying this for years. I'm looking for the first true esports player of Hoi 4. Like, almost perfect, almost no mistakes, and that was Mohammed for me. He looked far ahead of everyone else. Looked like the first guy that is bringing true skill on the highest order to Hoi 4. I gotta say that, yeah. He was...
Yeah, and it's not like he was already the best going into those competitions. It's like, it's one of the things we've seen him not even grind, but like work hard, take time, think, like plan things, but also even in the best of times, even in the moments where he loses, like he'll lose half of a matchup, but he'll find it within himself to make that comeback, and that's just so admirable in like all sense of the word.
And we're gonna see Mohammed soon in this tournament. He says he's gonna start playing in 2 weeks. You can kind of consider Mohammed the best player in the world right now, I would think. And he's gonna come into these games very soon. We see the carrier spam. Once again, if you've just tuned in, these carriers are a little bit of a little meme. They're empty. They're just there to give you a green Navy for seconds, so Malta and Crete belong to you. I believe this is very counterable. I think if players actually put the work in, they can still easily take Malta and Crete. And to be honest, we already see a counter to this build from Dankus. And I would argue you would rather have some submarines and harass the entire Mediterranean than trash carriers that actually do nothing. And now the heavy MG from Dankus. The counter here, both players doing the heavy MG. Haven't seen it yet. Luckily, our friend Nave already finished that. Not designing a plane yet, though. And both getting their mills.
I would actually hazard a guess that one of the better routes, rather than relying on naval invasions, would be to try and use those fake carriers to get naval superiority to block your opponent getting the early naval invade, and then using that to offset the day one paradrop negative, and use that to buy yourself time to actually pull off paratroopers again. I feel like that could be a really good route around the Navy build on this map that people are still kind of struggling with.
Both players building airports. Now I don't fully understand that yet, but obviously Dankus is looking maybe for a paradrop. Let me take a look at Dankus. He doesn't build any transport planes. He might just take a focus tree for them. But also both of them doing the light tanks. The light tanks seem to be a big meta thing now. The reconnaissance light tanks, very, very beloved. Meta people, chat, can you explain what is it about this light tank everybody loves so much? This doesn't seem that ultra impactful to me, other than reconnaissance bonuses. What exactly do they do?
What's its production cost? How cheap is it?
Is it quite cheap? It's quite cheap. 420. Blaze it. 3 piercing and 3 armor. 10 armor. Okay. And you actually, wow, you get actually 74 piercing, yeah. But in the final division, it's going to be different.
I think it's probably how cheap it is, like cost effectiveness for the breakthrough and subtle armor in the division.
Cheaper than AT because you need less in the division. And heavy bombs, never seen before in 101s by me. Heavy bomb research by Dankus Mimicus. Looking for an amazing ground attack bonus here. Never seen that before, heavy bombs. Is Dankus actually being invented for once?
I think so. I think both our players here are coming out storming. They've gone. I think we've seen it, guys. I think we saw that last matchup that the meta's already been thrown out the window again. I think it's gone. I think the meta's gone. I'm gonna call it now. The meta's gone.
I like
Welcome
it.
to the new meta.
Love it. What are they? But yeah, they always take Arm XP first and the 10 factory output. That's a must-have, it seems. I soon have to play 101s against viewers, so I need to see what they're doing. Air XP already coming from Nate.
What? No! Look at what the Axis are doing. Look at what Nath is taking right now. What his focus is coming on in. That is, it's Italy. We're seeing Italy.
First time in probably over a year, my dear friends, that we see an Italy pick. Oh my god, it's like watching international Dota and they pick they pick techies, man. What in the world is going on? My favorite player showing once again that he is so different. It is Italy. What is going on here? Why is he doing this? Okay, he gets a lot of light tanks, like a shit ton, like over 1,000. Okay.
Yeah, you get a lot of light tanks, a lot of light tank bonuses, including speed and reliability, but you also get fighters. You get 100%, 150 fighters, much like the Commonwealth. This is essentially the Commonwealth 8th Army tree of the Axis. So you get planes, you get the light tanks, you get some mountaineers, you get infantry equipment, you get fighter production as well as fighter research speed. You get a fleet with 3 battleships. It's superior firepower as a tree. You and then yeah, you would. I love this pick. I'm astonished, and I love this pick because I think because the meta has gone so far into the Space Marines that everyone has forgotten a lot of the infantry trees, and this is, you know, a really strong one. The other person that we saw do this, I believe, most recently. I think Mohammed did this recently. So this is a great callback. This is going to be I'm okay. I'm hyped already. This is going to be really interesting. And we're seeing Commonwealth 8th Army.
Yes,
we're seeing no tank from both of these people. Today.
In a long time, actually, a real air war. And Nath trying to get massive bonuses on his light tank production. He loves these light tanks. They're so important to him. The improved light tank chassis. This one. He loves this one. I fully don't get that yet. So I'm going to ask him later. But both players going air, but no one producing air yet. No, Nath is on air. Free. Unfortunately, though, Dankus will be able to spawn 150. Gets Venturing Fleet right now. Still not building any air, right? No air build yet. Nath a bit ahead in the air department. And a parrot drop into this one. Which I think is an airport that he can then use for a further drop. And there we go. He wants the 20% light tank bonus. Making sure he has light tanks en masse. He's probably down 500 right now. No, he didn't use them yet. Are they in the division? Yes, light tank reconnaissance. I don't know if these stats are correct.
Probably not.
Yeah, they're not correct. Buggy.
I'd really like to see the light. What's it called? Airborne Light Tank Division or whatever it is. The Airborne Light Tank like support company that you can get. I'd love to see that get utilized. It's so strong. It has a lot of modifiers to the light tank that makes them just better. I'd love to see that get put into a division here. I think it could be a really, really nice build.
Chat, these stats are correct? I don't understand the light tank so much. All you get is this little bit of stuff. I don't fully get that yet. Don't fully understand that yet. I will ask Nave later and everybody. But we have an air war coming. I wonder if Nave will, if we ever see any Axis player take Malta or Crete. Something we also have to be seen. But this game right now is the game of never before seen things. It's just cheaper than anti-tank. I think often in this mod you get a wave of production. You have time and power to produce stuff. I don't know how. I'm just theory crafting. I'm obviously not knowing as other people, but you have time to produce certain things in this game. And I mean, the whole community never makes anti-tank 2. I get that. But why not try for once? Even if you take the right pick, there's like this anti-tank faction somewhere, right? With the anti-tank buff. Who was that?
I think it's Finland have it on Axis and Commonwealth have it on Allies.
Commonwealth? Finland? No, who knows?
So
I still wonder what
Finland,
this light tank is so wanted. You know what I hope we see one day, Mitch? A heavy tank. One dude going, bruh, here's my heavy tank. Check it out.
see my land ships.
But in this meta, it will definitely make sense if they make a Space Marine with a heavy tank in it, yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Season 5 might be the dawn of the heavy tank when it finally comes out.
How close are we to the war? We're very, very close actually already. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. We're down to the speed 3 because we're in those final 30 days.
Dankus did not spawn in his air yet. Ooh, what's Dankus gonna show us? Desert warfare music. That's what we need right now.
Stronghold Crusader, go. Wrong vibe. Totally wrong vibe.
Here we go.
Great soundtrack, but
goes for radio even. Also something we never see. We see a lot of new things not seen before. And there's Dankus finally building his first airplane. He's on 0 airplanes right now. He can still spawn 150 in, but he goes SAS. Goes for his paratroopers. Aren't they too late? He's too late on paratroopers. He needs 20 days and the war begins in 10 days. Thank you, Atomschimmel.
yeah,
He might be a bit late on that. I don't see him get
is.
value out of his paratroopers. He doesn't even have any paratroopers.
I think he's expecting not to have contested air. I kind of have the feeling he's hoping for non-contested air.
He is probably checking the intel ledger where he sees 4 mils. They always check each other. And there's 4 mils on air for Nave. He should know this. But Dankus, once again, feeling weird to me. Oh, wait, this focus spawns on paratroopers. Yeah, but it seems a bit late. Yeah.
But it's still going to miss the early drops, and Nate's preps. Yeah. Nate's going to... I mean, he does have slightly more time. There is a slight extra click for the Axis to do it, but we're going to see.
We're starting. Nave with a beautiful Air Force. Dankus no Air Force. Dankus with a seemingly very weak early game. Is there any air for Dankus? There's nothing. And he's still training. Now he's going. And Nave's para drop. Not happening. Doesn't have Tuna's green air. That para drop. He must have been testing this though. Maybe he needs this one first. And Constantine. Dankus.
The day 1's now gone. There goes the day 1 negative bonus.
But he doesn't have air range in Tunis. He can't para drop. He needs to use this airbase, which he might do. There it is. Beautiful. And now he needs to jump. Is he fast? We talked about this. I said this hours ago, chat. This is how you beat the allies, man. And insta go to Malta. Dankus says no air. Way too late. No one cares about your navy because this is a para drop. This is how you play Hoi 4. Beautifully done by Nave. That's how you do it. There's nothing broken here, Mr. Marcel out there. This is beautifully played. And be careful now, though. There's 10 invaders coming. The 10 invaders will crush that paratrooper. Nave is looking for a naval battle. He's losing his navy, yes, but he wants to buy time from Malta. 7 carriers.
He's got the airborne light recon in. He's got the airborne light recon in those paratrooper divisions. That means, that's huge. The airborne light recon is gonna give them some decent stats there.
Oh, he drops another paratrooper to make sure, and he's green. This is so sick. He dropped just before the battle. He dropped the 2nd paratrooper. Last stand. Harassment with submarines. This is super beautiful. The 2nd paratrooper, not in the battle, but 500 defense. Naval penalty. Not using marines. And that is Malta going to Nave. Gets the red bubble. Careful. Force attack. Well, hopefully the combat rating is going to reconnect. Exactly.
Oh my god. Nave is not stopping. Nave is not stopping.
He's killing convoys. The fleet of Dankus, not your Dankus. Where's your fleet? You need to do convoy escort, man. No, Dankus. You see, the submarines can shoot their torpedoes through to the convoys, the attacking units, because there's nothing protecting them. Dankus is not putting his fleet on that. That is, I think, a big micro mistake. Oh, whoa. Oh, Nave is looking so good. So beautiful. Oh, God, I love that guy. And there's the hold. That's Malta.
Dankus in the meantime.
Wow.
Yeah, That's Malta. But Dankus, in the meantime, has taken over Wadan and has really pushed up the land route. The VPs are in Dankus's favor. We do have to remember this. The VPs are currently still in Dankus's favor. However, it means that the battle this time is for Wadan, not for Benghazi on land, if Nath needs to push through, which is a far more attainable thing for the Axis. But also, Malta could always fall. It could get starved out. Naval dominance is going to be practical throughout this map. So is the air. Honestly, this is such a different game to the game that we saw before.
Oh my gosh! That was fast. I couldn't even see that. It was so fast.
I only caught it because I was zoomed in. He had a power dropper lined up on Allegalia, and then he swapped it. And now it's already last standing on Wadan. That's ruined some of the supply for Dankus's advance. Dankus needs to pull out here and give up the supply. The VPs have now flipped. Look at this. Look at the VPs on this board as well. 480 to 490. This is like...
Dankus has no railway here. Dankus is getting crushed. Dankus is getting utterly annihilated, it looks like right now. He's getting his ass handed to him, and I love Dankus. He's my friend. But last week already, we saw it also. He looks like he doesn't belong here. And Nath is crushing his soul right now. Let's talk about Axis win rate again. What you need is skill, ladies and gentlemen. And that power drop and the power drop down. Who does that? Who does that? Huh? Only Nath does it. And because of that, he's looking ultra good right now. Taking Wadan and being the first Axis player in a long time on this channel to have 3 victory points on Africa. Holy damn. Nath is looking amazing.
This is great. This is what both Nath and Dankus are old guard at this mod at this point. They know the previous editions. And I think it's one of those things of they're going back to old skill, old meta. Like, we used to see power drops every game on this map, all the time. It used to be the only thing people did. And we're like, oh, someone could do something else. It flipped. The meta flipped. People win Space Marines. Now, today, we have seen a turn in the tide. This is the moment that this changes.
Exactly. Nath adjusted Drewmaker and Dankus once again so nervous. No micromanagement, doesn't research. And this is so important, which we saw from the beautiful player of Wolfram. When you are in trouble, do you have the willpower to keep going? Or do you just give up like Marcel in Africa? Oh, Nath actually also in trouble, also not researching. Nath also with a little bit of micro issues here. Both players ultra nervous, man. You have to understand, Chip, when you play in these games, when you know you're fighting for a seat in a $20,000 tournament, you are nervous at home. Your heart is racing. People are going crazy. Now, finally, we see some research here from Dankus, who is against the wall. What is he going to come up with? What is he going to do? Currently, we don't see much. Oh, that paradrop was so beautiful.
Oh. Yeah, that was... It was really good, and it was timed so perfectly well. He waited. It was basically a division. That tile had a division in it from Dankus. It moved up, it advanced, and then the paratroopers landed behind, opened that gap. Oh, exploitation at its finest in terms of like just the gaps in the defense, not as in game exploits.
Nath needs to research a bit here. Nath also should be careful. He is in a very bad supply zone in Wadan. They are eating dirt and sand here. He's building supply. He's stopped building supply. This is now connected. Nice. It doesn't spread out to Wadan though. Careful of that. And no research from Nath from a long time. Nath is fully forgetting research, and research is not a meme here. You can unlock 5% soft attack. You can unlock better reconnaissance, better engineering. In this mod, nothing is out of time. Not that much. You can easily research anything you want. He could really get great bonuses here right now. Construction, anything helps. Nath really floating hard here on the research. Dankus is weak on this map. Dankus chose this map and the allies. This is his pick.
Yeah, this is Dankus' pick. I was about to say that. Like, this is a surprise. I think Dankus might have been expecting Nath to go for the standard meta, meaning that he would have, you know, been able to do the hold, something that he's been, because he's been beaten this time as Axis on this map so many times. So he was hoping, okay, I'm going to secure myself a win. I'm going to take the allies right now. I'm going to do something slightly different just to be real with it. But then Nath just comes out the gates rushing, just like, hey, I know what you were expecting. It's not this. And yeah, it's looking super good.
And Nath has double the air. Double the air.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a solid secure then.
And what a beautiful... I just have to keep simping for Nave. What a beautiful pick. Playing left side Italy. No one ever does that. Only the Terror Singapore's Mr. Discard Pixel. And the 150 fighter spawning. So big here. And he gets massive buffs. I want to see... He's going for Sifs right now. But Italy has such a sick late game that no one talks about. Look at Bad Blood alone. Population? Not so important. 25% cast bonus. He doesn't care, I think, so much. But 10 attack. 10 attack. And your air superiority bonus. Nave has currently an air superiority bonus, which is a buff. And that buff will be 25% amplified. Italy, very, very strong here. Whereas if we look at Dankus, he unlocks a bunch of Gurkhas, tank hunters, the Cairo branch. Montgomery 10 defense, sure, but he's the one that needs to attack. And Rule Britannia will not help him at all. The Italy pick looking amazingly strong here.
Yep.
And who would have thought we're going to say that?
Yeah, no, the words I didn't have on my bingo card for 2024 was Italy looking so strong here. But also, another thing about the Italian pick is there's a huge consumer goods factory reduction in the Marcello d'Italia. With the negative 20% consumer goods plus the political power gain means your industry and your like political choices, the ability to add advisors, change advisors, could really shape your late game.
I would also think people often pick nations not because of the focuses, chat, but because of the generals you get, like adaptable stuff. And the Italo Balbo looks pretty weak here, no bonuses. And I would think that our good old friend Giovanni Messe might actually be quite strong here. Do you know what Giovanni Messe looks like? Is he good?
I
mean, we never see him because nobody ever picks this.
He's already in as a map. It's just
he's just the leader.
Yeah, that's the faction leader change. That's what it is. But
I thought he becomes field marshal.
No, he's a cavalry.
Giovanni Messe becomes a field marshal.
Oh, does he?
He's in the game. He's the panzer leader. Okay.
Yeah, he's the panzer leader.
He's just a leader. Okay, I got it. So Giovanni Messe not the most interesting. But down under attack gets the red bubble. Let's take a look here from Dankus's view. Stats look very bad for him. The fort.
Oh,
yeah, superiority 40%.
Down as well.
Very strong by Nif. The green air is so good. And this really sucks that a player is investing into air, but he can't win the air war. This really, really hurts for Dankus. Look, he went very, very late on air. Take a look at his design. Pretty good, nothing crazy. But Dankus, known... I always felt Dankus is a player that often... Once he's in the behind, he has a hard time coming out of that.
Yeah.
Rocket Audi maybe helping?
Oh my gosh, Dankus is out of fuel.
He needs to turn off his navy. He needs to turn off his main navy, yeah. He is on naval invasion support, even though there's no naval invasion. He needs to stop his navy right here. He will figure it out in a sec. I think if Dankus will stream right now, and you look at him, he's just ultra focused and very tunnel visioning.
Yep. The other thing as well, I just want to point out, he is definitely losing the air war, because not only in dominance, but also Nath is putting out one fighter a day, whereas it's...
Oh, he's getting out-traded. 1-2, 1-3, 0-1. Nave's air beating, but Nave pulling his navy. 1-4. Wait,
Dankus is making less planes as well. Dankus is making less planes.
Sorry, he's beating Nave. I'm doing it wrong. This is the enemy air Nave. He's actually out trading Nave. He's actually beating Nave. Yeah.
He's producing one less plane a week than Nave as well, though. Right now, yes, that might increase, but right now the production deficit might be enough to offset these losses.
I don't understand how he is allowed to win an air war if he has 0 fuel. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. Dankus is winning the air war with 0 fuel. He's already getting red though. You see it turns off for a second. Yeah. I think they're throwing airplanes at the enemy air. Catapults.
Yeah.
It looks like
Warhammer Doom Divers, like from the Orcs. Goblin Doom Divers.
Everybody researching. Pretty basic researchers here, just improving their divisions. Rocket Audi. Rocket Audi is something that people often research or never built. And Anzac divisions. I think people should go for the ultimates here. What's Nave researching? Yeah, he's going for nice Italian bonuses. I think the late game belongs to Nave, since Italy is stronger than the Commonwealth here.
Yeah, Commonwealth is... I was just like, Dankus, you're really behind on your faction pick focuses right now. Dankus has built all of the dockyards.
Oh, he did build dockyards. Why? Well,
he's took all
doing
of the
submarines.
Dockyard focuses.
Maybe he could win an all-in Malta attack. Is Malta very defended? Malta's very weak. Look at Malta. Malta very weak.
Yeah.
Nave should probably send something over there. Maybe Dankus can find a victory with Malta here. How these planes are flying? Maybe on biofuel. Maybe some oil. How do you say that?
Pedal power. Pedal power. It's like the Flintstones.
Pedo power? What are we in Washington? What are you talking about? And yeah,
it's an entire workout of Peloton bike riders just powering the plane.
Peloton. Dankus with the green arrow. This is a good, this is a good message for him. I feel like 3 mils on cask could be massive here. Dankus once more done. A beautiful fort being built here by Knave. This is where forts can be very, very strong. 15 civs building, actually. Very, very nice. And there's Maresciallo d'Italia. Hey, forget about it. Getting a nice little economy buff here. Almost no more issues with the police. And then the beautiful Italian Ultimate by Blood Alone. We never even see this. I've been watching 101s for a year now or longer. We've never seen this command. And I think it has been buffed. It was very weak in the past as a air bonus. And this is a beautiful buff. The acid priority bonus, though. Oh, he's getting pushed. Oh, Navy boy. Oh, Navy boy. Dankus, though, going into a no supply zone. That's what Hoi 4 is about. The more you go deep, the more you lose supply.
Yep. Waiting for that zone shift. So that's actually another reason why Nath is holding on in the air zone right now is Nath has the closer airport and he has his air force based in Tripoli there. If Dankus can turn that off, it could flip some things. Oh God. Come on, Dankus.
I'm nervous.
As much as you've been hyping up Nath, I want Dankus to get through. Honestly, I give Dankus a hard time a lot where he chokes and fails semifinals, and I feel like this qualifier setup is a disadvantage for him because it gives him more opportunities to choke. So I want to see him get through because I want to see him. As much as I know Nath will also get through probably if he keeps showing skill like this, but like there's only so many times I can watch Dankus choke, and we need to let him get through, you know.
I mean, we need Dankus in Stockholm. That's the truth.
I mean, yeah, he lives like 5 minutes from the venue.
So that's actually true, yeah. That's actually a huge advantage. Home advantage.
I think we spoke about that last week where we was just like, yeah, he can go take a nap between his games, you know. He can go take a rest, you know, go home, relax for a bit. All the other players just confined to the venue.
He won the air. He can do the thing anytime he wants. This must be very nerve-wracking for Nave. Nave, though, making sure he wants only 3 VPs. He has 3 VPs and that's it. He doesn't want more. Is Dankus building a nice forward supply hub? That is very important here. He needs... Yeah, he is. Beautiful. You build a port here, chat, to make this red go blue. Because supply is everything, man. Gets more and more bonuses. Don't know what the anti-tank 2 is supposed to help. Late in the game.
Marshal of Italy coming on has been selected. That industry bonus coming in online for Nath. By Blood Alone now dropping on in. It might be enough for Nath to be able to change this with that By Blood Alone bonus, but Dankus is just going to get slightly more powerful here now that he's actually able to complete the Commonwealth line. The investment into Navy and the dockyards early is a surprising one, but it's kind of working out.
Dankus maybe with a small little mini mistake. If he paradoxed the supply depot, it could have maybe a bit more impact here. Nave is afraid, though. He's ultra protecting his ports. Probably thinking of a naval invasion, but something else is coming for him. More and more units coming to the line.
I love this little bit of micro as well from Dankus here. He's broken off the battleships and he's got them stationed off the coast there in the central Mediterranean, ready to support battles. Both if there's a naval invasion of Malta to get that shore bombardment, but also to start affecting coastline battles in Tripoli.
He just saw that Malta's unprotected. Wonder if he's going to use that information at all. Also, he last ended his paratroopers. Wait, he's going!
Attack!
He's going! He pre-last ended them.
Attack's coming in.
He is
Attack's coming in.
He has red air! What's he doing?
The air just went back up from Nath.
Wait, what? Nath has suddenly 300 fighters. What? Nath has 300 fighters all of a sudden. He can't paradrop.
He didn't deploy everything, but there is a ground push coming in still. This could get bloody.
I can't believe Nath has green air. This is so amazing by Nath. Don't forget, Italy has a production bonus on air. Wow, Nath suddenly has air. And Dankus is not breaking through.
I was saying those losses might be offset by the fact that he was producing more planes, and now he's making 2 planes a day to Dankus's one plane a day is a whole extra plane in the air each time for the Axis. They've got those bonuses. They've got that extra air superiority because they've been coming in from by Blood Alone soon. Yeah, this is
and 100 cast. Wow, Nave looking so good. He gets the green air, which I didn't expect. He now outtrades Dankus 0-1, and he even has 92 casts.
The timing alone on that is huge.
What is Nave? Nave is so next level. He has this fighter and this fighter. He's running this guy, which is his cast, and then the regular fighter. Yeah. What did I say, chat? 2 or 3 on cast. 2 or 3 on cast, man, and you have 100 casts in the battle. Dankus now in massive trouble. A beautiful counter by Nave. I think Dankus thought, even I thought, the drop is going to happen. The paratrooper will happen easy, and Nave just utterly ready for it. I don't even know where we got all this air from. He's producing it so crazily. And if we take a look at Italy again, it must be this one. Where is it? Minus 10 production cost on fighters and all air production 40% faster. Not really that interesting to him. Yeah, just outproduced the air of Dankus. And Dankus now not knowing what to do. Once again, Malta unprotected. Only one division of Malta. Rocket Arty very late in the game.
It is a strong division, though, that is on Malta, I will say. It's a pretty good division to be stationed there.
Oh,
and the thing as well is what Nave could do if he sees a naval invasion coming in. He could quickly convert some units and power drop them back on there.
They're so equal. Enemy fighters lost 118, 127. They have 200 fighters each. This is a very, very equal air fight, which is good for Nave because he doesn't give Dankus green air, which would lead to a para drop. But they're utterly equal on air. And we just had a massive economy buff here from the Italy ultimate. 10 defense and hot acclimatization coming for Dankus, not so impactful. And then Rule Britannia also not so strong. I often must be honest, I don't understand the Commonwealth. All you get is 150 fighters. That's all you kind of have. And you get a little navy that nobody ever even uses. I feel like, personally, there was picks here that would have helped him so much more.
Quite possibly, honestly. I actually would have rated like a similar build, but on, say, something like US Marine Corps. You don't get fighters, but you get bombers. You get tactical bombers at that. Tactical and strat bombers. Possibly going Red Army, going third shock, getting the cast from that and building your own fighters also could be a good shout. It is the only allied division right now that I believe gives you fighters. Oh, no. There is also the fighters from China. China also could have been a good one.
Is there anything in the entire allied tree that gives you a 10% fighter bonus? Yeah, Russia. Russia, red pilots.
Yeah, red pilots.
I was about to say, Russia could have been so strong here for Dankus, I feel like.
Yeah, I think Shock Army could have been the right call. You still get the paratrooper that you...
You spawn 100... Yeah, the first Shock Army. I don't know if it's banned. I think it's not banned. You have the paratroopers. I feel like third Shock Army is the best Africa pick ever. You have the paratroopers for the paradrops. You have 10% fighter production. You have 150 cast for free. You have trains
get a railway gun.
Yeah, a railway gun on the... Yeah, dude. Right side Russia seems like the ultimate Africa pick.
It used to be, and then it fell off because of the Space Marine build, and now I feel like it could come back in. I feel like Commonwealth was good because they wanted the Navy. Obviously, that's the downside of the Soviet pick is you can't contest the Navy. You get some submarines, and that's about it. You don't have any battleships really to play with in the Navy, so you do have to kind of concede that a little bit. But you could do a solid stronghold on land if you can get even one of the islands.
Yeah, and Marcel saying UK second strongest nation. Marcel, maybe that's why I didn't push through today, because invention is important. And I personally don't see how the UK is very strong on this map here, to be honest. I'm pretty sure there could have been stronger picks, because now Dankus sees himself in this very bad situation. He's losing in every single front. He is running out of health, and how the hell is he going to break the wall of Wadan here?
I think this is just... Sonnenblume has become a cursed map for Dankus at this point.
Wait.
You can't...
82? No, sorry. Nothing.
Go for it. I just feel like that Dankus is really struggling with this map, and it's going to be one that he needs to practice. Even if he gets through, even if this is a 1 down and then wins the next 2, like if future matchups come up and he's on Sun and Bloom, he can't have this much of an Achilles heel from a map pick.
It looks like knowing what to do on Sonnenblume is a massive asset, right? Wolfram got a win with it. Now Dank is losing his pick, which is devastating for him. He thought he easily gets a win here. He's thinking like Marcel. Oh, I will pick UK on Sonnenblume and get my 90% win rate. What's happening? Nope. Nave, a beautiful, how to say it in English? Creative player that just comes up with beautiful things. Now unlocking integrated X command, additional German and Italian generals. I wonder how good they are. Also, I feel like if you want to be very good at this mod, you should really, in your head, memorize all the generals. Who's the best for what situation? I wonder if... I'm quite excited to take a look at these German generals in a sec, how good they are. See if they're worth something. Rommel should be quite nice here with a Desert Fox or something. Let's take a look. He's currently working with Gorgonzola over here. Infantry leader. Maybe it shows an entrenchment over attack. That's fine. Oh, this is quite exciting. Let's see what the generals you get. But Dankus, probably looking for one last push. Looking for as much soft attack as possible. Trying to win the air war. Not happening at all. And the entire time, my dear chat, there is an opportunity. There is something he could do to win the game right here, right now. But Dankus, once again, as I said about him for years, my dear friends, being way too tunnel visioned, being way too deep into one thing only. And that's why I often think the community and me shit on Dankus a lot. He could be so much more.
The thing is, yeah, he's really running out of VP points now. Only 150 left. That timer is going to be going. There are some things that he's researching that I'm like, that's hopeful. If you can get that in production, that's fine. But I'm missing I'm missing a marine pick. I'm missing like a counter to the, to the islands.
Yeah.
Which I think the Commonwealth have the advantage of because they have a strong navy. He banned away IJN.
And once again,
banned away the IJN, and he's still lost on that front.
And once again, it's nice to have this view of a caster, whereas everybody's telling me the Commonwealth was so strong, but what exactly helped Dankus here, other than 150 fighters? The tank counters do nothing here. A Gurkha is a basic infantry. Your fleet, you win the fleet battle anyway, but you still don't have Malta, so that focus was utterly
You might
waste.
want to hold our tune here because Dankus is making an assault, and it is looking in his favor. There is a last stand on Mordan that did come in the siege artillery, the attacking from all sides. It might be enough to stop the bleed if you can get this to change its tune, but there is also a counter attack coming in from Naif to make that multiple battle combat bonus on that 5-stack there.
Stay screen.
There you go.
Very, very nice. I'm really quickly interested in these German generals. Yeah, Rommel looks so good. Rommel is much better than Bergonzoli. Yeah, if he would switch Bergonzoli to Rommel, it would be a massive buff for him. That improves him a lot. Reconnaissance bonus. The Desert Fox bonus. Yeah. The Rommel switch would be massive for him. But right now, very micro heavy. But easily held that. Dankus just has not enough to offer right now. He's trying very hard to win this air war.
I would 100% move off of Italo Balbo as well. I'd change Italo Balbo for... because they've now unlocked Graziani. Rodolfo Graziani, and if you get him and Rommel in the same group, you have double Desert Fox.
Yeah, and he's fighting in Desert Tiles. Yeah,
yep.
It will be. I mean, as always, as a caster, you see things easily, whereas these guys are very, very, very busy right now. But switching to the new generals would be massive, which is quite interesting for me, in my opinion, because we don't often see this focus. That apparently the integrated access command is a very strong focus, very, very good focus. We barely ever see it because Germany is mostly banned and at least never taken. Very, very strong. But Nave currently not seeing that. Maybe something he will learn in the future. And once again, I really don't get why Commonwealth should be strong here.
The bonus is probably its shared focus of also it gets the SAS paratrooper as well, the special air service on its deep cooperation line, which it splits between the Norwegian side of things, which means not only does it get Gurkhas in strong infantry and a bit of air, but it also gets the paratroopers to go with for free. So that's one of the added bonuses. It's like But that's the idea of the Commonwealth. It is not it's a jack of all trades, master of none. You get a lot of things that you can play with, but you don't get, you know, something that's a be all and end all piece.
Yeah. I want to debate something real quick. Marcel says UK is the strongest pick on this map. You get free air spawns, big navy, free powers, free and high defense. Now here's my counter to you, Nave, which is why I think what you're saying is not very innovative. So you're saying the UK gives you air spawnings. Dankers barely wins the air war. They're utterly equal. So that already erased it. You have a big navy. He didn't manage to take Malta, didn't invade Malta as long as there was one paratrooper. The whole navy not being used, no value on it. You're also saying free paratroopers. Never used the paratroopers, didn't paratroop Malta, and couldn't paratroop here because of no navy. Everything you just said was not being used by Dankers. And you can't deny that there was other points that currently in this situation would have helped much, much more. I just want to urge a thinking apparatus. Maybe if you subscribe, you will think like a subscriber and understand that it's important to stay creative and not just this is a set meta, because obviously this is not working at all. Nave has been outplaying this massively and will take game number 1 with an Italy pick, and that shows creativity, knowledge, and a beautiful understanding of the game.
Nath has actually changed out the field marshal now in full Graziani, giving that promotion bonus. You're getting the offensive. It's now it's a massive benefit to those troops. Not changed to Rommel, but I kind of understand that because the current people he's got is the commando. So that's going to help out if he loses a supply hub for a bit. Obviously, he's not going to have as much out of supply penalty. Can stand more troops in the area as well. So yeah. I just
Rommel would give him 12% more defense. Yeah, 12% more defense.
True.
In this is all desert, right? Yeah, 12% more.
Yeah.
Why don't you play one on one, Tommy? Because we need someone good looking to cast these games. And there's the Malta attack, but so late, not strong at all. And then again, Marcel, yes, you have a nice SAS, but it's too late. You can always know the meta, but you also have to need the skill to apply it. And Dankers is not doing that. That is way too late. We saw for a long time there was no defense on Malta. Yes, he had the navy, but not strong enough. And that is probably game. That is game. Dankers has been utterly out techniqued here. Techniqued. This was not like a micro-heavy game. This was a game of who has the better build. And then a guy picking left side Italy, which we never ever see, takes a win. Beautiful. I am very impressed by Nif here. Very beautifully done.
Yeah, this is a clean win from Nath. I think Nath's spreadsheet's coming out clutch. Like he saw the IJN ban and was like, okay, I'm gonna do something that you don't expect me to do. Because at the same time, it's like I feel like the IJN ban, instead of the Panzer Group West ban, is one of those things that players want to do that to try and bait someone to play Panzer Group West, which isn't as good on this map because they're like, oh, good, the meta faction, it's free to play. I can grab it this time. Holy moly! And you know it's been outdone. Look at this as well. Nate coming in with an encirclement possibly to finish us off. Good game.
You talked about this YouTuber called Golem who wants to do technical analysis of games soon, right? And I feel like this would be perfect. This reminds me of Golem.
Yeah,
this is a pure technical masterclass by Nave, who just showed big IQ plays here.
Give me those breakdowns. I want to see breakdowns. But also, just another thing that you poured on. If anyone in this chat wants to become a content creator for this sort of Hoy esports, another thing that you can do guide breakdowns of the factions. Say like, okay, this general is good for this map. This things are like actual breakdowns of the generals and stuff, and actually get those deeper understandings for people to learn. Oh my god.
Yeah, and I think that game you could talk about so much. I truly, I know casters have to always be neutral, but bro, you guys know I'm never gonna be neutral, and I just fully don't get that Commonwealth. Only because of like 2 doctrines. You can't tell me that in a long game, which Africa often is, certain ultimates, certain stuff is gonna have so much more impact. Right side Russia would crush this, I think. You would crush it. Thank you, Palatarak. Thank you, man. Game number... game number 2 coming. Dankers once again fighting for a tournament life here, man. And Nave looking, my favorite player, looking amazing. Very, very impressive what he did there. Game number 2 is hosted. It's just after all these years of watching chat, you know I shit on Dankers all the time. Since the day he didn't invent it. He was hiding his tanks behind the river in Russia. He never invented anything. That's always what I said. He always learns something somewhere and then applies it very well. But I'm waiting for the day where Dankers makes me go, wow, what he's doing? What? What? That's what I want to see from my son. Do you know map picks yet? Or should we ask, or what's going on?
Well, I think we should go ask him.
Let's go ask him. Let's go. Brothers, Dankers.
Hello, Tommy and Mitchman.
You have a map pick, Dankers. And why is it Rhineland?
Hold on, before we start, I have to say, you can truly say I have won by blood alone.
Dankers.
I'll do Axis Nordwind.
Oh. No way.
There it is. Scandinavia map, first time in the qualifiers. Dankers on the Axis. Knave on the Allies.
Tankers coming out here with the wild map picks. Holy moly.
I think we might see some... Well, I feel like now is a really important moment. What faction will Knave ban? Oh shit, I need to go. You guys do this, I have to say goodbye to the baby. Good night. You guys do this.
Okay.
I mean, I have two options. Dankers, do you know what are the two options?
Not really.
Well, one is Panzergruppe West or Romania. And you will play one or the other, depending on what I ban. But I think let me consult the spreadsheet very fast.
Oh my gosh.
Nordwind preferred bans against Axis. I still feel like, yeah, I'm just gonna ban Panzergruppe West.
Okay. Dankers.
I will ban UK left.
UK
Commonwealth
left.
8th.
You already banned.
No, I played that last time.
Oh, right.
I was allies last time. You banned France.
Yeah.
Oh, GG. Okay.
Yep.
What about
So as a
now?
So, as a reminder, France and Commonwealth 8th Army are banned, and Panzer Group West and Imperial Japanese Navy are
Yeah,
banned.
so again, for allies, Commonwealth and France are banned, right?
Yes,
Okay, Pupetak, we're back.
no worries. I am going to get us in game, do the setup, and you tell me when you're ready.
Yep.
Good luck. I love that Tommy is just like, we can just hear Tommy like talking in the background of it on his stream. So chat, who do we think is going to win? If there is a moderator in chat as well to get up a what's it called, a prediction, Dankers versus Nath on Nordwind. Let's get it going. Let's go. I think from the sounds of it, I think Tommy's getting closer to the microphone. Okay. There we go. He's coming back. He's coming back.
Sorry.
Okay, it's all good. Tommy, so the bans are France and Commonwealth 8th Army for the Allies, Panzer Group West and Imperial Japanese Navy for the Axis. I actually think Nave banned the wrong faction here.
Yeah.
But we'll get on to that. Yeah, I think Panzer Group West is a weird ban.
Dankus is predictable. And what he loves on this map is he gives you Narvik, the allies will take Narvik, and then Dankus builds this ultra broken Mountaineer division with Rangers and crushes you off it. And Nave should have known that. He had, I guarantee you, Dankus' Axis. Chat, I'm gonna do this. I'm betting 20 gifted subs that Dankus plays, who was that guy with the Mountaineer bonus? Was it left or right side? Who was that? I think right side. No, left side?
Yeah, I think it's right side. I think it's right side Finland that he plays on this map.
Right side Finland. Yeah, this guy. 20 gifted on that is what Dankus is playing. And Nave should know that. The boy is so predictable. Let's see. 20
maybe that's it though. Maybe Nave has a strategy to beat that and is trying to bait Dankus to pick it.
I don't understand that sometimes. They beat tank builds in a world in a map that doesn't care about tanks at all. I don't get that so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be really intrigued to see what Nave comes out with. I think we might see something a little bit random, something unseen, but also at the same time, I reckon we might even see like okay, no, I think we'll see a Canadian First Army come out for Nave here. Because of the fleet that you get from Lessons to Dieppe, I feel like that they're going to try and rely on the Navy aspect of it, want to make those naval invasions, possibly utilize the tanks a little bit, maybe not, but like that, I think they're going to be worried at the fact that they don't have the Commonwealth 8th Army to be able to grab the British fleet there, so they'll probably rely on one of the other fleets, and they don't have the French fleet either. So yeah, I think that's going to be my guess there.
Maybe this is like when Goku gave Cell a Zensu bean. And I really have no idea what Nave's going to pick. And he's so surprising. Italy could be strong again. And already 5 mils on transport planes from Dankus, which shows us he will not pick anything that spawns in transport planes. He wants to really badly paradrop. Maybe trying to get Novik early. I like how I have no idea what's going to happen here. I have no clue. I'm very excited. Gentlemen, Dank is fighting for his life here. If Nave wins, he's in the playoffs. Nave, in my opinion, one of the best one-on-one players ever, next to Mohamed. And as a viewer, you always want entertainment. You like entertaining players, and I don't see anyone yet who's more entertaining than Nave. Left side Italy wins a map where the Axis have the 10% win rate. Come on, man. How epic is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Also, one of the things I've just realized, what's going to be huge about next week's games, it's half term this week for schools and universities in a lot of places. So there's going to be more free time. People are going to be able to play all day, every day if they want to, which means next week's games are going to be hard. So whoever doesn't make it through these, so if Dankus goes back into ladder, if Nave goes back into ladder, they might struggle to climb the ladder next week because there's just going to be an influx of players.
Once again, chat, they have to win like, what, 20 games to get to this point actually, right?
Roughly. It's about 20 games to get to the showdowns
Listen
each
to
week.
that, chat. They need to play 20 games on a weekend to get to best of 3 for the playoffs. That's crazy. That is crazy. And Dankus losing a second time in a row must be very hard on his brain. That must be pretty heavy for him.
Yep. We're just waiting on Nave. I believe he went to the bathroom for a bit. So, no, Nave's ready now, so we're just waiting on Dankus. I hope Dankus can... Well, if we get 2, like, game 3s on this best of 3 day, it's going to be epic.
Oh, man, that guy's permabanned. Come back when your IQ is over 40. Thank you. And... Dank is taking his time. He needs to win this. He needs this badly. I want him to win. I want to see a third game. I love that.
Yeah, I'm so unbelievably hyped for if we get a third game, because the thing is, it's gonna, like, we've had Sun and Bloom, we've now had Nordwind. We're gonna have a micro map at some point, and it's gonna be at a point when loads of the factions are banned. So who knows what we'll see?
I also feel like back in the day, there was a lot of 2-0 stomps. But now, as the one-on-one community is getting better and better and learns the game more, you see a lot of 2-1s now, which is a beautiful thing. Back in the day, a lot of 2-0s. Someone just stomping the other guy. But the cool thing is what you guys are doing here with that these people have to win 20 games first, or play 20 games first, is you only have the best of the best.
Yeah.
Dankus is probably focusing again and doesn't chat. He's totally ready, but he doesn't know he has to say ready. I just know him so well.
Yeah.
And Dank is sitting at home like this, chat. Right now, he sits at home like this. I just know him. I know the guy. Always dipping with his feet. Dankus. Dankus.
I'm gonna ping him on Discord.
Playing the same song over and over. At least I don't use the same Tinder line over and over, Spox. Maybe that's why you're single. Wish he was streaming. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dankus. Is he pooping? You know what I think he's doing? He's in a Google Meet call with Leonard. Asking what he should do.
Since the beginning of the game, Leonard has, since the matchup started today, Leonard has flown to Sweden to just be there. You know, give him a shoulder massage, tell him everything's going to be okay, promise him that they can play CSGO together by the end of the day. Like, that's all of those Leonard messages earlier. They were pre-scripted. They were sent from Leonard's home PC. That was remote sent whilst he was like on a flight to Stockholm. Okay, cool. Then we are letting this game go.
I was ready for a long time. Yeah, how will we know that, Dankus? Okay. Let's go. Leonard versus... Dankus versus Nave. Oh, God. And Nave looking so exciting. I really wonder what he's going to pick. I have not the slightest idea. I don't know why I'm feeling something Asian from him. I don't know.
Hear me out. I think we're going to see a USMC pick from Nave. I've just got a weird feeling. Like, it gets a Navy. It gets the Marines. I mean, you get the Navy relatively late with it, but you also get tactical bombers and strat bombers. There's some stuff that you can do there. It's also, Nate is also the sort of person that will pick like something slightly off the cuff like that.
They've already looking very infantry heavy right now. I hope Dankus is not overproducing these transport planes. And yeah, chat 20 gifted. Hopefully he picks on with Ismus. And he just researched air. We see heavy MG with the company from Dankus looking for good air to make his paradrops. And flame tanks coming from Nate. Flame tank is very, very strong on this map. But boy, is there a lot of forest to burn on this map.
Another pick that Dankus could go for outside the two Finland picks that would make a lot of sense here is actually right side of Wehrmacht. Left side, of course, is banned, but right side you do get transport planes, you get the 10% of division attack, you get a railway gun, you get some CAS, you get those Panzer Grenadier divisions and the two light tanks and the two, and is it two or three 32 whip motorized. There's two light tanks, two motorized. It's a very strong division. You still get the Gutmund Uns bonus at the end. You still get all those attack divisions. It just means you'd have to research the special forces instead that you would get outside. But yeah, the generals on Finland are very strong for this map. The double adaptable is huge.
I'd like to see railway guns more adapted in certain maps like this one, where the battle is mostly about Narvik, or like in Africa, where the railway gun can take care of the entire front. I think the railway gun is a 25% modifier, which
it's the same as shore bombardment, and it's so you can, if you have shore bombardment as well, it's double that. Like it's a doubled up bonus, which is huge. Railway gun used to be the thing that made or broke the whole meta. That was the season one. It was the initial meta we had. It was like, oh, it's all about who gets their railway gun
but why did they stop
and when
that? What do you
on
think?
those faction.
I
think it's because a lot of the maps opened up. I think that back then it was just Sonnenblume. It was just that single front line. It is a large production investment, but so other tactics have become slightly more viable. But yeah, the railway gun can be a battle changer, especially if things are really stagnant. I don't know, I've got to get rid of the agency glitch on my end, but yeah. I'm really interested to see what Dankus does. I think actually this could be a win for Dankus, this map. I really do. I've seen him play really well on this map. He's comfortable on it, unlike I would say a lot of the micro players, which I would put Dankus in the group of, really struggle with this map. He's actually a micro player who doesn't. I feel like this is a Dankus side. Like this is like out of the two sort of out there maps between Sun and Bloom and Nordwind. You're going up against Dankus. You always pick Sun and Bloom because he can win Nordwind and he can win it quite well. So I think this is an okay choice for me, and I think this is going to be an okay possibility of win
players doing air. It's going to be an air war again. And yeah, back to that railway gun. I always felt, you know, chat, you know me, I always like to think, how does the best Hoi 4 player play? And the thing of railway gun is, you spawn it in once, or you build it once, and that's it. You put your mills over it, whatever. You put your railway gun on hotkey, like 3, 4, or 5, and you always keep the railway gun behind you, and you always have a 25% buff. 25%. And you only did once, that's all it is. Railway gun's really a very underused thing in Hoi 4, in my opinion. Obviously, when you have like Germany versus Russia in multiplayer, it's hard to have a railway gun on the front line. But if you fight for Norway, if you fight for North Africa, the railway gun has unimaginable value. And I love this idea from Mitch. Right side Germany can be very strong here. He's building air. He could put the one on the cast down. Close air support even gets a production bonus. 10% attack. Looks very, very strong. 10% factory output. Ooh. Yeah, very, very strong. That would mean I have to give 20 subs though. Let's hope it's not true. I'm hoping I predict Dankus too well. I think he just wants Mega Mountaineers and Narvik. I think that's what he... Shit, now I feel scared about my 20 subs here. Nah, there's the Mountaineer research. Okay. Mr. Predictable, hopefully. Making me happy.
Well, if he's researching it, that might mean he might not be going Finland because he'd get it from the tech, right? Would he? Oh no, he might not. No, he gets ranges from the tech. Okay,
sorry.
He gets ranges from the tech. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
The point is right. You want that 10% special force attack, giving you a 10% attack bonus on all your Mountaineers. You get crazy supply bonuses. The rest is kind of useless. Entrenchment and then Sisu. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Ah, he captured Knave Spy. Unlucky. Trying to predict the future. Trying to predict Dankus' moves, aside predicting that Manchester will never win the Premier League ever again. Not very hard to do. And Norwegian campaign from Nave.
Oh, combined operations headquarters. We saw this really. This was the fabled pick that Marcel almost won with in the last matchup. This is a strong choice for this map. No! It does mean that Nave's going to be kind of weak in the Navy. Wait, what?
He's doing Imperial Jap. I need to give 20 subs.
He's IJA? Imperial Japanese Army?
Imperial Japanese Army, yeah.
Yeah, because he can't do the Navy. So it's the infantry side. Okay. What? Oh.
Yeah, chat, here's 20. I'm voting StarCraft 2 games. There you go.
That's the real reason that you did it. You did it to put a game vote in. I see.
I actually don't bet much subs. I never do that anymore. The whole 2024 is the first time I'm gifting subs because I was so sure I have Dankus. I have him. Imperial Japanese Army, man. Interesting. So special forces, Mountaineers probably for Nave. Could very easily hold Narvik. And he's spawning in the Japanese fleet first. Fleet and 3 aircraft carriers. Spawning in fleet is one thing, but having the skill to use the fleet and using it in a valuable way, the other thing. Paratroopers done. Imperial Japanese Navy, my dear chat, is a very, very infantry-based thing. It's ultra infantry, 10 soft attack, a lot of population, 10 division defense. Last stand is much cheaper. You get a bunch of field hospital, reconnaissance, 20 breakthrough. And then Modern Bushido also one of the weaker ultimates with only 20 recovery rate and war support. Whew. And he did all the dockyards. What are you doing, Dankus? He's spamming submarine freeze like crazy. What is Dankus doing right now? Submarine MK1. Very good submarine, yeah.
I think he's predicting a Navy build from from Nath, and he's wanting to. He's going to, like we said, he's going to give up Narvik, but he's going to try and strangle it for supply. He's going to try and encircle it, strangle it for supply with the submarines, and then crush it with his Mountaineers. That he's going to actually make the Mountaineers rather than using spawn-ins. And actually, we're already seeing Mountaineer divisions on the field. This is like an early iteration of what he wants to do.
Yeah, fleet is already going. You're right. The fleet already is going for the combat rating, as you predicted.
Yeah.
Is Narvik though in the northern tile? No, I don't. Is Narvik not in the Barents Sea? The port? Am I wrong?
It is up there in the
Doesn't matter
the
though.
Barents.
He's catching the supply anyway.
But no, he's got all of his cruisers and his destroyers up there to try and grab superiority, and he's using the submarines in the deep waters of the the fjords and archipelago of the Norwegian coastline. Which, if you look at the stats of fjords, no, if you look at the stats of fjords and archipelagos, it's actually harder for battle cruisers, battleships, carriers, heavy cruisers, and other ships to be used there, but it has really high visibility, like as in really lowered visibility. So whilst positioning is down on subs,
They want free speed?
Yep. While positioning is down on submarines, it's the only thing that's down on submarines. In fact, they're harder to spot, whereas most big ships have many more negative modifiers, which means these are going to be really hard to dig out of this position. And he'll be cutting the supply train up. Yeah.
I never even remembered that there's fjords and archipelagos. But
yeah, different sea tile types. They have bonuses.
Looks though Dankus is trying for Narvik with Japanese tactics.
Look at also just Dankus has got an interesting strat to get Lulia.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but yeah, he is. It should be his anyway. Should be fine. Tommy's not a Navy man. I mean, who is in Hoi 4, right? And as I always tell you guys, Navy is submarine free spam. And he's gonna try very, very hard to kill all supply to Narvik here. But you see, meta-wise, everybody knows the allies get Narvik. That's crystal clear. People often don't even try for Stockholm anymore.
I think the fact that people don't try for Stockholm anymore is like one of those things. It's one of those elements of the map that doesn't get explored enough that I think could change a match if left uncontested, for example. Like we've seen in the last Sodom Blue map how the map just got changed by reviving an old strategy for the map. I feel like you could do the same on this map and actually do a Stockholm dive and make a big push through that could really change up a game. So I think that's just another element where people need to think about it more.
Deck is looking a bit more interesting here today. The war is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting build by him, something I didn't predict, and it cost me 80 euros. He is trying with a massive navy to stop supply to Narvik. Both players very infantry heavy, very, very paratrooper heavy, and both players want air,
for Tommy
air,
for
air.
36 months since then, got a high-paying job in the GF. All from following Tommy.
I told you, man. Thank you. We have the light tank, though, advantage on Nave, and the game is about to start right now. Paradrop should easily drop into Narvik here. Don't forget, chat, for balance reasons, there's a thing that in the first day you cannot paradrop people. Otherwise, paradropping is a little bit too overpowered. Narvik, though,
oh my gosh, that's amazing. He's landed on an air base next to Lulia. He's then get a double drop to Narvik.
Oh, that would be huge. He will do what he will do right now. Do what Nave did to him in Africa. If he double drops,
he's doing it. He's doing it. He's actually doing it. It's actually going to happen. It's right before our eyes. Before these troops can make it all the way up the Norwegian coastline, there is going to be a double drop onto Narvik. There are some horses rushing across mountains,
he needs to do it now.
and they have got to try and beat those planes.
Oh, he's got to do it right now.
There might be contested.
He doesn't have the
enough.
navy. He doesn't have the navy. The air. He's missing a lot on Sweden.
Contested.
He doesn't understand how the air works. He didn't do it on Sweden. There's Narvik. That's the first time in a long time we see the Axis take Narvik. Horses versus planes sounds like a new mobile game, but it's the truth right here. Narvik going to Dankus and Nave on the back foot here in game number 2. So far, Dankus' tactic looking amazing. Thank you so much. The full taser for the 10 gifted man. You have a vote. Tell me later. Thank you so much, Butter. Thank you so much.
One excellent play here from Dankus, like really showing us that he is still relevant. Like Dankus, no, it's true. We've gone through it time and time again. We've said that Dankus is a little bit washed up. He takes other people's strats. He does some other things. This is something completely different. I haven't seen a single player try this before. This is completely new. This is theory crafting. This is the old Dankus. This is the Dankus that we know and love. And I hope to God that this works out for him, because right now this is the best I've seen him like in an early game push for a long time.
I'm very proud of him that he actually saw something different. He did the same move Nave did last game to take Malta. What happens is you paradrop chat, you take the new airport, you quickly, this is very micro heavy, you quickly bring your transport planes over and insta drop somewhere else. It's like a big bam, 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 bam. Very, very high level tactic in Hoi 4, and with that taking Narvik, and the Nave probably has 0 supply here. I'm pretty sure about that. Not very good, and just trash cavalry, and he's not able to take Narvik. The last stand is there. And looking very good for Dankus here, who's trying to rush to Narvik and defend it. The paratroopers still seem to be able to do this with their last stand. And Dankus looking good, only missing 6k guns. Other than that, looking amazing here. His fleet already catching some convoys. You see this port here is getting caught. Nave probably needs to turn it off and just live off railways. He has a railway though. Yeah, he's kind of fine. And I think Dankus will be in Narvik soon to defend it. Nave on the back foot, losing 1-2. Needs to take Lulea or Narvik in the next couple of minutes. And there's the Mountaineers arriving in Narvik. The elves have arrived. Haldir is here, ready to defend.
That was a horn. I was like, what the fuck did I just hear you do?
That was the elven horn from Realms
I
Deep.
get it. Yeah, I'm following. That is no orc horn. Yeah, I get you now. Because I misheard. I thought you said elk. I thought you were doing like a moose noise. I was like... I was so fucking confused.
Elks would be very important in the gameplay for Nave to bring supply into the northern mountains of this planet here. And he's already retreating. He knows Narvik is now off the record. And now the time has come for Nave to find a solution for this. Dank is looking amazing here. He has the bicycles. That pretty much is GG. I think we can say GG in the chat here. The bicycles are coming. But right side Japan is an infantry build. He's getting heavy bombs. He's trying to cast. How's the air looking? Nave full air control here with the airport in Narvik. And Nave will have no chance to take Narvik here. Nave going for Lulea though. He's going in. The problem with Lulea is often though you have no supply. Right here in this area, they will literally have to eat local wildlife, which in February not so easy to do. And Lulea is Dankus taking care of this? The Dankus not taking care! Dankus needs to be so careful. He is once again doing the Dankus move of focusing too much. He is in Narvik, yes, it's protected. But Lulea is open. He needs to, there we go. Sending them. Oh, he has to be fast. Oh, he has a lot of issues with, he just blew everything up. He blew Lulea up. He just fucking blew up Lulea. Look at him. He blew up Lapland.
Oh my god.
What are you doing, Dankus?
I think that's smart. I think that's well, because it will stop because if you look at the province, it's a huge province and that affects the entire province. So I think it affects as much land of Nath as it does Dankus, and it means that Nath will not be able to build the supply hub to get up to him.
He also destroyed the site of Nave, man.
Yeah.
They will expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. And he self-destroyed his own stuff to make Nave have no supply. Jesus Christ.
Two true Finnish battle tactics right there. Wow. If we can't have it, you can't have it either. Let's blow it all up. That's a huge play from Dankus.
Chet is right. Yeah, he has the port of Lulea, which makes this not attack him at all. Yeah.
Yep.
The Lulea port is saving him. Some command rating from Nave will be huge right now. Oh, Dankus finally showing the skill. A beautiful destruction, man. That was just terrorism behind the lines of Nave. All the railways are dead. And Nave is many, many minutes behind. With only 9 civs, how are you going to repair that? Lulea off the record. Narvik mega protected. And now Nave, for the first time here tonight, has to show if he knows a tactic to do this. He's doing Rangers, light infantry or Rangers. They have bonuses on woods, which we're mostly fighting here on this map. But boy, oh boy, does that explosion... that hurt. Warrior Spirit coming for Dankus. 10% division defense for infantry. Dankus looking ultra favored now, improving his Mountaineers. The air is utterly in his favor. Naif looking... wow. I will not bet my house on Naif right now, that's for sure. Oh, Naif even retreating, knows it has no sense. It is now a pure Novik fight. There is some Mountaineers. They look very, very strong, but no air. No air, no supply. Let's take a look here at Naif.
Oh, Naif might be actually able to push in here. He's built some Mountaineers of his own, and it's looking a little bit rough there for Dankus.
Building a brand very, very clever to not build a port, because Dankus' navy will kill that. He's building a supply hub. Even if he takes this chat, he's going into red supply. You gotta be careful. And he's going all in on Mountaineers. And here is something positive about Naif. He went for a now Mountaineer build. He went with Norway, which has unbelievable bonuses. Where's that bonus? He didn't take it yet. He needs to take until a Night of Reconquer 10% bonus attack on all Mountaineers. He needs to really, really realize he needs that badly. And he needs the supply hub. Hugely important he takes the 10% attack bonus here. And it looks like Novik is his only bet. It's all he has right now. Yep. Dankus is playing very, very good here. You can see he really prepared this. This is geniusly prepared. I didn't even know you can blow up your enemies' stuff.
Well, it's because Lapland is such a huge state, because it happens on a statewide basis. Lapland is, I think, one of the biggest states in Hawaii, and like outside of ones in like Africa. It's a huge and like parts of like it's even bigger than a lot of the Soviet like states in terms of land mass. These northern states here. So it's a lot of bang for your buck, and it's really slowed down that advance. It's really given Dankus that time. I would recommend that Dankus actually fills in this gray area behind his lines, just in case the supply hub gets broken, because right now, although he is garrisoning the coast, he is funneling all supply through one and only one railway. If he fixes off this, like grabs this legal neutrality land, he cleans that up and gets more supply like flow through his lines. But other than that, this is a pretty perfect hold from Dankus for now. I'd also like to see Dankus make a run on, like keep the APM up and just like try to navally invade in places. That would really ruin Nave's life, I think, right now.
Nave also no more air. The air will utterly belong to Dankus. Massive buff for Dankus. It looks very, very grim for Nave. But
Nave has an idea of something to do.
Also,
Nave
if there's a
plan.
game free, Nave has faction and map pick, which is a huge advantage with these meta people. They know exactly what they're doing. That could be a bit of an advantage. A disadvantage that Dankus brought upon himself for losing the first game. But it's looking grim for our boy here. He's trying to build this supply up here, chat, to have one final chance. But if Dankus just... And Bladder just said in chat, Dankus is the king of waiting. And he will just stand here. And Dankus will just stand here and hold with his Mountaineers. And the green air looks amazing. He could even get Shoma bombardment if he wanted to. I don't want to be a doomer. Nobody likes... Oh, okay. Nobody likes a nobody likes a... nobody likes a doomer. Yep. But Nave looking... It looks very, very grim. You know, if this was like a betting website, there will be chance of 1%, I think.
I need to find out if I can grab the domain name of like hoy4bets.com at this point.
Dude, you will make a lot of money. You will make a lot of money with that. That's actually genius.
I don't know how legal it is.
I don't know. That's actually a great question. You need like a license or something?
Yeah, I'd guess
that will make a lot of money. I guarantee. Damn, that's a great idea. I have to. You want to partner up?
I mean, hell yeah. Maybe we could now.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. We probably will have to make a company in the Cayman Islands for that.
Or Switzerland at the very least.
That's a great idea. I will be on that website. I will be there.
You'd be our biggest customer, Tommy.
Dude, I'm so excited to go to Stockholm for the casino.
I know, you keep mentioning it. Yeah.
I'm super excited. Dankus is good at this. Dankus loves waiting.
I'm gonna do a U now. I've got food.
It's okay, don't worry. What is it? What is the food?
It's like roast. Roast. Like a roast dinner.
I don't even know what that means. Roast dinner.
So it's a very British thing, I think. It's basically on Sundays. It's traditional to have a roast dinner. So it's like
I mean, could I, as we're only seeing a waiting Dankus, could we maybe see a picture of your food? I would be quite interested. What a British man, what it looks like. Also, we're on 2-speed. We're on 2-speed, yeah.
I'll fix the speed. I will find you someone else's because mine is.
Okay, sure. Leonard just said I will win the tournament and then go to the casino. Put it all on black and double it. The grand final of StarCraft is right now. Hey, this is much better though. I will watch that off stream. Like braten? Like he has roasted meat with mashed potatoes?
So yes, yeah, roast meat is not mashed potato. We have roast potatoes, which is like
You roast everything.
Yeah, so it's just like a big like pot of. There you go.
Wait. Ah, that looks good. Ooh, looks a little bit. No, it actually looks like something we would eat too. Yeah. Shit, I didn't buy.
That's actually not a great photo of it, but
looks good. Looks good.
It's still good. Yeah. So it's yeah.
What I liked in the UK is, in Germany, we have zero mac and cheese culture. There's no mac and cheese anywhere. When I was in London and Edinburgh, everyone is selling mac and cheese. I love that.
Oh, mac and cheese is great. I love it.
So Germany, you never find that.
Actually, it's quite common with a roast dinner to, instead of doing mac and cheese, you do some cauliflower cheese, which is like you get cauliflower and bake that in like a cheese sauce.
Oh yeah. Dankus just protecting. Dankus knows I just have to protect here. Knave leads a big all-in. I told you, Chad, the early game matters. Whoever takes the points is very important, man. I know Käsespätzle, man. I just ate them the other day. It's just the problem with Käsespätzle is... let me show it on stream so every international guy... This is a big thing in Germany, which I love to death. The problem with this is... I think that 60% of the time it's not well made. This has to be well made. Many people, they sell this, like on markets, and they don't make it well. But if it's well made, it's heaven on earth.
What is it?
I can't explain. These noodles are made from eggs. And you make them literally swim in cheese, and then you put roasted onions on it. Yeah. And not parsley. Germans, what's Schnittlauch? Schnittlauch in English? Schnittlauch? I love that. Oh, it's so good. Every morning. Schnittlauch is parsley, isn't it? Chives. Yeah, chives is very... Oh, I love that. Knave's attack just getting ultra repelled instantly. No way in hell. Now, I feel like building one railway gun would be so genius for Dankus right now.
I'd agree. This is looking like a really solid hold for Dankus, and it's just... Nath is now like sort of floundering, I think. Nath is expecting to be fighting over Narvik, not fighting for Narvik.
I think when you're in this situation, you should just understand you're effed and do something crazy. Like naval invasion, anything. If everything is even ground, you will never win.
Or get out early. Save your energy and go for another game.
True, because you're the offender, whereas where Dankus can just be AFK. True. In a way, GGing early makes sense, yeah.
Especially as you know, the next map, if you lose, is going to be yours to pick.
Yeah. Maybe Nave can already start thinking about, what do I want to do next? What do I prepare? He has no Stroman Botman, no railway gun. He has Stroman Botman, actually. Dankus should not allow that. Oh, the stats though are so bad. Exceeding combat with terrain. Dankus is defend though. 25 air support. It's the air. The air is devastating for Nave here. He could have almost nail invaded this, but Dankus actually prepared for it, I think. Did Dankus prepare for it? Yeah, Dankus has so many submarines here that the Nave cannot get a green. You would have to argue Nave's issue was maybe his faction pick. Mountaineer Norway just not strong enough, but what else would he have done?
Yeah, I think right now he's struggling navally. I still think the US Marine Corps would have been a really solid pick because you still get a lot of the Special Forces bonus. Yes, you would have had to research the Mountaineers yourself, but I think like the downfall, the gains from it are far better in this scenario.
Once in a while, chat, you have games like this. It happens. But Hoi 4 still fresh, new Paradox game, and I mean, last game was amazing. We have a lot of sick games nowadays. And hey, chat, this is much better than watching 8-hour competitive games. He's trying, he's going very all in here. He's very mad. You see he's attacking without the work. I get this, it's hard. One thing I like to do is you stay ultra AFK and just try to get tech. But then again, Dankus also is getting tech. All the tech you do, Dankus will have to. Losing the air war like that, has no navy. You know, Hoi 4 has 3 levels. Navy, air, and land. And every single level is won by Dankus right now.
Yep. I think Nath is currently attacking and hoping he gets a retreat meme. That's kind of what it's come down to.
Just not enough damage though. Needs the air. Gets cast. This is pretty much over, unfortunately. Dankus just showing technique, knowledge of the game. And it's
a solid... Yeah, it's a very solid map pick as well from Dankus as well. Especially pulling out the bag those paratroopers. I don't think anyone was expecting those. We weren't expecting the mass assault pick either. Being mass assault as well is huge for his organization and his defense. Like, yeah, this is really well thought out for Dankus.
A fleet is coming for our friend Nave. Maybe a possibility there. He can unlock 2 logistics, 2 planning. He's trying to run his head into a wall here. Only with a lucky meme he can win this. Dankus no show bombardment. Dankus could easily kill that fleet, I think. Nope, nope. I don't see it. Dankus' submarines don't really catch anything. Nave very careful there. Maybe Nave should have repaired everything. This is why sometimes I hate that they turn all their civs into mills. By taking a lot of civs, which he probably did. He didn't take a civs. Oh! I think Nave could have maybe taken all the civs, repair all the damage, and try something in Lulea. With like Marines or something. I truly am a believer, chat, which I think some of you guys are not. There's always a way. I think there's always a way. This is not like boring OP. No. Get the civs focuses, repair the bombing, and Marine or something. Something. There's always a path. He's training 10 Mountaineers, yeah. This is like his last all-in. He's very clever, knowing training gives 25% modifier. Very important.
I think Marines and Rangers and kind of leaving Narvik to be what it is and trying to push for Lulea is a good shout. I think that's a really, really solid option.
Oh.
And the thing is as well, Nave has enough VPs right now to go for that and pivot, but...
Wait, you can't repair Scorched Things? Chat says you can't repair Scorched Things. I think there's like a buff that says you're scorched at you. Right now he can repair. He can repair. Right now? Yeah, he can repair. Sorry. The owner
I think
of the state has to stop the scorched earth.
Oh, because...
No, he's repairing? No, he's repairing? For a while you debuffed and can't repair. Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's not repairing. Yeah. That's fucked. Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't progress.
I knew it turned it off, but I didn't think it turned it off forever. That's huge.
That sounds like something interesting for Leonard.
Yeah, that's
Nave could build a port though. Dankus has all the navy. He will just crush that port. That's Dankus though. He loves exploits. Said it for years. Classic Dankus. Oof, that's something the devs should maybe look into a little bit. It's a vanilla thing. Is there anything you can program or do about that?
Oh, is it because Nath doesn't have control of the state?
Yeah, he's not considered the owner of the state. He can't call it off. That sucks.
So he needs to take
Nath breaking a province? Nay, the Great Air though is crushing him. You could make a different state. Oh, Norbert, very genius. Yeah, developers, you could make this a state and then this a state. And that's clever as hell. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, to split Lapland into southern and northern Lapland might be...
That's a great idea, yeah. Because that is a little bit not so cool, yeah.
I think this map is due a rework before the finals. I'll have to check our roadmap.
Yeah. Well, Leonard, we're not talking about right now, you muppet. Yeah. That's our boy Dankus, though. Now I'm very pro Nave. I hope Nave gets on top in game number 3. Nave has advantage. She can choose faction and map. Because I was just saying, chat, right? There's always a way. But this buck takes out that way of taking Lulea.
Yeah, I could have sworn it was on a timer. I didn't think it myself. I didn't think it was something that was forever.
One thing I learned in all these years, the multiplayer community always finds a loophole. They always... Dude, Hoi4 players should be lawyers, man. They will always get you out of prison. They always find a path. Nice. The air is just gonna crush him. Nothing can do.
There you have it, folks. Stay in school, become a lawyer, play Hoi4.
You could just build a new
the
railway. Yeah, it's still kind of fucked. This shouldn't be a thing. For me, Scorched Earth will just be removed because it's a cancer mechanic that just slows down the game. Can you do that, Leonard, as a developer of the mod? I would fully agree with a ban of Scorched Earth. It just cleans the air. Is that possible?
We would just remove the button. The way
yeah.
you'd do it. You'd mod out the button. You'd keep all the mechanics, but you'd
That
remove
could be
the
a
button.
sick fix to this, yeah.
I mean, it's not. It's one of those things that if it's so prevalent that it holds up a game like this, yeah, we'd remove it. We'd 100% remove it. My main thing is like we don't do major balance changes or like changes to what factions do or anything like that. Whilst a season is running, but if it is essentially something that is in all essence broken, we'll happily fix it. In the same way that previously we had a mechanic where people were essentially putting out troops that had nothing in the infantry. There was like no equipment. We made a fix to that, made them weaker. We did that while the tournament was live. So this might be something that we bring up in an existing probably in a mod meeting, and we'll just go, hey, let's take a look at this because
it's just very important to me to you know me, guys, and I'm calling this out. We have a guy in chat saying you don't need to ban every defense mechanic called that guy, our guy, and we have another guy called the Frayne, very negative last week, who says Tommy is trying to remove entire mechanics. If your P-brain cannot realize how this might be an issue, a player not being allowed to repair this, I think we might have a problem in the department of IQ, my brother. Come on, let's. If we have to even debate that, then it's like if you want to go to school, they do a test with you. If you can't even do that, come on. Come on, people. Come on.
I would say that yeah, if it's hazardous to the life of the game, then it's definitely something that's worth patching. Even if it's a case of like, for example, removing the ability to do it in victory point states, because right now this is a victory point state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or if you do it in a victory point state, you turn off the VP lead from it, because you know it's legitimately stopping. It's taking the actual mechanic of how to win away from a player, which is, you know.
Is Dankus allowed to repair his side? It's a great question. He doesn't care though. He doesn't repair it. He can't. No, there's like a button chat. Dankus needs to click this button and everything is like fine again. So Dankus is kind of holding this hostage, which is obviously Delphine. Come on, man. At some point. Come on, you're a long time sub. You should have an IQ over 80. Nave is trying. I really know how Nave feels here. He's probably very frustrated here.
Yeah.
But game number 3. Hey, we have game number 3. Chat, I might not do Homeworld free sponsorship today. I'm too tired. I just do it tomorrow. I want to give the sponsor a good representation. And we might just play some Warhammer. Because, bit tired, but I like that this is going long. I love having game 3. Love it. Very excited to see Nave's pick. I think Nave is... Oftentimes the story is, can everybody control their emotions? And I tell you, Nave is mad after this. And Nave has to stay calm, pick a nice map and a faction. Mm-hmm. And... You know, no, Dankus is the the one, can I say this? But the one-trick pony. He knew this tactic would be strong. So if Nave can find a path now with his map and faction pick to put Danks in a position where he doesn't have an answer. Also, I think the next map should be a micro map. We now played both the smaller maps, Scandinavia and Africa. The next map will be a large front map.
Yeah. I will be very surprised if we... Oh, there we go.
GG. GG. Okay.
I think GGing early like that is a really good call as well. I think Nath has realized I'm wasting too much energy here. It's so broken. We need to just move on. There's a good call from him.
Yeah. I'm excited. Game 3. Let's go down there and talk to them.
Feature.
Hey,
Hello.
that was balanced.
I love how they're all like
Right.
1200 defense.
Hold on. So just to
Like,
explain what happened
or-
and why this stupid knave didn't push through the forest, it's because I can't repair the supply hub.
Oh, we know. We talked about it the whole time. Yeah.
I know,
so, like,
and I did what you did to me. So I.
well,
You know, I test built it with Segel for this. This is exactly the test build I did.
Well, it looks like, though, in time, there might be something fixed about this. But it's what it is. But, Nave, you have that advantage now with a mech and a faction pick over Nenkus.
all right.
You can feel the tension in the air.
Let's look at the maps. So we played Sonnenblom and Nordwind, which leaves at the gates, Marco Polo, Schuvel, across the Rhine.
Take your
Okay, I
time.
need to write down the BAMs.
Nave always writes everything down. It's really cool. He's taking that very serious.
I'm just here for the.
We have times, right?
Yeah. Do you have that picture still? You posted that picture of your desktop where you have all these spreadsheet thingies?
Yeah. It's just the how would you call it? It's a table of contents. Yeah.
Your desktop is a table of contents of your
No,
life.
not desktop.
Where's that picture? Can anyone find that picture in Discord chat? He has this picture of his desktop. And it's like tactics for Africa and stuff. You can hear him opening Excel. Yeah, you kind of actually can, yeah.
Pen.
Well, we can take this little moment for a little tiny commercial break.
Hey.
I'm doing a little commercial break. Oh, what did you
No,
add?
no, I was just imitating
Yeah,
you.
I'm back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
And gentlemen, we're gonna take a 1 minute commercial break. See you in a minute. I'm actually gonna be right here. Wait, where is that video? Commercial! No, wait. This fucking stupid ass ad block shit, man.
Do you know what would be?
Commercial break.
Do you know what would be so good?
The fuck was that? Okay.
Do you know what would be so good? A massive, massive event. Today, that massive event is about to become reality.
Fuck you, Capcat.
Greatest Hoi 4 event ever made. Only the best players will get a shot at the title of World Champion and the $20,000 on the line. Anyone can join. Anyone can compete.
Everybody.
Sign up on Discord. Qualifier showdowns will take place every week over at tommykaylive. You can join us for the first ever Hoi.
Chat, do you want to fucking sit in this arena while Tommy stands right here and tells you about his political views? Come on, man. Come on. Get your tickets down below.
Hoi 4 live event in May. There's going to be content creators, there's going to be developers, it's going to be a real
God, I have a good beard.
of Hearts of Iron.
Yeah, and everybody's friends. Everybody likes each other. It's actually kind of cool. Everybody's really nice and stuff. And now, after that commercial break,
No,
let's
I
listen
wouldn't
to
even know
Nave.
what to do either. So
So
Oh shit, this is a huge decision. You have to understand, chat, they played so many games to get here. This is quite important.
yeah, only 20 games over this week, and then 20 games last week.
Yeah, and if Dankus loses, it's going to be 20 more
Yeah.
against. It's right now. It's half term as well, so all the younger in education Hoi players are going to come out of the woodwork with 8 till 10, with 8 till 8 every day being available to play Hoi 4. You know.
Nah, it was just a busy week last week. I only had time to play 16 games or something.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go for Rhineland Axis.
Rhineland Axis.
Okay. I ban an Axis. Honestly, whack. Now I need to think.
Yeah. Take your time. I'm gonna go to the.
Same for maps in all the games. That's ultra wrong. Not true. Yeah, chat. What maps would you like to see, chat? What do you think is interesting? I think this is mega interesting. I like that a lot. Also, this could be mad interesting. That could be really interesting, yeah.
Just outlining all the 2v2 maps.
Make them one-on-one maps. The Siberia without supply hubs. I would like some. It's hard because they're using real life geography. Like, you know what I like? You have frontline that always gets interrupted. Frontline, a little lake. Frontline, a little lake. Something like that, because that's very micro heavy. Anyway, Dankers is spanning, right?
Yeah.
They're thinking about this very deeply. Have a moon
Shows you
map?
that they care. Dankers?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for... Well, there's not even on the lobby yet.
For the allies.
Yeah, I should have opened the second version of Hoi 4 to look at the focus trees, to be honest.
You can still do it.
I'm prepared.
Can I? Have the time to do it?
Yeah, I didn't even join the lobby yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
I want to hear you theory craft though, Dankers. If you're gonna open a thing, I need to hear from you what you're thinking.
Exactly. Alright, I ban Itmus.
Oh.
Okay, right side Norway.
Finland.
Finland, sorry. Right side Finland.
Okay, no.
I ban Soviet. How is it called? Fifth Guard Stank Army. That's the name.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final match. Who has to play another week of gruesome 25 games? Or who is clean to go to the playoffs of the best 16 players in the world to fight for a spot in Sweden for $20,000? You can be there, get tickets down below, and meet your favorite hero ever. If I'm your favorite hero, though, you gotta fix your life. Just kidding! Great role model. Game number 3. Nave versus Dankus. Who's gonna make it through?
Best of 3. Tournament life. Dankers clickety-clacketing his way through. Good luck, Jenna.
Let's go, man. 2 game freeze today. Who does not like that?
I think...
Even I'm nervous. How much they feel?
I don't know, but I think the the Army of the Isthmus ban, I think that's the correct ban. I think that is the correct ban from Dankers.
Whoa, why again? Please explain.
So, look, the entire day and all the games we've seen before, last week and etc., people have been banning Panzer Group West, Hungary, and Romania, the tank builds, right? What has this best of 3 shown us? But the tank builds are out.
Are they though? Is this not the moment to bring it back? Is this the moment?
Possibly.
But we saw Wolfram get stuck in the river though, yeah.
True. But the thing is as well, taking away Army of the Isthmus, a faction that is so strong on this map, both defensively because of the defensive buffs you get at the end with Sisu, but also all the rangers, the double adaptable, being able to cross the river, etc. It's the perfect infantry build for an Axis attack on this map, which means Nave is going to either be forced to do a tank build or do something that's slightly less optimal in terms of the infantry build. Therefore, Dankus has narrowed the playing field. He can go, okay, if it's a tank build, I know how to counter it. Or if it's an infantry build, he's not the strongest infantry build. It's a good pick.
We're starting prediction chat. I have no idea who wins this. Zero clue. Very, very equal. Nay for Dankus. You can vote chat. 6 factions banned. Basic openers from both our players. Actually, exactly the same opener. Exactly the same.
Yep. I'm gonna quickly run downstairs, and I need to take my plate down, and then I'll be back. Probably they'll be ready to start the game when I'm back.
No stress, yeah. Oh, I'm nervous, man. It's gonna be interesting. You have to understand what you don't see on stream. If you lose this, you have to win 20 games next week to be better in the situation. All in on Knave. Oh, very equal. Oh, 2 million points in 1 minute? Jesus, chat. Jesus, chat. Wait, how do I see my... I don't know how this works. Ah, here. Wow, that is the most equal bet I've ever seen. Wow. Holy smokes. Thank a slight favor. No, now a Knave took over. Someone just put 1 million points on Knave, man. Don't forget, guys, at 5 million? At 5 million channel points, you have a right to get a personal call from me. 50k on Knave. Oh, yeah. Someone just mega... did someone just put 500k on... Damn. 4 million points. I like how this is maybe the most... This 101 in front of us right now is the most unpredictable I've ever seen. I have not the slightest fucking clue. 250k on Dankus. I'm a bit Knave favorite here because I think Dankus just exploited last game a bit. And Knave picked this. Knave has picked faction and map. Knave must know something here. What is he gonna pick? What is he gonna pick, you think?
The reason I think Knave has gone for this map is it is the map... It's probably like, put it down, it's the most balanced map. It is the map with the least variables. Other maps have, you know, ways of either exploiting or being caught off guard. This map, it's the easiest to control. It's the shortest front line. It's the shortest coastline that you need to protect. It's the basic bitch map. Like at the end of the day. Yeah. So Nath is going comfortable and hoping that his build will win the day.
I think this is peeing. But Nath must have something in his head. There's a reason, because Knave is genuine. That's serious, chat. He has genuinely a shit ton of not Excel editor files on his desktop. Well, I wish I could find that picture somewhere, man. But I can't find it right now. And he has, like, if he plays Rhineland, he double clicks his file and he sees what's good here, what's bad, what should I do. He pays very big attention to that, so he must be planning something here. To be honest, I forgot what's banned. What's banned for Knave? Do you still remember?
So yeah, so which one? Knave is the Axis, right?
Yeah.
Isthmus is banned? Yeah, so he can't be the Isthmus, Panzer Group West, and Imperial Japanese Navy.
Navy, oh yeah. It's clever if you play Africa map first, because the Navy ban doesn't hurt you that much in late game.
Yeah.
Could be fucking Italy again, huh? Or he just plays a standard Romania-Hungary build?
But that's why I was saying Isthmus is such a good ban for Dankus. Like, a good ban from Dankus, because Isthmus would be super strong on this map. The generals and the bonuses that you get can be really strong for your infantry.
Dankus ban are 5th guard tank Russians. Also banned is France, and also banned Commonwealth.
Yes.
Dankus might just do a ranger build here. What else is open to him? I really miss the USA.
I was about to say, I really feel like that this could be a USA pick for Dankus. The old superior firepower meta. That, or we're going to see China.
Dankus loves his infantry spam. He's really into that.
Yeah. I feel like the infantry spam from China, the old Season 3 meta might come back out from Dankus here.
Whatever they pick, chat, we're going to take a deeper look once it happens. Dankus is back. They're ready. Here we go.
Game is unpaused.
Game 3, the final game today, chat. Once again, I have to say no Homeworld sponsor after this. It's too late and tired. I'm just gonna hang. Homeworld is tomorrow, and I'm quite excited about this. They look very equal here. Almost the same builds. You know these people prepared. You know these people play a lot of games. They're ready. Dankus is already turning his civs into mills.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
Thank you, Zoe, for the tier 3. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And both players already destroying their civs. They really like doing that. Thank you, Zoe. Beautiful new alert to really give attention to a tier 3 sub. I like the alert a lot. Nate forgot his infantry MIO. That's a minor mistake, but still. Oh, Nate forgot to put an MIO on his gun. Oh, interesting. Very nice, actually, you saw that. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you so much. Whereas Dankus has the MIO, yeah. Which is pretty bad, because in this mod, to explain it, you start with +4. Meaning Dankus already has a pretty amazing buff here. A very amazing buff on guns. This is quite the big mistake by Maeve. Let's actually check, I'm interested. Nave is doing 72 guns a day, Dankus is doing... Also 72. Okay, it's the same.
Okay. So Nath's MIO is on his support equipment.
Ah, okay, there we see it, yeah.
But that's because the bonuses are more directed to support equipment than they are infantry equipment.
So, and we see air from Dankus, already the heavy MG2 coming out. But they're fully playing equal. Exactly the same research. Wow. Wow, this is the most equal game we've ever seen. Dude, I was just doing a bet on my stream. That's exactly the same. 4 million versus 4 million.
Oh, wow.
No one has any clue who's going to win this. Zero.
I think it's anybody's game. Like, I think in the international, we had one of those... We had that game that was Dankus versus Mohammed. Like, it was such a... Like, that was the prime time. That was your heavyweight. I think, so far, this is the most, like, prime time heavyweight that we've seen from... the qualifiers. This is what we're here for. This is two very evenly matched players battling out for a place in the playoffs.
They both at the same time start light tanks. They both at the same time put mills on light tanks. 3 versus 4. This is by far the most equal game ever right now, which makes me smell left side Italy from Nave here. Very strong air and sick help on light tanks. I don't know why the medium tanks are not so wanted right now. Wouldn't that crush the light tanks?
I think it's down to production and the amounts you can get out and not dedicating yourself to a Space Marine build. And I think both these players obviously also watched the previous matchup and went, oh yeah, the Space Marine build looks a bit dead. All the things we were saying about it. And now they've got that aversion to it. So I think they're still trying to fill things out, but they don't want to give up too much. Yeah. That's why we're still seeing those light tanks.
Dankus calls his division MED, like a medium tank. Let's see about that, but both players heavily into air right now. Wow, look at this chat. This is completely equal. Nave for getting the MIO again, though. So Dankus slightly ahead with the MIO, but Nave has the advantage of the map pick. I've been streaming this for many years, chat. I've never seen anything so equal before. Never. This is
another
insane. Thank you so much, Keanu. Thank you. People love these light tanks now. Heavy bombs for Dankus. This should be the first divergence. Nave will never do heavy bombs here. Yeah, the first divergence. Never ever is he gonna do heavy bombs. Nave isn't like that. You really start learning about these guys when you cast them a lot. Dankus likes his heavy bomb. He wants to have the cast battle. What is Nave gonna do here? Quite interesting. Come on.
I think the real teller is going to be when we see the faction pick.
Yeah.
The faction pick is going to be like so huge on this today that it's... Yeah. I'm trying to theory craft in my head on what we're going to see. And honestly, I think we're going to see Canada from Dankus. And I think we're going to see... I think you might be right. I think it might be Italy again for Nave.
He was very successful with Italy, yeah. Italy would help a lot the air war. This game looks like the air war depends hard on it. Nave is already on air, Dankus is not, which tells us Dankus is gonna take a pick that spawns him air. When people don't build air, it means they spawn it in. What the hell is this gonna be, Nave? Tell me. Don't float it, Nave. Come on, don't get nervous.
Oh, I'm completely wrong. Okay, Dankus is going for Norway. Or one of either the combined operations or Haren.
So he's looking for ranger bonuses. He wants to make his ranger strong.
Yeah.
I once again don't get that too much, to be honest. All you have is a bunch of rangers with +10 attack. You get the 10 heavy fighters, yeah. Breakthrough bonuses. 10% attack on all your rangers.
And it's Italy. It's Italy.
He loves it. Left side Italy.
Okay.
He does that for his light tanks. And the air Italy has could be the devastating factor here. The ultimate is so strong. Nave said today, I won by blood alone. He might just do it again. The bonus of... I think the late game belongs to Nave here with Italy. When are you going to design an airplane, Dankus? Light tanks will be massively in favor of Nave. He has light tank bonuses.
Oh, I know what Dankus is going to do. Oh, I know what Dankus is going to do. He's reviving a Season 3 strat. It's something that he used to do with China all the time when Mass Assault was really strong. which was he'd power drop onto the VPs and then set up an infantry defense line and just hold. He's going to do the same. He's gonna go combine operations. He's already getting the special air service. He's gonna power drop the VPs and then just infantry hold. Dig in with strong infantry.
But this is not the Scandinavia map. You don't have these amazing mountains and supply issues to protect you. Nave has a much easier intro here. The river is a problem, which Amsterdam doesn't have. And Nave has these beautiful air bonuses. I love the Italy pick. Once again, guys, the air bonuses of Italy are unbelievable. He's actually taking... Yeah, he's going for light tanks and then deletes them to have so many light tanks. And then he gets 150 fighters. He gets more aces. Light tank production. He will have infinite light tanks. The fleet is useless. Fighter production. If Nave gets a green air and then provides a cast behind, let's take a look at the MK1. It doesn't have a cast thingy, does it? Nope.
You say the fleet is useless, but actually the fleet can get some really good shore bombardment on the Amsterdam VP.
Yeah, true.
It could be used to do a back cap and a naval invade as well. But we've seen that happen before on this map.
Ooh, I smell a slight favor for Nave here. Let's see. Denkus' tree spawns no air in. It does not spawn. It spawns 100 heavy fighters. Okay, 100 heavy fighters. The air going towards Nave here, though. With the 150 spawning and already being so far ahead in production, Nave is ahead in air and ahead in light tanks. I'm super into this because this is so equal. Here comes the Aces of the Sand. Oh, you actually guys have like stories now? Like every focus has like a storyline. That's cool.
Oh yeah, we did that all.
That's cool. Yeah, he's pair dropping. So the question might be, can Nave break Dankus infantry? The green air will help a lot. Oftentimes in this mod you need only 2 or 3 mills on cast, and that's enough. He's only had 10 in aircraft, he's spawning 150 in. And don't forget, here we go. You're not seeing things I just talked about. 10% production bonus, 150 spawn in. Let us not forget air superiority bonus, 25% bonus. Cast bonus, 25%. It's looking mighty fine. Often people like Dankus, they just take a faction just for the paratroopers. Where I always feel like if you beat these paratroopers with good micro and stuff, then your entire faction pack is not that interesting anymore. Free speed is there. Man, I'm interested what's gonna happen here. We see motorized from Nave to rush VPs. He doesn't know that he's gonna get paradropped anyway. Amsterdam is gonna be gone. These motorized unfortunately will not do much. Could maybe get Cologne. Oh,
yeah. The thing is, Dankus is going to be make or break really early in this match. The problem I foresee that Nath will run into is if Dankus takes enough ground and holds it fast enough, I think Nath might struggle to break on through. The air will help him do that, but sometimes with the combined operations and like the commando picks, because they get the damage from cast reductions in certain members of their commanders, they can put those in like different commanders in charge for that. I feel like if Dankus can keep the hold, he'll be able to keep the hold. So this early moment is going to be real tight. It's going to be. Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous, which I don't often say when watching a game because, again, both players are very deserving, but because of the previous showing, I think everyone in chat's kind of like, Nave should win. Nave should win. But Dankus has tried. This is his second week of trying, so if Dankus goes through, it is also still well deserved. But yeah.
I always like storylines when we cast games, and I feel like today's storyline was about the early game. What happens in the first seconds when the war starts? Who paradops where first? Who takes what first? I feel like that was today's big story, and it might just be the story again. Both players trying very hard to take Amsterdam. It will go to Dankus here. Can he hold it though? Should be able to if he's fast behind it. And once the front lines are set, and you still want to win, you need breakthrough. You need a strong fist to break through enemy lines. Wolfram struggled today to break through that massive river here. It's very hard to do. There might probably be some generals in this mod that give you river crossing bonuses like the bitch building. Could be interesting here on this map. A little bit of a debuff here for Nave. 6% debuff on his army. Needs to be careful. Sometimes players don't micro this. 60% debuff on Nave. who might take Amsterdam before him.
He might get there.
How's
He
he
might
doing
get
that?
the trucks are fast enough. Are the trucks fast enough? Yep.
How did he do that?
Italian speed is how he did that.
The paratroopers did not go. Oh, Dankus forgot Northern France Green Air, this Muppet. Oh, Dankus, bro. Oh, he forgot Northern France Green Air with one airplane. Oh, Dankus. Dankus losing the first 3P. Last stand is there. And Knave takes the lead, even holds Cologne. Knave looking already amazing here. Huge mistake by Dankus. And Knave having all 3 points. I just said the early game was important. And Knave just crushed the early game.
Yeah, that was huge. And also just Knave keeping those spawn-ins as well. Obviously, Italy getting that light tank division, getting those motorized out, utilizing the key pieces that get spawned in by those focus trees to net that early win. And because of Dankus' mistake, it's netting a really nice early victory. 3 VPs in favor right now for the Axis.
Amsterdam, big
the
trouble,
ticking
though.
has begun.
Amsterdam in huge trouble. There's the last stand. Beautiful micro. Gentlemen, I've been streaming this for a while. The meta is, the skill is getting better and better. You see them, if you watch the stream a lot for the last year, the micro management is so much faster. The way they react fast, the way, if you play this mod yourself, it's a fast mod. This mod is fast. You have to be really fast. The skill levels are rising so massively. I'm so impressed by this. Amsterdam holding because of great micro. Knave looking amazing here. Well played. And often I talked about Knave versus Dankus as a very technique-driven matchup. It's about techniques. Dankus won last game because he knew a good technique. Knave won the first game because of good technique. It's not like someone is getting out microed. It's not like someone is encircling the other. It's a technique. And the technique of Knave with the rush of the motorized and the missing technique of Dankus of not knowing how to use paratroopers might do the difference here. But there is the river crossing. Arnhem taken. Knave, be careful. Knave spawning in 6th division to take care of this. Beautiful reaction instantly. Knave should be careful.
So it's a well-known feature of this map that Utrecht is you normally utilize as a blank space, as a pocket for people to push through into that Friesland space that one unit there of Dankus is currently occupying, which you then use to cut off by pushing back through Arnhem. The fact that Dankus has taken Arnhem instead, it actually puts this pocket much more in Dankus' favor, stops the trap push, and actually might end up in the encirclement of Amsterdam if he's not careful.
Oh, big break for here. Oh, beautiful micro though. This is micro on the highest order. The cavalry division here was almost through. This division cannot fight. It's only supposed to encircle. And Arnhem is holding. This is very dangerous for both players. Nobody knows who's getting encircled first. Anything can happen. By far the most equal game I've ever seen. Oh my god, you can't trust any bubbles here. Arnhem, everybody is attacking everybody. Last stance, micro is being managed so hard. And even Knave, the legend, doesn't even take research anymore. They are so busy right now, these guys.
Yeah, this is absolute stress incarnate. Both players are putting everything and just everything they've got, all gas that's left in the cylinder after these 3 games.
Utrecht.
Utrecht has fallen. Let's open that pocket a bit more. Let's stop the trap pocket. Amsterdam much more under threat now. Cologne, however, still in Axis favor. There's still 3 VPs. Almost 100 points down already. The pressure is really on. Frankfurt was open for a moment there. Possible counter encirclement though coming from Dankus. It's huge.
West Düsseldorf. Dankus has to be so careful here. This could be devastating. Really good, nice micro retreat. Beautiful retreat. This is micro on the highest order. Gentlemen, Hoi4 is esports ready. You cannot deny it no more. This is high level stuff that not a lot of humans can do. You saw a Knave understood he's fucked you and just retreated. That is so next level. I love it. I love this. I've been asking for this egg to hatch for a long time and it's fucking hatching. This is so high level today. Beautiful. I cannot wait for Stockholm, man. You guys should really get some tickets like legit. Dude, this is like actually kind of cool, man.
Oh, you imagine this, but with the roar of a crowd behind it, you know.
I mean, if this was in front of the crowd, it would be perfect. It would be perfect, bro. Like, this is actually edge of the seat stuff, yeah. Oy. Amsterdam is not encircled. No, that's not true.
No, it's kept open currently because of the Northern Holland pork tile there. If he loses that, then it becomes encirclement.
Dankus looking ahead here. Knave has to be ultra careful. Micro of the highest order here. This could be very dangerous for our friend Knave. Massive air battle, by the way. 200 versus 200. Let's take a quick look at this. And the air level is massively in favor of Dankus. Dankus is winning the air completely, and this is very bad for our Italian pick, because Italy's supposed to win the air war. Dankus is crushing this. And there's the counter push. Beautiful. Defending Western Amsterdam. Dankus already bled over 100 health. Dankus in trouble. Düsseldorf breaking through again. Ooh, panic attack, panic attack. That was
even
wrong.
even if Dankus managed to get a VP back, he needs to get 2 to stop this bleed. 2 of these positions need to fall. So all Knave needs to do is just delay. Oh my god. So
Knave just
there's
lost
some troops
divisions. Knave just
They're
lost
last
divisions.
standing.
Saved
Can he
one.
break that out?
One
He broke
died,
it
one
out.
died.
Break, save one, save one dead, one's.
Oh,
again.
mamma mia.
Dankus needs to make a lot of ground here though to win. That's the key piece here. Also, just to keep an eye on the casualties. Nath has almost taken 200,000 losses, whilst Dankus has only taken 100,000.
Oh, 122 KD for Dankus. Dankus looking amazing right now, but he's not paying attention. Utrecht!
Oh no!
He's microing in. Oh, they're microing like gods. No, he needs to keep going. He needs to keep going. Beautiful micro.
There's
Saved
the breakup.
Saved it.
Frankfurt's fallen. Frankfurt has fallen to Dankus as well. That's huge. That's 1 VP to Stowe. That's the bleed to Stowe. He needs to get another band-aid on by taking over Cologne. If he can break through Cologne, this flips back in Dankus' favor.
Dankus 122 KD. Utterly winning the air war. Looking beautiful right now. Let's take a look at Dankus' view. No focus. Still researching the basic bonuses for himself. How's his equipment? Beautiful equipment. How's Dave looking? Dave
isn't teching. Nath isn't teching. The stress is getting to him.
In the end, the willpower battle looks slowly to be won by Dankus here. No tech for our friend Nath here. You can always tech important stuff. And Amsterdam might be going down. Amsterdam going down could be devastating. He's losing all his VPs here. Oh lord.
Oh no.
I've rarely have seen micro like this. Months ago, I was doing the preparation for international, and people were not on this level even close. The air was not that important. It's only air superiority, chat. The bonus is 0.4%. The air is not that mega important here. There's no casters involved. Dankus is trying so hard to take Amsterdam. He's pushing everything he has in there. Oh lord. A lot of red bubbles for Navy boy. Maastricht. Amsterdam about to fall.
So careful. He needs to be so careful, Amsterdam. I think it is about to go.
He needs to go over there. See that standing it? I don't think so.
He is now. It just clicked it on as you said it. The tank is being moved over in as well. That little light
Slowly
tank
bleeding
division
guns.
might be the difference.
Bleeding guns, not teching. Nave. What you doing, Nave? What you got?
Nave's out of manpower.
Out of manpower, out of manpower. Oh, lord. He still has the 10% law, which takes 10% factory output away. Out of manpower. Dankus still 27k. Oi, 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 oi. Dankus' manpower going slowly to 0. Dankus though massively ahead in production.
No. Yeah, but Dankus is out of manpower because he's deploying. Dankus is out of manpower because he's deploying. Whereas Nave's out of manpower because he's been bleeding.
But both at 0
it's
now.
a
Both
big
at 0.
difference. Both at 0.
Trying Koblenz. But Dankus is ready for this. Dankus is not stupid. We're on a high level now, ladies and gentlemen, and Dankus will not give this away. Dankus knows now. Took a bunch of years to finally be on my level, but looks like he's slowly there. And yeah, Nave just understands, I will not get this. In a normal Hoi 4, you will crush this, but on a high level, you're not gonna get it.
300 now. 300 VPs.
Could go here if you wanted to. Dankus goes at 1 division north of Utrecht.
Well, that's the thing. That's a well-known pocket. If he moves 1 north of Utrecht, it weakens Utrecht, and you can cut it off really quickly.
Nave didn't tech for 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, Nave not teching is like a huge disadvantage right now.
And he didn't take the manpower. He used his PP for something else. He didn't take manpower. Ooh, creepy. Where Dankus took the manpower. Dankus took the manpower. Dankus just slightly ahead, in my opinion, here. Still bleeding, though. Still bleeding. Dankus is losing this game at the moment. Getting 3 more divisions. Beautiful. So, oh, Arnheim. Are you pinging that?
No, Dankus is.
Okay. He might take Arnheim. It's a beautiful plane. Is there an open plane tile?
Yep.
There's so much open stuff.
Once you breach Utrecht and Arnhem, it is open plains the whole way, pretty much to the
this one was open.
to until you hit the urban tiles.
Denk is helping the casters. Nave, man. You gotta stay calm, Nave. Oh, he's losing the planes of Arnhem.
We see pings quite a lot come out from players, and I think that's from players who play in multiplayer a lot. They're so used to, in their micro, pinging locations to, like, let people know or to talk about their attacks that it's just second
Huge
nature. And it's a...
North Dortmund,
Yep.
Dankers looking so crazy here, man.
This is great
Lord.
pressure from Dankers. If he takes Dortmund, so much supply goes from that front line. He's looking to cut both those string lines, one at Dortmund, one just to the right of Arnhem. If he does that, that'll be the entirety of Cologne encircled, and that will spell disaster
Dortmund!
for Nave. Doesn't even need to
This
get
could be the
Dortmund. He
biggest
just needs to get...
encirclement in the history of
Yep.
101s.
Oh my gosh, here he goes.
Oh, he's
Trying to break through.
Counter.
Oh, but it's just... No,
Counter.
but counter
You
encirclement.
gotta kill Nave. You gotta clean that shit. That could be a comeback. He's
I'm
making the
holding my
breakout
head
fleet.
in
No, he
stress
stopped the
right
breakout
now.
fleet. That's the thing. I was thinking Italy is a strong push, but he's losing the air, and breakout fleet is not going to help him at all.
No.
Oh, he's losing
This is why I was saying. This is why I was saying. Denker said the
attack.
right idea about banning right
these?
side Finland.
Oh, he's getting crushed. He's getting
Oh,
out
he broke them out
completely.
He broke them out.
This is high level
broke out the
stuff.
counter encirclement.
They always attack their opponent where he just unordered and entrenched himself. with a
Cologne's going. Cologne's gonna go.
Oh lord. Nave.
That's it. Cologne's gone.
That's 2-1. The bleeding has stopped for Dankes. He's not bleeding anymore. And Nave not teching for about 7 minutes now. Dankes teching? Yeah, Dankes on... Bro, sometimes you're just in the zone, and Dankes in the zone. Dankes in the zone. Nave fighting for his life here. He is so close to not having to play anymore for weeks. But if he loses here, he has to fully restart his path into the qualifiers. And he's getting crushed. He almost looks like he's giving up. He's not microing anymore here in the plains. It's all open. This is a test for Nave's willpower. Does he have it? No tech, 4 sifs. But Marcialo d'Italia could maybe help. Supply in Amsterdam looking mighty bad. Oh lord, Dank is looking mad favored right now.
Luckily with the VP blue
Should
that
he
he's
activate
put on,
again?
he does have time. That's the thing. There is time in this game. But the problem is he's lost so much in this fight already. Lost so much.
The story of this game is 1-2. 1-2 airplanes, 150 Dankers, 300 Nave shot down. Death count, almost. Dankers has 1-2 KD'd Nave here. And now Dankers loves the seat, loves to chill. Dankers is a big waiter. He doesn't take big risks, he's just chilling. He knows he's winning at the moment. He doesn't need to do shit. We'll probably end it. But he wants this so badly. 10% special forces attack. He doesn't have special forces though. Which once again, that's why I don't get this build so much. All these focuses don't help. He's doing Marines to the front line. But Nave looking so shook. He's not microing much no more.
I think this is going to be one for the spreadsheet pile to be burned. I think this spreadsheet needs to be printed out and put to the fire because it clearly hasn't worked for Nave here. Cypher's getting fully decrypted though. That could buy him some time. Amsterdam, the last vestiges of his interests on the VP. He needs to find something in a build, in something in his meta to just undo this. But all the while, the longer he waits, the more Dankers runs away with it.
Oftentimes in esports, and that's what I love about this 101 mod, it's not always, as many people like Marcel think about builds and meta, it's also about heart. You need to have the heart, the willpower, the speed, the micro, and the utter epicness of staying into this, of staying strong. And Danker stayed strong. Stanker is on fleek right now. He's looking so good. He is... I don't even know how he's winning this air. I don't really get it. He fully has green air. Nave looks destroyed here. I feel like Dankers could finish this, but he's just not.
I think Dankers is currently worried just that he wants to secure the victory. Like, we've seen on this map before, actually, this map is king for it. The people have been pushed all the way back to Berlin and then made a massive comeback, like, and won out the game. I think Dankus doesn't want to give... I think he will push, but I think he wants to make sure that the VP room is a lot more even. He doesn't want to throw too early, basically.
And they finally teching, not giving his general adaptable. He just... Oftentimes as a caster, and it sucks because we're the casters. I mean, these guys grew through so much stress. It's always nice and easy privilege as a caster to talk like this. But Nave looks like in this game he was just the more nervous person. It's hard to micro on this level. And he was floating a lot of stuff. It's crazy to me that Italy got wrecked this hard. I thought he would have this air war, man.
I think Dankus just technically put so much more pressure on. Like, Nath was looking so strong in that early. We were so impressed by the rush and the consolidation of 3 VPs. Like, we were so impressed, but Dankus did not let it up. He just he kept pouring on the attacks, and it's proved to put Dankus in this much better scenario. It just really triggered the micro skill of Nath, which just kind of got a little bit undone.
Let's actually take a look at these fighters. Let's go and... Let's check. Very good fighter, nothing wrong. The problem could probably be the 100 heavy fighters he spawned in, and Dankus probably also has a good fighter. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, they both have exactly the same fighter. Meaning this victory could be due to the Norway versus Italy pick. The 100 heavy fighters seem to be crushing the 150 spawn-ins of Italy. I'm quite devastated how heavily the air war is lost by Italy. I would have not expected that. That 169 Dankus planes died in order to kill 324 Nave planes, and that is devastating stats for Nave. Also, Nave has 0 manpower. Nave once wasted PP and didn't take the 10% recruiter pool.
Upping conscription laws has happened now, though. Service by requirement, Nath is now on. He's about to get by blood alone, which will give him a bit more population. So he's going to have room to maneuver. He does have VPs to play with. If you can train a few more troops, get a good couple of divisions out, maybe some special forces to push through those forest tiles, retake Dortmund, even if he just retakes Frankfurt, this goes back in his favor and starts putting the pressure on Dankus again.
Doesn't click ground cruise. There it is. And here's the big air battle. Big air battle that Nave is losing. Very equal numbers here. They're trading so equally, man. But the favor is in the enemy airplane, and that is Dankus Mimikus' airplane. I actually don't understand this at all, chat. They both have the same airplane, but Dankus is crushing the air war. No, now he's losing again? But he's getting crushed. He's getting crushed.
So some of the things in Dankus' favor is going to be because planes work on how mission efficiency, which is also like one of the modifiers, is how close they are to the center of the air zone, right? Dankus currently has Clones Airbase, which is right in the center of the Benelux region, meaning his planes have less of a distance to fly between their base and the action.
Can't you like build an airport? Now he lost that one. Yeah, you're not really supposed to lose that airport, I guess. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just taken for now.
Got a counterattack coming in from Nath.
Is it though? Dankus taking Hamm here? Slowly pushing to the heartland of Germany.
Yeah, Nath's now 1 tile away from Frankfurt again.
By blood alone, can it help him? Yeah, superiority bonus 25%, but he doesn't have air superiority. It only makes the bonus better, and everything is open. Dankus could just end this if he wanted to. I think they're not, because there's no supply up here. So we could just walk through. Nah, this looks very bad now. Check their air advisors. We're talking about night operations for Nave. Yours is probably the same. Dankus has no air advisor. No, both have night operations, yeah. It is what Mitch is saying. It's how far are you away from the center, which is a thing in this game. But then I wonder also how did Nave in the beginning had the better airports. I wonder what happened there. Nave also just unlocked plus 10% attack from that focus, but boah, he's so down on divisions. He is running 50 divisions versus 72. Oof, Tank is perfectly using his general 72. Hey. Looking grim for my boy Nave here. And it looks like Dankus might be might be, right? You have to always keep the possibility open in the playoffs. And I might have to meet him again in Sweden, wrestling with him. True story, I wrestled with Dankus in January last year. And I think I like broke my big toe on my right foot and it still hurts today. Today I couldn't walk down the stairs. Dankus hurt me very deep, chat, and I can never get over it. I should probably see a doctor about that.
Yeah, probably.
Probably should. Playoffs, yes, this is the qualifiers. Every week 2 people win. And these 2 people... Sorry. And these 2 people go to the qualifiers. 16 players fight. How many people go to Sweden? 8 or?
8.
8 people go to Sweden.
Yep.
Why didn't Nave do Romania? I would have advised to do the old school medium tank build here, I think. You rush Amsterdam, you rush Cologne like you managed, and then you entrench medium tanks there. Dankus Scott doesn't go to Sweden. He lives 5 minutes away from where the tournament is.
Yeah.
Thank you, critical hit.
I believe he goes like he would have to get like 2 stops on the T line to get to the venue. Yeah. Like it's
Dankus,
like
I think he always walks. He always walks everywhere. Yeah. Dankus though letting him cook. Dankus knows he's winning, so he's just AFK waiting. Dankus could do so much more now, but that's how Dankus is. He's a little. Some people calling Dankus Reticus, something he's being called sometimes, and he's not trying anything here.
Yep. To be fair with Dankus, though, he has thrown games because he's gotten too cocky before. And he's also lost situations because he's not been able to act fast enough in the last minute. So I think while he's in this winning position, he's going to let it be. He's only going to use his energy when he has to. I mean, that also could always come back to bite him, but I think it's the more calculator option for him.
Now Nafe is slowly winning the air. Does he have aluminum? Now I needs aluminum. He needs this chat. But he already took much damage. He needs this airport in Westfalen.
Another thing that Nave could also do right now is one of his aces died on his air wings. He could swap that out. He has 1 spare right now because that's another thing that the Italians get. They get ace generation chance. The one that he could be giving one of his air wings an extra 3% 3 speed, air agility, and 5% attack, which could be helpful.
Big micro stuff. Actually doing your aces, very very important. And weirdest frontline ever. Also, I can't shit on Dankus here. The guy had to play so many games to get here. And now just protecting his victory, so he's done, and he's in the playoffs. I kind of get it. Yeah. He worked his ass off to be here.
Yeah, Leonard wants him to play CSGO. Not CSGO, CS2. Like, it's probably the stress to that is getting to him. He knows he's got to win. So, yeah, just as a reminder to be here, Dankus had to play 17 games this week, and last week he played...
Oh, Chet has a beautiful observation.
23.
There you go.
So exactly 40 games to be here.
This is very in-depth for right now. Nave has 2 armor plates, meaning minus 20% range, which makes it even harder for him to get efficiency by faraway airports. The armor plates could have been the big factor here.
Wow. Imagine it coming to what? Imagine all of this match coming down to, in the end, like once all the micros done, 1 macro decision to defend your planes better.
It makes me truly wonder and interested, if you run this in a different universe and you take 1 armor plate away, how different the kills in the air war will be. It will probably be dozens, I would think. It's a great, interesting question.
But I think we're also underselling the amount of pressure that Dankus put on earlier with the micro. The micro battle, like the tug of war that went over these early VPs and the battles across the river, it could have gone either way, but Dankus did come out on top. He did micro better than Nafe. Both of them gained encirclements, both of them got breakouts, but at the end of the day, Dankus has just turned out to be better.
Nave's still not using adaptable bonus. Does he have adaptable? Doesn't. No, he's not using it. Nave's just not showing hot. I'm sorry for saying this, but where's the adaptable Nave? Where is the try of? But it's hard after losing so much. It is very hard to come back. I think he's a bit mad that his air isn't winning, and I think he currently doesn't understand his armor plates really fucked him over. He's slowly winning it. He's outproducing Dankus a bit, but it seems
the thing is what. I'm starting to notice as well, Dankus is putting some really key pieces in the correct locations. Like if we look over towards Amsterdam, like in the forest tile between Amsterdam and Arnhem, in that small forest tile that there is, Dankus has stacked 7 light infantry division, 7 like infantry divisions there to make sure that it doesn't get broken through. He's got Marines in The Hague ready to combat against a river crossing or even push in there. Like he's tactically placing his troops around, ready to help defend. Like Frankfurt has 2 mountaineers in it, which if he gets pushed out of Frankfurt, there is like hill tiles there behind that means they'll be able to defend better. It's just really good troop placement at the end of the day as well.
The problem with Force also, when there's a stalemate like right now, the defender has always the advantage. They entrench, they build divisions, they know, I need to go here. In many video games, being the attacker is much harder than being the defender. And this is huge for Dan, because he can just entrench, sit here. He's making sure this will never break. And the more time goes by, the worse the chances for Nave get. And they might be reaching 0.1. But hey, being born in this universe is an even smaller chance. So there's a chance. Check how far the allies are ahead in Den Doctrine. I never actually deck doctrines, yeah. So Dank is fully finished Grand Battle Plan, and Mr. Knave Meister is very far. He's 2 behind, yeah. He's 2 behind. He is losing 10 max planning, not the most important thing ever. He is losing plus 10 organal infantry, that's pretty heavy. And a bunch of reconnaissance and entrenchment. Yeah, huge advantage for Dankus. AA will save Knave? No. AA doesn't shoot down airplanes. It shoots down Cass, and there's no Cass involved in all of this. I think the big issue here was the armor plates on it. It's such a big IQ nerdy thing to talk about, but I feel the big issue is this right here. 585. That could be the big difference. That could bring him so much efficiency, yeah. Knave has 21 planes ready to deploy. Still, he's utterly losing this. Oh, Dankus just pushed so much air into that zone. The air is not gonna work for him. Dankus has air for days. What's Dankus' ultimate again? Everything with R. War support? Special... yeah, just war support.
Yeah, Dankus has done a really nice thing here. He's really cut down his production. Like, he's really focused what he needs. He's not, like, built things that he doesn't need. His logistics look pretty good all over the... like, he's just putting rocket artillery into production just to give him that extra soft attack to make sure his troops are even better. Like, this is a strong game from Dankus. Just full stop.
I always wish in Hoi 4 that anti-air would also shoot down fighters. Like a little bit. That'd be interesting to change the whole gameplay. Dankus is just repairing. Dankus is literally AFK. He's probably in the kitchen. He's just hanging. The question is, does Knave still has time? Like 10 minutes almost. But I don't see anything from Knave that could make any sense. He's rangering, doing rangers, which are good at forests. Still no adaptable. No engineer. He doesn't apply engineer. Ooh, what's Knave gonna do? Knave is Doomering. Dankus' strength went down. I can tell you why, because he probably just improved his template. He probably just made them bigger. No, he didn't. No.
I kind of agree with chat. We did see a bit of a psyche break when, like, all was said and done with the micro battle. After losing that micro battle, we just saw so much of a pause in Knafe's ability to play. Like, even on the defense, like, the lines have become static. There was no combat, and still it took him a good 3 minutes to tech. Something that, of course, he forgot whilst battling, which is forgivable. But once it all died down, it took him quite a bit of time to recover.
Tech advantage matters in this mod, air production even now. And I forgot what I wanted to say, but yeah, Knave just crumbled in the end. And to be honest, chat, we just saw in that battle I just showed, the air superiority is only a 5% modifier. The air is not even that big of a thing. I think the big micro war was quite interesting. And it sucks that you go for an air build with Italy and you don't win the air war. That's... esports all across the world is always about value. Everywhere you learn esports, value, 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 right? Your decisions have to have value. And yeah, going for an air build and lose the air war hurts, right? He could have done a Hungary medium tank build or something. You're always more clever afterwards, right? But that must really suck, losing the air with an air focus. But again, the armor plates, the legendary armor plates, man. One day, imagine this will be like grand final. You're gonna this is $20,000 armor plates that really matter. And it's nice to see now on this high level that these little tweaks matter so much. Like one armor plate can be a difference.
$20,000 armor plates would be such a good title of a YouTube video.
That's true. Like when in Dota there was like one single spell won a tournament, so they call it like the $1 million spell.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool. $1 million fisherman. Who remembers that?
I think we're about to see one final attack come out from Nath, because he's just got a special bonus attack modifier bonus from Special Forces training. He's using the Rangers there. He's got to hope to break those forest tiles. Try to get a breakthrough here. Trying to make a push towards Frankfurt, because he's just got to try and stop this bulge from being able to reinforce Frankfurt, get a bit more of a surround on Frankfurt, make a go for the VP there. But that's his final tactic. Right now it's snowing in this area, so he's going to have cold weather penalties. It's not a good time to be attacking. So I think we'll see one last spring offensive. Steiner's final counter offensive. It's probably that, and then we'll be able to call this best of 3. And Dankus will actually be going to Sweden, even though he's already there.
One thing I learned a lot about this mod is you should never let it become static. Once you let it become static and you're on the disadvantage because of victory points, you're in huge trouble. It's very important to keep a flow going, because Dankus had so much time to prepare defense, you're never gonna break him. Your time is over. In multiplayer real games like the whole world, you can be static sometimes if you out-tech your enemy, come up with new ideas. But in this one-on-one mod, staticness destroys the disadvantaged players.
Well, that's why I think those counterattacks and that power play earlier from Dankus was so pivotal. Like the fact that Nath ran out of manpower has given Dankus so much breathing room. There was really good micro. It was very neck and neck from both of them on all of those combats. But Dankus just got that little bit of an edge, and it's bought him so much time, so much effort. Like he can rest. Like he put in all of that energy, and yeah, it's paid off.
And it's such a beautiful thing in Ahoy 4 and the smart to put yourself in a defense position. Like Dankus here, right? The last 50 minutes, Dankus was probably watching Netflix. You set up your defense, and the other person is the one that has to put calories, joules, is that how you say it, into his brain to come up with a solution. Whereas you, Dankus, you can just hang and do nothing. Sometimes I feel like you should make a railway into this Southwest Germany stuff and try a meme here or something. But at this point, it's too late. It's just too late for Navy Boy. 64 health. And Dankus Mimikis down 1-0. Coming back with 2 wins in a row in this best of 3. Taking a spot in the qualifiers. Oh, Lord.
Yep.
How does this qualifier... So 16 players all play against each other. And then that's it. The top 8 win. There's nothing else anymore.
Yeah, it's literally it's they play so all the players eventually we're going to be running about 300 games of Hoi, because it's going to be each player is going to play 16 best of 1s and the win rate, and then that's minimum. If loads of people are on the same score, they will have to keep fighting until we get a clear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Whoever goes to Stockholm had to grind like a maniac.
Oh, absolutely, but you can't have a champion without hard work. Like,
I like
it's the world championship for a reason.
It's weeding out a lot of stuff. It's really nice. I already know how these guys will all sit in that room and talk tactic the whole time. But that was something I was hoping. I have a little story. When we had the first tournament in Sweden last January, chat, if you guys remember, all the players, C-Mobs, Habibi and stuff, I was a caster, and I would always sleep long, and I would go to the studio, and there was this room full of PCs, and all the players, the Hoi4 players, were in that room, and they were friends, and they were sharing tactics, and ha, and I was like, man, these guys are your enemies, bro. And you know, I think the prize pool was very small. There was not a lot of money involved. I'm hoping that in this next tournament, there's a bit more animosity among the players. Like, hey, I'm not hanging out with you, sharing my tactics with you. You can have a Coke, sure, but I'm not sharing stuff with you. We're fighting for thousands of dollars. Life-changing money, especially for the Ukrainian, the Chinese guy, right? Massive money. And I'm very excited to see that people take it serious. I always said this, money makes people take this serious. And now, thanks to Speed 5, and the sponsors we can see. And your ticket buys. Buy the tickets, motherfuckers. Oh, sorry. We are gonna see a level of Hoi 4 esports where people will have to start taking serious. Look at the Chinese player, Dog. Look at the Ukrainian, Wolfram. 20,000 euros? I think it's 20,000 euros, I think. Or dollars? Even if it's dollars.
Dollars.
That's life-changing money for them. Life-changing.
Oh, I'm in the UK, which is like economically a good country. I'd still 1,000 fucking % take at $20,000. Like,
I remember
with the way that our world is right now economically, this is enough to, you know, protect people. Like, you can understand why this is going to be so meaningful to people, especially to people who are so young. We live in a
GG.
There it is, a GG. We live in a world right now where it's so tough, even for young people, to like rent property. Like $20,000 is a huge amount to these people. But GG, Dankus is going through.
Yeah, for most of my life, I made 5K a year from my side job, man. Anyway, let's go down there. Yo! What the fuck? Congratulations, Dankus Mimikus, for making it to the qualifiers. You crazy motherfucker did it. First of all,
second a week.
I want to talk to Nave first. Nave, you were ahead one game, then unfortunately it happened this way. How do you feel? What do you think went wrong? What do you think should have been different?
I feel okay. I'm gonna qualify eventually. Probably I'm gonna play in the week after because I'm gonna be busy with school. But yeah, in regards to this, I think not quite sure if I should have went for access. Thinking of it, Dankus, if I ask you, what would you ban if I picked allies on Rhino?
I would have banned this.
Yeah, right.
So I would just ban any faction you can do GBP with, and it wasn't the plan that you wouldn't ban the GBP faction. I just thought, hey, maybe he doesn't like that I do this now, because that's like I've been practicing this build all day today and yesterday with Segel. So it's like, because after you and Marcel beat me in the league, I got 2 losses, 2 in a row, you know? I was like, what the fuck is this? And it's a good build. It's a very good build to push tanks early. Like, obviously, late game, you can still get pushed by tanks, but it's much, much harder for the tanks to do anything, because if you can get the 3 VPs early, the tanks don't have time to take the VPs. So, in the end, I wanted you to go tank factions. That's why I didn't ban a single tank faction, you know?
Probably I should have let you play Soviets. Right, I should have just banned this GPP. I didn't expect
but I wouldn't have played so.
Yeah, Chad, this is deep shit, man. These people care a lot about this stuff, but why not?
Because then you couldn't have done a GBP faction. So yeah, maybe. Because then maybe I would have done Soviets, because it's only GBP factions that threaten tanks, really, early game.
Well, then Nave will totally qualify. We know that. One of the GOATs. Thank you so much, Nave, for the day. Dankus, obviously. The final words are yours. How do you feel? What do you think you did right? You now can chill till the qualifiers. How do you feel?
I worked from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. all this week, and there were people with 30 wins in the league that I had to catch up to. So I sat all day yesterday to get into the top 4, and I did, and I'm super happy that the grind paid off. I didn't eat all day yesterday, and the grind pays off, boys.
Nice.
Please remember to eat. Please remember to eat.
No. Hey, the grind pays off like it does in World of Warcraft, which we're playing shortly. Dankus, congratulations, you did it. Can't wait to see you in Sweden and have a nice dinner with you. If you make it through the playoffs, right? And yeah, well played. GG. Mitchman, the stage is yours.
Well, that's another week, another 2 qualified. We'll be back next week, obviously, with more qualifiers. Tommy's stream, don't go anywhere. Tommy's going to be keep playing some things. But guys, remember to get your tickets. We'd love to see you there in Sweden. Remember, it's not all just about the games. Of course, there's been so much Hoi action live on that stage, but you are in a live game location. There's thousands of PCs where you can play games. There's bars, get drink, you can hang out with your friends, you can meet Hoi devs, you can meet content creators. It is as close to a Hoi dedicated convention as we're ever going to get outside of like PDX. Go to www.hoivods.com, get your tickets now. Also, if you want to join the Discord and make sure you end up as a qualifier yourself, come on over to discord.gg/Hoi4 Commanders. You can play casually as well there. We have games you can play casually. There's also variants of the mod where it's like, so if you're a Chinese player, we have a Chinese language one that's posted on there. Like there's going to be an update coming this week as well to the mod, new map, new prizes. Obviously, just get involved with the community. We'd love to see you there. And yeah, have a good rest of your stream, Tommy.
Thank you so much. And we're gonna finally reveal a picture.
Oh yeah,
of the brand new map, gentlemen. I don't... Oh god, are you ready for this, chat? I don't know if you are. The brand new map joining the Esports League next week is... I never leaked this. The War of the Balkan. And boy, oh boy, before we maybe leave, Mitch, I want to let you talk about it for a second, because what I'm seeing instantly is a lot of different terrain. We see mountains.
Yep.
We see urban. We see navy being important. We see rivers. What is your feeling? What do you think about this map?
So we have a whole host of there's a suggestions area on the Discord, and I do want to shout out that this is this was developed from a user suggestion, but we looked at it and we went, hey, doesn't Hungary and the Balkans form like a natural arena with the mountains on both sides? Yeah, you're right, it does. And with the river going through the beer, it's great. It is legitimately like the most arena-like map we've got. It's gonna be this map is. I'm looking forward to how this gets played, because it's a 5v map as well.
I like that. Yeah.
So there's gonna be a lot of a tug of war, a lot of terrain types, a lot of possibilities. There's also those plains in the center, so it's not without tanks. It honestly could be the new Rhineland. I legitimately think that this map could end up being the new Rhineland. At the end of the day, it's really going to be a powder keg, and that's the name of the map. So,
powder keg. Oh,
yeah, it's going to be called powder keg.
Nice. I like the 5v It makes more diversity and more stuff happening. I like that. Yeah, very diverse. Love it, man. These are exciting times to be in Toy 4. That's for sure. So don't forget, chat. If you want to be part of Toy 4 history, you get your tickets. Because you want to totally meet me and bring me chocolate. Mitchman, thank you so much. Moderators, can we please spam Mitchman's channel in the chat? Mitchman is a goddamn goat. You have to understand that certain people like Mitch work their ass off for this to bring you the best content ever seen in the esports of Paradox Gaming. Unbelievable work is done here by so many people that should be respected. Check out Mitchman. Can somebody spam the channel, please? Mitch, thank you so much, man. And see you next Sunday. I'm very excited. Really, I like how it's only 2 best of 3, so it's really enjoyable. You know, it's like not too much, not too little. I like that. Yeah, no mods online. Come on, letting me sick. Come on, we're not stopping this. Mitch, man, Twitch. Imagine having moderators on Twitch. Could you believe it? Here, this man is the go-to person if you care about Hoi 4 esports and more. Anyway, thank you so much, Mitch. Have a great week.
You too, buddy.
I like Mitch. Mitch is a nice guy, man. That guy generally gives a shit about what he's doing. And it's nice to be around people like that. Anyway, boys. Anyway.